But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Because people say Rush would never. Sorry, we're starting the show, but we're all fired up. People are like, well, why are you supporting Rush? He certainly wouldn't support you guys if you were in trouble. I don't care.
Is that what it takes?
That's not where I'm at.
Right.
Is that how it works? You only support the people that support you when you're talking about freedom of speech and.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, great. Good morning.
Yeah.
Super Tuesday morning. Good morning, Super Tuesday morning. Yeah.
Super Tuesday. Yes. Sorry. No, because I'm very surprised that Mr. Imus is not supporting Rush Limbaugh.
Was Mr. Imus doing a character when he didn't support him? No.
Hell no.
That was Imus.
I mean, I think I told Ant before the show, radio guys, they're all for themselves. So if a guy gets in trouble, for some reason, everyone gets really excited, like, yeah, man, fuck him.
Good.
Get him off the airwaves, because then that makes you a little more powerful.
Gives you an extra fucking market, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. But my thought would be that it hurts everybody and that you have to support these guys no matter what,
Yeah.
I was saying on Twitter yesterday, I don't even necessarily like Rush Limbaugh or his show.
No.
But I certainly would support him to be able to say whatever the hell he wants on his radio show as long as it's within FCC guidelines.
Yeah, I don't care what he fucking talks about.
But people are like, no, this sexist pig needs to be taken off the air.
Does he?
Oh, now he's a sexist pig because of one thing?
Yeah.
Or is it a few things? Or is it what? He spends his entire show going after women? I don't think so.
And how about the fact that, do you listen to his show on a daily basis? Probably not. Then why the fuck do you care if it's on or not on?
Exactly.
Let the people that do listen to it, listen to it. People are so willing to just take away other people's shit.
Right.
You know, I enjoy listening to him on the way in.
Right.
Oh, you do?
Right.
Well, not anymore because I don't think it's appropriate. Well, do you listen? No, but
right.
Shut the fuck up.
I tweeted that there's a big difference between being offended and the end was in capital letters, and being offended and wanting a show taken off the air for no one else to enjoy.
Right. Yeah.
There's a big difference there. You're absolutely allowed to be offended by what we say, what Rush says, what Imus says, Howard says. Absolutely, you're absolutely could be offended by what you hear. But then you want, because you're offended, you don't want anyone else to hear that particular show. That's crazy talk. Crazy talk.
They want him gone, dude. They've wanted him gone for so long. They're fucking gunning. This is just the chant. It's like when the star athlete fucking pulls his Achilles, everybody's just jumping on. That's all it is.
Yeah,
of course, but there's people that do enjoy the show, and it will affect other broadcasters if he goes, and that's why this is extremely important. And people are like, well, it's a free market society. You could tell I was fucking dealing with this all night yesterday. But what the hell? I liked the debate I had on Twitter where they're like, it's a free market society, and yeah, he has the right to say what he did, but then the advertisers have the right to pull out. The advertisers are feeling the heat, and made a good point before the show. These advertisers absolutely do not want to pull out of Rush Limbaugh. Just about every single one of them, if you sat them down behind closed doors.
There's no morality or ethics that are keeping them from staying on his show. That has nothing to do with it. They panic, and it's not the community standards. It's not the the marketplace that's dictating.
Right.
That's what people have to understand. It's like, well, the consequences are saying that. The marketplace will speak. No. A minority, a small fucking nothing of the marketplace will speak very loudly and scare the living shit out of advertisers using mob tactics. I
completely agree.
To take away the freedom of speech, to take away the freedom to let other people listen to something. And again, technically, yes, it's the station. It's their station. It's a private enterprise. Mm-hmm. It's not like you just have a soapbox on a corner and you're spewing your fucking whatever. So technically, yeah, there is this accountability that goes with what you say. But he's not inciting riots. He's not. He really isn't slandering anybody. This is him talking about, and the way he presented it was fine. He said, hey, she's asking for money. so she could have sex. Now, I know when people ask for money for sex, that's called prostitution.
Right.
She's a slut because she's that's how he presented it.
Right.
It was done in a very theatrical way.
Sure.
It wasn't as if they were sitting together at a movie theater or a library or something, and he walked up, pointed his finger at her, and said, "You slut!
Right.
You slut!" Yeah,
but that's how it's being portrayed on TV now.
Because no one saw or heard the clip.
Of course.
It's the way the news portrays it.
Of course. Once again, no one actually heard the show that day.
So you get these idiots that go, Rush, that bully called that nice girl a slut. No, not really. He was painting a picture about a woman that's asking for money so she could then have sex with birth control, and making the analogy that if you ask for money for sex in any way, shape, or form, you're a prostitute. Many guys in the entertainment field or just sitting around with their friends in a bar have brought up the fact that if a woman won't have sex with you unless you take her out to a nice dinner and have a date where you get her something and treat her and spend some of your money, they've speculated that that's prostitution. Now, is that literally calling the girl a prostitute? No. But the media has jumped on this in a way that now history will always say and present it in a way that Rush Limbaugh walked up to a girl and pointed at this poor girl and called her a slut and a prostitute, and that's now what really happened because that's the way it's been presented.
And AOL pulled out their advertising because, let's be honest, Ariana Huffington and the Huffington Post is a huge part of AOL.
Motivated,
and she obviously does not like Rush. She's very, very far left.
Well, then why was she part of the advertising to begin with?
I'm guessing they had already had a long-term relationship. I'm going to assume they were already there.
Yeah.
When by the time, I think they've only been there for a year and a half or 2 years, and they probably had a long-standing, and this is a chance to get them. And Obama calling her, which, Rush raised a great point about Bill Maher. Hey, look, I mean, Bill is a comic. He should be able to say what he wants. But he called Sarah Palin a cunt and a stupid twat. And why isn't Obama, and I know she's a public figure in Sandra Fluke, I get the difference. Right. But look at the barbarity of that language and compared to what Rush said. How come Obama wasn't calling Palin?
Get on the phone.
Come on.
Obama should stay the fuck out of it, first of all. But if he is going to get in it, he should say, look, Rush has the right to say whatever the fuck he wants in this country. You might not like what he says, but he has the right to say it.
Wouldn't you love the president or any politician?
That's exactly what he should say.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what Obama should say.
Do you know? Has been the lapdog for the right, so it's political.
Of course it's political.
But do you know what a breaking of the conventional lines it would be? If Obama came out and said, look, I don't like what Rush Limbaugh said. I think it's rude.
Right.
It's inappropriate. It's nasty.
Right.
But in this country, the price you pay is people say things that are rude and nasty at times.
He had a great opportunity, but that's a scary place to go, obviously.
Because it's real forward progressive thinking, not this fake shit.
That's real talk. That's real talk. So, yeah, I guess in this free market society, advertisers have decided they don't want to be on Rush's show anymore. But like Ant made the point, they're feeling the heat and the pressure. That's all that's about. These guys are fucking... I got to be careful. We deal with advertisers. Trust me.
Yeah.
They're whores. They want their product on these type of shows.
And they're wimps. They can't fucking stand up for 2 seconds to back somebody.
Kind of wimpy, right?
They can't for a second back anybody. They pull out. Ah!
The one thing I would say, I think, maybe even our show, I don't know. If you really like a radio show, the audience has got to get together. They have to finally organize.
Yeah, they never do, though.
They never do, but the problem is they got to, or whatever show you really like, whether it's ours, Howard, Imus, fucking Rush, they're gonna take that show away because no one pushes back. The audience doesn't have a voice to push back because they're like, I think you said it a long time ago. It's like kicking an anthill. Like when we got in trouble over the years, God bless our listeners, because they wanted to organize. They didn't know how. Yeah. So when we got fired or got in crazy trouble, our listeners to this day always did the right thing as best they could. But I think I had the analogy. It's like kicking an anthill. There's our listeners like, okay, what do we do first? And there's no way to put the anthill back together. But somehow, I think if we're going to survive, the listeners of these radio shows have got to get together and show that they're a force too. And if an AOL or something is going to, yank out of the program, then you could go and say, well, fuck that. We're all yanking out of AOL.
Yes.
That's the only way this is going to work. Because these assholes on Twitter, they drove me nuts. Free market society. And me and you and Jimmy, we all know we've been through this. It's a minority that is speaking up and scaring the shit out of these advertisers, unfortunately, and scaring the shit out of the radio company itself.
If you literally were able to get a hold of the free market that was listening to Rush,
right,
you would realize that it is such a small percentage of people that are offended to the point that they want him off the air. You can't even, it wouldn't even register. That's how small a portion of the actual listeners are.
Right.
Now you get the people that never heard the show. They hear the news account and want him off the air for some reason.
And it's not a free market. That's a really weird line people walk.
Yep, they love saying it.
Well,
though.
it's easy. That's what they go with always.
And it beats the option, which is we want you gone because we don't like what you say.
Don't like what you're saying.
When you're supposed to have freedom of speech, I understand he's not being thrown in jail for what he's saying, but you're not supposed to lose your job when you don't break the rules. The rules are the FCC. That's why the FCC is there. The government already says, here's what you can't say.
Yeah.
He was saying what he wanted to say. His opinion was being heard. People liked it. A free market society is if his ratings drop and they fire him. That's a free market society. Because no one's listening.
Of course.
Why would we advertise here?
Yes.
That's free market. But why don't they wait and see how the next rating book plays out?
Right.
If they're right, maybe if these advertisers are right, maybe his ratings will drop. People in droves will run away from his show. Advertising numbers go in the toilet. That's free market society. This pressure is not that.
That's a pure free market society.
Right. That's a lie. The guys on Twitter are lying.
Of course.
Should you have a threat over your head to lose your fucking job and livelihood based on the content of what you say that has nothing to do with FCC violations or anything? No, and that threat is there. That's why I say it's mob tactics. There's a threat, and a threat should never be put over your head to dictate what you say, your freedom of speech. No.
Stephen in Ronkonkoma, and shut up. He slandered the shit out of a private citizen.
Didn't slander
He didn't
her.
slander her,
Shut
first
up.
of all, and second of all,
Try to make that one stick,
and
dummy.
second of all, you're allowed to do that, and there are ramifications. She can now turn around and sue him if that's exactly what happened, sir.
He was drawing an analogy between somebody asking for money in order to have sex, whether it's a prostitute or a slut asking for money for sex, or a woman that is in front of Congress asking for money so that she can have sex. That's the analogy he was drawing. He wasn't pointing his finger at her and saying, this woman is a slut, this woman is a prostitute. He was saying, if she's asking for money, what do they call that? That's called prostitution, if you ask me. If you listen to the fucking clip, you'd realize that. It's not a slander case. It absolutely is not.
And her private citizenship is lovely. But when you testify before Congress,
hey, public,
you put yourself in the public eye, and you hold yourself up to be criticized or commented on.
It wasn't like she was just minding her own business, and Rush found her on the street somewhere.
So you shut up.
And then this guy says, someone with a wide audience on public radio should not get away with denigrating women and have continued success. And
you
then,
can get away with denigrating women.
Of course you can.
Continued success.
But that's what these people don't understand. Of course they can. And you're a bunch of idiots for wanting this to go away. Look at regular radio, what that has become.
Yeah, you like it?
Because this started a long fucking time ago, you dummies. All you have to do, seriously, for the people that don't really understand what our point, all I ask is spend the afternoon today listening to regular radio.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because maybe you haven't in a while. It is horrendous how bad it's become, and it's because of this shit.
Yeah. There's nothing fun and original on it.
No one, including our fellow broadcasters, pushed back when this shit was going down, starting about 10 years ago, by the way.
And now they're finding a way, by the way, to even go after your political guys.
Right.
Never on a political point, but every one of them, I don't care what side of the fence you're on, is going to say something that if you grab it, I guarantee you there's 500 things he said that could have been grabbed. This happens to be the one that clicked. So every one of you people out there with a political show you like, this is what's going to start to happen.
Right.
They're getting rid of people.
Right, man. And I was trying for the people that don't understand, you're all on Twitter, right? Just wait till they get to Twitter next, down the road. Wait, and you go, oh, that can't possibly happen. Really? We come from a place where you were allowed to say whatever the hell you want on the radio as long as you're stuck within the FCC guidelines.
Yeah,
that's sort of what Twitter is right now, right? You watch, and then maybe you'll finally understand what the fuck's going on in this country. It's unbelievable. I am so fucking fired up because people are just stupid to just throw their freedoms away.
They love
They're just
throwing freedoms
stupid.
away. I've never seen
and it's always
people
because they
this.
personally don't like something they heard or saw.
So
and it
they're
has
willing
nothing
to
to
just
do
throw
with
their
government
freedoms
guidelines.
Why don't the civil libertarians, why don't you just be a little unpredictable and defend a guy who you genuinely don't like?
No.
Really, why don't you just defend this guy's right to say something that, was shitty?
They'd sooner defend a rapist that they feel isn't getting the defense that he deserves in a courtroom, which, that's fine. That's what they're there for.
Fine.
But they'd sooner do that than defend Rush for what he said.
Why don't you guys stick up for him? Even if you hate his guts and you think he's a pig and his show stinks, fair enough. But why don't you guys, for once, stick up for somebody who you're doing what the conservatives do. You're doing the same thing that you always complain about. This is the type of thing that, say it was some crazy sexual discussion that had taken place, that would have been a witch hunt when Bush was in office. That's what all the fucking liberals complain about. And you're right. Mm-hmm. Jesus, don't do the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
And people get confused. I'm not a fan of Rush. I'm not a fan of Rush Limbaugh.
I've never listened to his show.
You don't have to be.
Never.
As a radio guy, I checked it out. It was never my thing, to be honest with you. I never understood why he got as big as he did. That's all.
I hate the way he talks. The ditto hands.
Right.
Shut up, fatso.
But I understand how you got to support this shit.
Yes.
And people ask me about Imus. I'm like, I'm very disappointed that Imus went after him instead of realizing that this is important. But he's his own person. Fuck.
Yeah, people are dumb. People love throwing their rights away too. They just love it because they can't see any deeper than, oh, I hate Rush. Oh, good. I hope he's off the air.
Right.
Really?
Right.
Yeah, really, dude. Because who do you listen to? If they slip up, what do you think? They're going to get a pass because you like what they say? No.
Another person that needs to be called out is this fucking blowhard Ed Schultz on MSNBC. I was watching him last night.
Douche.
He's a complete fucking dude.
Ed Schultz is a slut.
Wait, you mean MSNBC is not defending Rush?
Yeah.
That's really shocking.
I know.
No, I'm not surprised, obviously.
Oh,
I understand, Fox is probably going to mostly support Rush and MSNBC is not, right? But my problem with Ed Schultz is he's a fucking radio guy. That's why I fucking hate that twat.
What's he
because
saying?
he should understand this shit. He without coming out and completely saying it wants him gone. And Rush and Ed Schultz called Laura Ingraham a slut and had to apologize and all that and grovel, so he understands how this game is played. But then he did a whole thing on a show last night, like how what he did is different than what Rush did because of how he apologized. But his apology was just as fake and not sincere as Rush's was.
How is Rush's? Do we have his on-air apology?
We have explaining his apology on the air.
Okay.
I've never hit the table as much as I have today.
I'm out of my mind. It's infuriating.
And then people think I'm a Fox guy. I'm not a Fox guy.
What?
I'm probably moderate to slightly left, you idiots.
You're Foxy.
I am Foxy. But this Ed Schultz, I'm like, he does a radio show on Sirius XM, and you want a radio guy fired? You're a dope. You're a stupid fucking dope. They almost took your show. You barely survived. You had a grovel on MSNBC. They played part of it yesterday, a 9-minute apology to Laura Ingraham, because he knew damn well he was in deep fucking trouble.
And now he's bitching about Rush.
Yeah, but because he's trying to say it's different, because he was sincere.
It's always
and
different.
blah, blah, blah. It's pretty much the same thing.
None difference.
Yeah, you had a gun at your head. You said you were sorry, better than he did with a gun at his head, you fucking fraud.
Exactly.
And Ed, when you fucking dye your hair, you gotta wash your scalp good. It's all fucking. You look like an idiot yesterday.
Can I see Ed Schultz's picture?
He's got dark hair.
Ed Schultz.
And his fucking scalp is all dark because he dyed his own skin. Kept the dyeing too long, you idiot.
Ed Schultz.
Just another fucking. Everybody is so predictable on their opinion. Yeah. The left will say this, and the right will say this.
That's what drives me
Dumb
nuts.
Country.
Sometimes they got to get together. I understand you're on a side, but it can't always be like that. You got to kind of come together every once in a while. Obama completely disappointing in this whole thing.
Why is Obama, again...
Shut up. It has nothing to do with you.
Nothing to do with you. How about you worry about what's going on in fucking Iran and Israel instead of what's happening to this fucking stupid Sandra Fluke, who looks like Than, who used to work for us. Look at her face. She looks like Than. I've had enough of her and her Inspector Gadget face.
Well, he knows he can pick up...
teeny mouth.
He knows he can pick up a few of the women's votes out there.
He's already got the women's votes. Already got them.
Oh, maybe it wouldn't hurt to get a few more is probably what he's thinking. And to the women out there, I'm sorry. We support women issues on this show, but you got to wake up.
I love fucking without a bag. Good. Get on the birth control.
Absolutely.
Is this the Ed Schultz apology?
No, this is what he played yesterday.
Let me see. Yeah, start over. This will drive you nuts. And not surprising, but what puts it over the top for me is another radio guy.
Not going to wait for apologies from the left ever. And you shouldn't either. They won't come. Don't expect apologies. They're never going to apologize to you or to me or any of us. That's the difference between them and us.
Really? Rush Limbaugh is trying to defend himself by claiming liberals never apologize. As usual, he's flat out wrong. But there are a lot of right-wingers out there comparing Rush Limbaugh's ugly tirade for 9 hours against Sandra Fluke to an inappropriate statement I made for 12 seconds last year about Laura Ingraham.
9 hours?
First of all,
I don't think he went on for 9 hours.
It wasn't 9 hours, you fucking asshole. And what's the difference if it's 12 seconds or 9 hours, by the way?
Yeah.
I'll tell you the difference. I said it for 12 seconds, so it's okay.
Right, that's right.
He said it for 9 hours, so he's bad.
There's a time limit? That's cool. Okay. How long can I say bad,
That was my
thing?
setup, obviously. It's the same fucking thing, Ed Schultz, you dope.
Well, I only raped her vaginally.
Right.
He raped her anally and orally and vaginally.
And he went back for a second time.
Yes.
He's a rapist. Blah, blah, blah.
He took longer to come than I did during the rape.
Exactly. Go ahead. And this guy...
Right-wingers out there comparing Rush Limbaugh's ugly tirade for 9 hours against Sandra Fluke to an inappropriate statement I made for 12 seconds last year about Laura Ingraham.
Inappropriate statement.
Drawing a moral equivalence between me and Rush is not only inaccurate,
By
but
the way,
it diminishes
can you pause
the
this?
outrage.
I'm sorry. We're going to pause this a lot.
This hypocrite motherfucker.
He's a
because
cunt.
if this twat was being completely honest and fair, he should play what he said about Laura Ingraham there.
Yeah, there you go.
And let the fucking viewer decide how bad it was. You notice how he's not going to play the clip because it's going to make him look bad.
And did you hear how he presented what Rush said there? He goes, Rush's 9-hour tirade bashing and my, my little misstep.
9 hours, that's so not true.
No.
He did it for 3 days. So what, is Rush's show 3 hours? I don't even know. So is that what he's saying? It's 9 hours because of that?
It's not.
It's certainly not.
Just trying to somehow... It's like he knows he's a hypocrite, and he's trying to set up why he's not a hypocrite.
Yeah, he's trying to own it.
He's trying to make it about himself a little bit, too.
Cocksucker.
And this cunt, if you had him at a bar somewhere, would openly admit to you he wished he was Rush Limbaugh, as far as, his radio show went. Go ahead.
Just nature of Limbaugh's prolonged attack on Sandra Fluke. And Limbaugh has completely failed to offer an adequate apology. A statement on a Saturday afternoon, a much lower profile being used.
Pause. Sorry, but he's smart enough to know that it doesn't matter when Rush Limbaugh made his apology or made his statement that the whole fucking world was going to take it and go with it. So
doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter if he did it in the middle of the fucking night.
Time or place of an apology matters.
I've seen Rush's apology probably 20 times, and I wasn't even searching it out. It's everywhere.
This guy's got a lot of apology rules and a lot of things that make him different than Rush.
He's in the media. He's being dishonest. He knows how the media works now. If you throw a statement out there when everyone is focused on you, don't worry about it. Everyone is going
to get out there.
It's going to have it.
He's offered up a series of excuses. And his so-called apology only came after a bunch of his advertisers cut and run.
Pause that. That's when everybody apologizes when they're in trouble.
Of course.
Yeah.
When you're a kid and you knock the lamp over, you don't say you don't apologize unless your mother goes, "Who knocked that lamp over?"
Right.
Oh, I did. Sorry.
Right.
And did Ed just out of nowhere decide he was going to apologize
No.
when he said that?
Of course not.
Or were people saying, "Hey"?
Wait till you hear that.
Yeah.
Because see, we have the inside scoop. We know how
Yeah.
this shit works, and he's lying to his viewers. Wait till you hear that.
Piece of shit.
Wait till you hear that one.
Station list is going to get
Pause
short.
that again. Yeah, and Jimmy is absolutely right. No one in the end wants to apologize for anything.
No.
Especially in radio.
Yuck.
A much lower profile being used. He's offered up a series of excuses, and his so-called apology only came after a bunch of his advertisers cut and run. And now the station list is going to get short. When I made an inappropriate comment last year
His was just an
on
inappropriate
my radio
comment.
show, I took it to a much higher platform. I went to management here at MSNBC, and I said, I've made a mistake. I need to take myself off the air without pay.
Pause. Thank you.
Shut up.
Thank you, Ant. Thank you.
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you.
Management dragged you in.
Thank you. The reaction I knew you would have.
You fucking had a meeting with
What
management. How could we fucking quell this? All right, look, you should take some days off.
Right.
And, you know.
No one is that goody two-shoes on the radio, even the idiots that just play jazz songs. He knew he was in deep fucking trouble, and he went to he either went to management or management went to them. They certainly worked together and said, what can we do? We got to get, it's called getting ahead of the story.
Right.
We
Damage
all
control.
know. Damage control. We got to get ahead of this before it gets out of control. So what we're going to do is, how about you take responsibility and you take yourself off the air? Oh, that's great. That's great. Let's go with that.
He turned the mic off and went, man, I don't like what I just said. I'm going
I
to take
shouldn't get
myself off
paid.
the air.
I shouldn't get paid.
Do you know
fat
Do you know
cunt.
something?
Isn't he the worst?
What a douche.
Let me tell you something. I really don't like some of the stuff I said this morning. I'm taking myself off the air.
Oh, you
today.
know what, Ed?
Yeah.
I think I'm
Can
with
he get
you.
my truck? I'm taking myself off the air and going to bed.
I think I'm with you on that.
And getting paid, of course.
Yes, well, of course.
He won't get paid. But
You know how many times we fucked up and they told the media, we took Opie and Anthony off. There was a famous one in Boston where we didn't get fired for. I forgot exactly what it was. Bruce Mittman sat us down and goes, "Don't worry, we're paying you, but we need to calm everyone down. So go enjoy a few days off, play golf, do whatever you want. Don't worry, you'll still get paid." And then the story in the media was Opie and Anthony taken off the air and not going to be paid for the next week.
Yeah.
Happens all the fucking time.
Meanwhile, paid.
Paid, of course, every fucking cent. I got every fucking cent from every company I ever worked for.
Ed Schultz is an idiot.
Dude, this drove me nuts
Yeah, this
yesterday.
is
And more
infuriating.
because he's a radio guy. That's why it really kills me. Obviously, MSNBC is not going to support Rush, which pisses me off because I think everyone should just fucking jump in and support the guy.
They're so dishonest.
But on top of him working for MSNBC, knowing he's a radio guy drove me almost insane last night.
and them not supporting him, but it's the same as Imus not supporting, or him not supporting Imus. It's this piranha mentality that people get when one guy who's big is going down. Everybody just kind of gathers around and kicks at him and thinks that they're going one step up.
Right.
Like these dumb, anyone who's happy to see him get thrown off, who's a radio guy,
Right.
thinks that their slot is somehow going to go up a notch because he comes down. It's not an elevator.
Right.
It doesn't work that way. The he comes down. It doesn't mean that you shoot up, you dumb motherfuckers.
In this day and age, every radio guy is in deep fucking trouble of this happening to them.
Why are we the only ones defending these guys
It's
who I don't even
unbelievable.
listen to?
I know.
I didn't like his dumb fucking show. Sarah Palin, shut up! He annoys me. He annoys me. He's a biased fatso.
I guarantee if you spend a few hours, you could probably find quickly 100 things that are worse than what he said about this broad.
Yeah, that we've said so far and will continue to say. Here.
All right, here we go. Ed
While
Schultz.
Limbaugh apologized on a website, I apologized on MSNBC, a much bigger platform.
Pause.
Then Rush's
Pause.
website?
Oh, come on.
See how dishonest this guy is? No, I don't even remember seeing Ed Schultz's apology because guess what? In the scheme of things, it wasn't as big as the Rush Limbaugh thing. And Rush Limbaugh apologizing on a website which is now picked up by every media outlet in the fucking world. It's on every website, you dope.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you take Rush's apology and Ed's apology and see how many people actually heard and read it, Rush blows his away.
Jesus.
The guy's so dishonest.
He's dishonest. I would hope he's delusional, but I just think he's
delusional.
dishonest.
He's not delusional.
He's
dishonest. He knows this is how he's going to play it.
But does he really think that MSNBC is a giant platform? Have you looked at the ratings, Ed?
Yeah, I think
nobody's watching MSNBC.
It's a joke. Yeah,
it's a fucking horribly rated network. Nobody remembers your apology.
Well,
nobody.
I honestly think we have more listeners than he has viewers.
Yeah.
And that's not even saying much. Nobody watches that shitty network.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
You just assume, TV shows have more viewers in general than radio shows. But, I think this little fucking show has more people. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And where I made the... I'm sitting at home over the weekend, and I'm looking at Twitter.
He doesn't even believe what he's saying.
And this is how low it can get. People having fun in the social world. Well, you've got to drop Ed, too, because of what he said about Laura Ingraham. Really?
Yeah.
This is how
that's
I
how it
handled
should work, right?
my apology. On my radio show yesterday, I used vile and inappropriate language when talking about talk show host Laura Ingraham. I am deeply sorry, and I apologize. It was wrong, uncalled for, and I recognize the severity of what I said. I apologize to you, Laura, and ask for your forgiveness. It doesn't matter what the circumstances were. It doesn't matter that it was on radio and I was ad-libbing. None of that matters. None of that matters.
Pause right there.
It matters because you brought it up.
That's why you brought it up, fat boy. Of course it matters. It doesn't matter that I really didn't mean it, and technically it's not an FCC violation.
That's what he was saying right there.
Fucking twat.
It doesn't matter that I was ad-libbing. Hey, screw the fact that, people do this every day.
Right. He's sucking the man's asshole. He's sucking the man's asshole.
A cunt.
The man being fucking the greater fucking being of this media world.
And no one just does this.
Shit.
No one just does this. What happened that made him get on the airwaves and do this? If there was nobody saying anything like calling for an apology, he would never apologize out of the kindness of his heart.
He was scared. He heard the footsteps coming for him.
Yep.
Well, he put himself in bed without supper. Yeah. That's all it is. He put himself in bed without supper because he heard the footsteps.
And that's why he's been through it. That's why he should, step up and go. Obviously, MSNBC wouldn't allow it. He's not his own person on there.
No.
Obviously. He doesn't even know who the fuck he is.
What matters is what I said was terribly vile and not of the standards that I or any other person should adhere to. I stand before you tonight to take full responsibility for what I said and how I said it, and I am deeply sorry. And the only way that I can prove my sincerity in all of this is if I never use those words again.
I'll never do it again. That was a good one.
I'm glad you guys are enjoying
Oh, my God. And I will say to myself in the mirror, be nice to Laura Ingraham before I go to work. Fuck yourself, Ed.
What a fucking pussy. Oh, what a fucking pussy. That's disgusting.
You fucking shitbag.
And I vow to never use those words again.
Fucking, go ahead.
Tonight, you have my word that I won't.
What word? Slut?
Laura Ingraham,
Fake
I'm
groveling
sorry.
asshole.
Very sorry.
Are you?
And to this day, I haven't. That went on for 9 minutes. I just played you a short clip of it. This weekend, Laura Ingraham tweeted she was still waiting for President Obama's call because of a comment that I made a year ago.
Yeah.
Well, she got a call from me. She accepted my apology on Fox News, and we moved on. I did restitution. I was off the air for a week. Now she's using it as an attack on President Obama. Once again, the right wing is making a false comparison between myself and Rush Limbaugh.
It's the same thing.
It's the exact same thing.
What false comparison?
But this is a great example.
Didn't both use the word slut?
Yes.
This is how people think.
Yeah.
What I did is different than you.
Right.
What I did is forgivable, defendable, and acceptable. And what you did is not.
Because the way I handled it was brilliant. So
why? Because Rush didn't do the fake groveling apology? Rush's apology was kind of more real. He didn't want to do it, but you could hear it in his voice. This was practice. This guy practices apology. You can see.
Said that apology went off on 9 agonizing minutes.
He might have went to an acting coach even.
Yeah.
It's so obvious he practiced that shit and how he was going to do it on camera. Oh my God!
What a fraud!
Finish the clip up.
It's like this is a perfect example, and they do it on the right too. It's like nobody.
I know.
Admits. Yeah, that we shouldn't. I don't like what he said, and that's the end of it. Let him say it. She's got the right to say it.
Because I refresh my memory, but when Imus went down, right? I don't think Fox,
Oh, they supported Imus. I think.
Fox
I know Hannity did. Sure, Hannity's a free speech guy.
But he's different because Hannity is a guy that will support no matter what. That's what I've always liked about the guy. I don't agree with him politically, but he supports all these guys when they get in trouble. He gets it. He gets the big picture.
And Imus.
What about the rest of them, though?
I don't
remember.
I don't remember. But I think, again, there was also a racial element there, which Fox, let me tell you something, is no better than MSNBC when it comes to race. They are as groveling and as frightened of being accused of being racist as any other network. They're all the same with that one.
Fair enough.
Terrible.
Finish that Schultz clip.
Statement said he sincerely apologized to Sandra Fluck. A sincere apology is unequivocal and accepts complete responsibility for the offense. Mr. Limbaugh, we are still waiting for you to take personal responsibility for your actions. We are still waiting. But we all know you don't have the character to do it.
Oh, but you do?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
you're so full of character.
Exactly.
Yeah, really,
Fuck you.
What a douche. That's
I
everything.
knew you guys would love that clip.
And everyone will jump in and go, well, here's why Ed Schultz is different. He's the same thing. Mm-hmm. He did something scumbagish. He had to apologize. He was going to get in trouble. He was afraid. Rush does it, but here's why Rush should get in trouble and I shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
But it's so, unfortunately, it's so predictable.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yes, it is, Jim.
I hate the fact that he believes this. Well, this is different, and I'll tell you why. What he explained to me was the same situation.
Thank you.
We defend every radio show. Black guys that get in trouble, the Latin guys that got in trouble, the conservatives, all of them we stick up for. And I don't listen to almost any of their shows.
Yeah, and there's some shows, I like to see them get in trouble because I don't like them personally. But in the end, I support their right to say shit.
Yeah.
God, it's
you
fucking,
gotta.
You keep hoping that someday, because that one day will come where it all kind of lines up and you can have everyone in a room and make the argument and then everyone can see your point. It just doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't.
Political talk is really hot right now in regular radio. It's all about political talk and sports talk. And this will affect how a shitload of shows do their show.
Yeah.
Do people understand that?
No. They don't.
More guys getting in trouble. Now it's Rush. This guy said this on the radio. It's fucking the Jeremy Lin comment. There is so much thought policing going on, and none of these guys are violating what the FCC has put in place. None of them. So is that what the Free Market Society says? That all of a sudden, all of these guys are saying things that are so horrible, and the free market is walking away from?
And there's a website some lady started, I forgot exactly what it's called, but it's Get Rush Limbaugh Off the Air. And she was so excited to announce last night that there are over 100,000 signatures already to get him off the air. And I'm thinking to myself, I can't imagine you're in your car, you hear something you don't like, and you lose your fucking mind and have to start writing letters and calling advertisers and calling the radio station. I don't understand the mentality that goes behind that. I've been offended listening to radio before, but never took that step. Why would you take that step? Why?
Because they don't care about what he really said. He's wounded. This is their chance, and they're going after him. That's all it is. Oh. And they won't be honest enough to admit that. And MSNBC...
But I'm talking about the people that aren't have any political interest here.
They still hate him, too, though.
But you see it on Twitter. You can tell they're not, politically motivated. They're just dummies.
They just don't like him. People just don't like him sometimes because he's Rush. He's like the picture of the right wing.
Yeah, it has been for years.
So turn off the fucking station. I've done it a million fucking times.
MSNBC... The Ed Schultz, it's amazing to me how he figures out why his apology is better. And his network hired Sharpton. Mm-hmm. It's like the hypocrisy, you can't even... there will never come a day where you can, again, sit everybody in a room and that hypocrisy can just be talked out and everybody goes, oh, that's right. And I have to realize that because I get so frustrated, and that day will never come.
I can't even imagine what Sharpton said last night. I was busy. I was going to try to, search that out.
Yeah, I bet you he didn't defend
him. I can't even imagine.
They pal around and have little chit-chats at a table on MSNBC with a guy that said Greek homos and incited riots amongst the Jews and blacks.
Tell those Jews, what do you say? We'll get it on. Those white interlopers in Harlem.
Yeah.
Freddie's, which is, of course, I believe was the Freddie's Fashion Mart problem. And that fire that was set and that guy that died or those people that died. He's just done nothing but incite people to fucking misery.
And he wants to set the standards for everybody.
He's he's an absolute
that guy
fraud.
Wants. Right.
And they accept him.
Right.
They accept him. And I know you got to forgive and forget, but where's the forgiving and forgetting coming on this side? It doesn't happen.
Nope. Moving on. It pains me to play this next clip, but you got to do it, man. We're a pretty honest show. We try to be, at least.
And by the way, I'm sorry, Greg Weiser, sorry. Be back in an hour. Hopefully you're finished with the right-wing ass-kissing.
Is that what this is?
But really? Do you really believe that?
Just calling out.
I'm even telling you, I don't listen to Rush Limbaugh's show. I didn't like his show.
This is the exact same break we did when Imus got in trouble. And Imus certainly is not a right-winger. So this is what Imus said. Kind of disappointing. I think he's a little gun-shy. I think I don't know. We'll play the clip, I guess, and then we'll discuss it. This is what Imus said yesterday about Rush Limbaugh. Of course.
A little commercial.
The news this morning, 7 companies now pulling their advertising from the Rush Limbaugh radio program after his comments about that Georgetown law student who had been speaking out about whether birth control should be covered by insurance. Limbaugh did apologize over the weekend for...
No, he didn't. First of all, he was a fat, gutless, pill-popping loser. And to apologize, a lame apology on his website, in which he says he didn't mean to personally attack her, is gutless. I mean, a sustained, vile personal attack of this woman over 3 days. So if you want to apologize, you have to go sit down with her face to face and say, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it again. Anything short of that, he's a fat, gutless loser. And if I'm running a radio station, he's not on it. So
he had called this woman Sandra Fluke
until he does that.
Right, he called her a slut and called her a prostitute on his show last week.
Man, it was fourth grade stuff, round heels, and she has so much sex she can't walk. I mean, come on.
So 7 companies now dropping their advertising. The 7th was a flower company, Pro Flowers, that has announced it. So, as we know, heard on Limbaugh's show, heard on hundreds of radio stations all around the country, including our flagship station, WAB, in New York. Also,
it's too bad.
What's he talking about?
It's too bad. He understands this game.
Yeah. I don't know.
And anyone why are people obsessed with the politics of Rush during this? Like you're right wing ass, like why I'm not defending his politics or condemning them. I don't give a fuck about them.
Yeah.
Why is anybody bringing up his politics in the middle of what's happening right now? This has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I'll scream for another day about it. They still won't get it because that's what I've been trying to say. I'll say it again. I don't really necessarily like Rush or his show. What do you think went on when Imus there? It's the same thing that happened to you, Imus. You didn't want to apologize.
I know.
And then you sat down face to face with Reverend Al. That was embarrassing.
It was.
And by the way, and that's,
you had to suck up to his fat fucking ass.
And that's what ruined Imus, was that apology to Reverend Al, because he should have attacked him.
Right.
That fat motherfucker sat there and he brought his daughter in.
Right.
And again, love to see what's on her iPod.
Mm-hmm.
Love to see if there's fucking guys on there that have called women nappy-headed hoes and bitches. Come on, Imus, you didn't handle it well. Like that face-to-face apology sunk you.
Right. And you understand the game like we do, that Rush didn't even want to apologize for something he said on his program. He shouldn't have to.
And Imus shouldn't have
to. And of course. Of course. Well, everyone's talking about the apology. Is this new? Did we play this yesterday? The Rush Limbaugh explains his apology on the air?
No.
This is new?
I think it's new, right?
His apology was on Saturday, so this would have been on his show yesterday.
You can tell by...
Monday.
You could tell by Rush's body language that he's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, he's
slumped
out.
over a little bit. His voice has a slight quiver in it now.
Yep.
Oh, my God. We've been there.
But if
we've been there.
If they're smart, they'll stick with him because he's not going to lose his audience. The amount of people are not going to go away. If this Clear Channel is smart, they will stay with him. If they make the short-sighted move and get rid of him, it is a dumb fucking move.
Mm-hmm.
It's a dumb move.
I want to explain why I apologized to Sandra Fluke in the statement that was released on Saturday. I've read all the theories from all sides.
Let's see if he's honest.
And frankly, they are all wrong. I don't expect, and I know you don't either, morality, intellectual honesty from the left. They've demonstrated over and over a willingness to say or do anything to advance their agenda. It's what they do. It's what we fight against here every day. But this is the mistake I made. In fighting them on this issue last week, I became like them. Against my own instincts, against my own knowledge, against everything I know to be right and wrong, I descended to their level. When I
Can you
used
pause this real
those
quick,
two
please? No, he's annoying me. It's like, you know what?
Of course.
Stop.
He's making it.
He's making it fucking political. Shut up, Rush. You didn't handle it. He probably, look, from a tactical point of view, he misread the amount of shit that he was going to hear for this, and he did it. He kept going after her.
Right.
So I think that's why it's just, like, you keep this. Logan was good at that. When we got in trouble, and Logan was smart, and he's the one that kept saying, get ahead of the story with the homeless Charlie thing. And in a weird way, XM, as much as I hated them for yanking the show, that probably saved the show because, all right, here's what's happening. It's done. They're pulled for a month. And there was nowhere else for them to go because there was no new sound clips. There was no nothing. The apology was read, and that was it.
Right.
So we had our own thing, but
he knew how to take care of it. But
how to take care of it.
We're here to tell you that he didn't believe that we should be off the air or any of that shit. He just knew, okay, if we do this, we could save the show.
Remember how fun it was
this
going home
works.
at 9?
It was great. We loved it.
At 9 o'clock in the morning.
We didn't get punished.
No.
We still got paid to do less radio.
I was eating fruit salad watching Lost by 9:20 every morning. I was going to the box.
And we had to make believe, we're not getting paid for months. We got every fucking penny.
Every penny.
And Logan didn't believe that, that we needed to be punished.
But the way he's trying to say, I stooped to their level.
Yeah, he's making it political too.
He's just trying to do it in the Rush Limbaugh fashion. It's like, just, if you got to apologize, all right, you got to apologize, but don't be a fucking dick about it. Just go, look, I fucked up, in real terms.
No one is honest.
Don't say
anymore.
fucked up.
When I used those two words to describe Sandra Fluke, that was my error. I became like them. And I feel very badly about that. I've always tried to maintain a very high degree of integrity and independence
by being high
on this program.
You hear how dry his mouth is?
Yeah.
Nevertheless, those two words
I'm sorry I did
were
that.
inappropriate.
He won't even say the words.
No.
He won't even say the word. Slut! Prostitute! Slut! Prostitute! He is fucking nervous, dude, because he can't believe he's in this position.
Right.
He can't believe that this is happening to him.
He's pretty amazed, and that's why he kept going on for 3 days, because that's what he's done in the past.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm safe here.
He should be safe there.
This. Of course.
They were uncalled for. They distracted from the point that I was actually trying to make. And I again sincerely apologize to Ms. Fluke for using those two words to describe her. Fluke. I do not think she is either of those two words.
He won't say the words. His station manager, somebody got to him and said, look, or maybe probably the head of Clear Channel. He probably deals with the head of Clear Channel.
Well, he's got his own network, right? He's his own
The
boss.
Excellence
you're
in
right.
Broadcasting Network.
You're right.
He's got. I mean, his partner is pretty much Clear Channel, I would assume. So I'm sure he talked to some powerful people.
So he lost a couple. How many stations is he on though? He's on a fucking
1,000.
He's on a no.
He's way up there.
Yeah,
how many stations?
I'll double check, but last I heard he was over 550.
Oh my God.
Yeah, probably
500 stations. Holy shit.
That's crazy, man.
But you hear 2 stations dropped, you're like, wow, that's huge. Not really in the scheme of things. Frank wants in. Frank in New York.
Oh, Frank was better.
Frank, what's up, buddy? Frank.
Yeah.
Hi, Frank.
Go ahead, man.
All right. First and foremost, I don't understand why you guys have such an issue with people getting outraged and upset by these comments. You defend the folks' right to say it. So you defend Rush's right to say it. You don't agree with it, but you think it's okay for him to say what he wants to say. But then you get really upset when people get angry about it. So wouldn't you equally defend their right to get upset?
Yeah.
Yeah, that we.
Yeah,
we said that. You're absolutely have a right to be offended. I don't think you have the right to be offended and then try to take a show off the air because you don't like it.
That's the problem.
That's, I guess, what our point is.
And I really don't, honestly, Frank, I don't believe the offense. I just don't buy it because it's too arbitrary. Like, just like Ed Schultz, like, what I did is okay, what he did is not. It's if people were fairly consistent in their morality, I'd buy it, but they're not. So I just don't believe, because these same people were not nearly as outraged, I'm sure, when Bill Maher was calling Sarah Palin a cunt. I wasn't offended at what he said, and I'm not offended at what Rush said. I just don't buy it.
Yeah, but don't you think different people get offended by different things? So
Yes.
You're not going to get the same level of outrage for every single little thing.
Sure, but I don't, like Opie said, if they're offended, why want something removed just because you didn't like it?
And I get
that's the call to action, though. That's what if that's what you want to do when you get upset, then that's what you do when you get upset.
Okay, that. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like, that's just what you like. That's as good as just doing. If you don't do anything about it, well, I'm really pissed, and I don't think you should have the right to say it. So I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm just going to let them sit and keep doing what.
Yes, Frank. That's what freedom of speech is. That's what it is.
Great, but that's the same freedom that you have to afford to these people when they get upset. They want to say what they want to say, and they want to have action just like anyone else.
Why would they want action? This is what I don't get.
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? I'll tell you why.
Yes.
Hold on, Frank. As a citizen, I've been offended, and I dislike a lot of things that a lot of people say. A lot of them. And I don't want them removed from their jobs. So I hold other people to the same standards that I hold myself to.
But not everyone operates under the same standards that you do.
Okay,
All right, Frank,
then they don't want complete freedom of speech. Then let them just say that. They want freedom of speech that goes hand in hand with their ideological beliefs or their belief system.
Frank, let me ask you this: What do you like? Do you like our radio show? What's your number one radio show? Is it us or somebody else?
No, I listen to you guys every morning.
Okay, let's say someone didn't like what we said, and they get us kicked off the air. Are you gonna be mad?
Honestly, no.
All right.
I mean, look,
You answered it fairly.
Not to be a dick about it, right?
But you do understand a lot of people will be really fucking pissed off that if we get kicked off the air, right?
Yeah, of course. And no,
And you would be fine with that. That just amazes me.
No, hang on. I wouldn't be bummed. I wouldn't be pissed like I'm outraged and I'm going to start complaining. I'd be like, oh, it sucks. The show I listen to is up there, but oh well, life goes on.
But you think those people have the right to take the Opie and Anthony show off the air because they personally were offended?
Yes, because
that's
they
call
have the same right to do what they need to do.
See, that's
no, but Frank, okay. So how about somebody comes out? Sorry, so somebody comes out and says, "Hey, I'm all for gay marriage." That offends vilely a giant percent of the population is offended by that concept and that thought. So if you just come out and state that you're for that, you are offending a lot of people. So should you be yanked for that, or is it only things said to be funny?
It depends, Jim, because just like yesterday, you guys were playing the Kirk Cameron clip, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was asked the question, what's your opinion? If someone asks you what your opinion is and you offer it, well, you're just offering your opinion as based on what you were asked. But if I go around barking arbitrarily that I'm for gay marriage and someone gets pissed off at that, like I'm making that my platform, well, that's happened. That's happened.
Oh, you frighten me, dude. You frighten me because I'll tell you why. Because listen to all these asterisks you have, asterisks, hard to pluralize, as to when somebody can say what they want without penalty.
I'm not that guy. I'm not that
But
guy.
you really are, Frank,
You
and you
just
don't mean to
explained
be.
yourself as that guy.
Frank, you don't mean to be, but you are that guy.
Can you tell me how so? I don't understand.
I'll tell you.
How so?
You think, when Opie said you're okay with people taking something off just because people are offended, you said yes, because you think that is people doing what they have to do, a call to action. You think call to action means I hear something I don't like and I want that person removed? You're supposed to defend people's right to say things you don't like as long as they're not violating one of those, I guess, 3 freedom of speech things, time, place, and manner. You're supposed to defend people's right to do that whether you like it or what they're saying or not.
Aren't you equally supposed to defend their right to say they want that show off the air? And then if the management kowtows to those people and takes them off the air, well, then that's what they did.
The question I'm asking, Frank...
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, buddy. The question I'm asking is, why want them off the air?
Because, look, that's just what they're called. Look, that's what they want. That's what they want, right?
No, that's not a real answer. Why?
Hang on. Do I think that it's maybe an overreaction? Maybe. But if that's what they want to do, I can't get in their heads and decide, well that's why they want them off the air. Like what was said, they're putting a call, and you use
All right. You're saying the same thing over again. That part of your argument, I don't necessarily disagree, but the problem is there's no way for the audience of a really popular show to organize. So they're at a disadvantage whenever they get in trouble.
And when I said to Frank, this is why you scare me, because when I said to you, if you said you're for gay marriage, that offends a lot of people. A lot worse than, like what Rush said is people just jumping on. But when you say you're for gay marriage, that offends people to their guts, like really like religious conservatives.
Right.
And you said, instead, your answer should have been, when I said, should you be in trouble for that? Never. But you actually said, and you meant it, well, if you're asked your opinion, that's one thing. But if you make it, you found a reason why it would be okay.
Same reason yesterday.
Oh,
you were the one who, when they played it, you said, well, you can't argue with the guy. He was asked his opinion. He didn't offer it, but he was goaded into the answer.
Yeah, but he's also not being pulled off. He's not being pulled off the air. I was actually saying, why would people get mad at a guy for offering his opinion when asked? If he had a radio show, hold on, Frank.
Oh my God!
If he had a radio show, I wouldn't say why was he giving his opinion. I'd know he was, because it was his radio show and his job. This was something he was asked out of context with his job, and he answered it. There is a difference.
So of course, there's a difference between Rush calling a chick a slut and some dude going on a radio show and saying I'm for gay.
But he was being. Why is there a difference? When one is
difference, because one is fucking slander and the other one is
but one is not. First of all, things said in humor are not slander, because Elizabeth Taylor tried to sue Joan. Okay, you know the answer to this. Elizabeth Taylor tried to sue Joan Rivers because of all of those things that she used to say on the Tonight Show. She would blast her, and what happened was, because it said in humor, it's allowable. And he was not really saying that. He was making fun of what she said. She testified something before Congress. He had a reaction. Why don't you just admit you don't really like Rush Limbaugh?
I think what Kirk Cameron said is way more offensive.
It's gross.
It's and way more hurtful. But guess what? Kirk Cameron should be able to say whatever the hell he wants on CNN, and Rush should be able to say whatever the hell he wants on the radio show.
Although Neil Patrick Harris was a little miffed about what
did he say again?
He twittered... He goes, oh, that Kirk Cameron, he's wacky. Something like that, which was just kind of like, oh, boy, he's a gay basher.
I don't want Kirk Cameron removed from the airwaves because of what he said.
I want him removed because of his horrible religious movies he produces.
And I think what he said was sickening.
Exactly.
Like, we're defending Kirk Cameron, and I hate what he said, and I don't like him. I think he's a twat.
Exactly.
I think he's a jerk-off to feel that way about gay marriage.
You should be able to debate and have an open discussion about it, but you shouldn't want these guys completely removed.
I agree, and you should defend everyone's right to say, I'm a free speech guy, too.
No, you're not.
You're
not even close.
God,
you're not even close to a free speech guy, Frank. You got to realize that.
Frank,
you're not even close.
Go ahead. It's your show. Go ahead.
I know
it is, fuckhead.
Frank, I know you think you are, and look, I'm not saying you're a Nazi, but I'm listening to you talk, and like what you're saying is really like, this is how the country thinks. We're all free speech. What's that?
Isn't it how the country thinks, unfortunately? Isn't it?
In a way, here's what it is. It's my idea of free speech is important if it goes hand in hand with what I think, and if it doesn't, I will find a reason as to why it's okay to remove it. And I don't have that for myself. I hate what Kirk Cameron said, and I want him to suffer no penalty. That's what free speech is.
Yes, great. But equally, people are going to be pissed off about it, and they're going to do things to try to get those things removed because they didn't like it. I'm not saying I agree with that either, but I'm saying you have to equally support.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Okay. I have the right. They
support free speech. Don't support somebody's right to say what they want to say, but then don't support the backlash of people's right to say what they want.
People can say what they want, but they want him to be removed for saying it.
And the people with the loudest voices out there with this Rush thing don't even listen to his show. That's the problem. If Rush listeners had a huge issue with this, they would stop listening. The ratings would go down, and then the problem would take care of itself. But it has nothing to do with Rush Limbaugh listeners.
You're trying to make the connection that
in general,
from
by the way,
Rush saying what he said and us supporting him is exactly like people trying to get him thrown off the air, and we should support that. It doesn't work like that.
Okay, then don't support. Okay, so you don't want to support his right to say if you don't support the backlash.
Frank, you're not a free speech guy.
I could support people saying, hey, I'm offended by what Rush said. I disagree with it wholeheartedly. I'll support that, but I'm not going to support somebody trying to get him thrown off the fucking air and lose his job. That's a threat for your freedom of speech. That is a threat based on, I don't like what you're saying, so I'm going to take something from you. That is not freedom of speech.
And ultimately, you should be pissed off at the management that gives in to the minority that requests. Not the people who are looking at it. You want to be pissed off at them, that's fine too. But then you should be more pissed off at the management that gives in.
We hate when management gives in. We hate when sponsors and management give in. Yes, of course.
But I also hate the wormy public because what gets you in trouble changes. It's a changing ideology in that. Again, the gay marriage thing. Years ago, you could do racial humor. It wasn't a problem. Now you can't do it. Years ago, you could do this. Now you can't do it. And what's okay today won't be okay 6 months from now. So it just continues to change. And as special interest groups get more and more powerful, they go under the guise of being offended to have things they just disagree with removed. And for you to sit here and make all these arguments and think that you're a real free speech guy, you're representing a large piece of the country. But as far as I'm concerned, you mean well, and you're absolutely not a free speech guy.
Bravo.
All right, then I probably didn't. Bravo.
No, but bravo. Jimmy explained you perfectly. You have every right to say what you're saying on our show today, but don't say you're for freedom of speech because you're absolutely not.
You're not.
So admit that at least.
Why would I admit it if I don't believe it?
Well, I think you're sincere, Frank. I think you're being honest. I don't think you're being full of shit. And I think that you really believe that you are. But I'm just listening to you. I've had this discussion 500 times because it's what we do for a living. And it's one of those things where I pay attention to all of it because it affects us a great deal. It affects me in stand-up. It affects me. It's like you kind of, that's why we become obsessed with it.
I understand. I understand why you guys are obsessed. Believe me, I really do. And I don't agree with your assessment of me because I probably didn't explain myself.
Okay.
Ultimately, what it comes down to is I honestly don't give a fuck. You can say whatever you want to say. I don't give a shit personally. But if someone wants to get pissed off about it and they want to fucking picket and protest and get you thrown off or whatever medium you're on, I don't give a fuck about that either because ultimately I still got a fucking life that I got to deal with and bills I got to fucking pay, and it doesn't bother me to my core like it does everyone else.
Let me ask you a question. I'm sorry. What kind of work do you do?
I'm in IT.
Okay. I'm trying to think of something that would affect... because again, to people who don't use, you talk in your job, but for people who don't make their living with it, it's not as important. Because like you said, you got to go out and make your living. But I'm trying to think of something that would affect IT that most of the rest of us wouldn't give a shit about. And I know nothing about IT. God damn, I couldn't have another job.
Well, I think you go with another angle. What kind of entertainment does Frank enjoy? And you're fine with people just taking that away from you? Because
minstrel shows.
No. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
I don't think you're passionate enough about the Opie and Anthony show. So what else do you like entertainment-wise in your life that you really dig?
Child pornography.
Yeah, it's really vile stuff.
Scat.
Human sacrifice.
And how would you feel if that was taken away?
I'm not passionate enough about any entertainment that I'd be pissed off if it was taken away.
Okay.
But hang on. When I say I wouldn't be pissed off about it, I'm saying I don't give a fuck if it goes or not because it's just there at the time and it'll be gone eventually. And if it's gone, it's gone. I'm not going to have this like emotional tie to a show where if it's gone, I'm going to, throw up my arms and start protesting. Then fucking it's gone.
That's how a lot of people are. He's passive about his entertainment. He doesn't give a shit one way or the other. That's how a lot of people. That's how Howard's audience was. I mean, a lot of them went to satellite here. A lot didn't because that's how they see it. Like, it was great when it was on, but it's not. And people got to go home and take care of their kids. They don't give a shit.
Right.
That's what it is, Jim. That's exactly what it is. I just don't have that tie where I'm that passionate about it. If it fucking goes, it goes. Like, if you guys were off the air tomorrow because some protest group fucking did something and, they took you up there, oh, well, fucking show was really good, man.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I think people should be able to yell and scream about something they're offended by, but I don't understand getting it yanked off the air because they are personally offended. That's the point we're making today.
Free speech is tolerating things you don't like and not wanting them removed. Like, when you say, why don't I support those people? Of course they have the right to complain. I'm not questioning their right to complain. But when they want something removed, and when they target the advertisers and say, don't put your money here, I don't like what he said, so I won't buy your flowers, like, that's going way beyond not liking. That is wanting somebody removed for giving an opinion or making a joke that you find offensive. And in my whole life, I have never once had that desire. So it's one of the few things I really like about myself is that I don't want other people penalized for what I don't agree with.
And advertisers absolutely have the right to leave these radio shows. Of course. Of course.
And I agree with you. I'm not that guy either. I would never ask for a show to be pulled off of. I've never actually been offended by anything anyone has ever said in regards to entertainment. So I agree with you. But what I'm saying is if these protesters and these people want, like, that's what their call is and that's what they want to do, okay, then go ahead and try it. Try to get them off the air. And if management's going to give in to that like a bunch of fucking pussies, then that's on them.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that point.
Management ultimately are the ones who fire you, and they are the ones that are despicable at the end of it.
And that's what we don't understand in this whole thing, and that's why we yell and scream really loud about it, that fucking management, the companies in general, got to stick by their guys, and these advertisers got to show a little more bravery. They run away scared by a special interest group, a minority. Ann said it earlier. I agree with them. It's a minority of people getting to the advertisers, and then the advertisers get scared and remove their ads.
Look at South Park. It's a show that has raised a lot of controversy. There's been death threats because of their jokes about Islam, and Comedy Central has done the right thing and stuck with them. And look what's happened. Nothing.
Right.
It's been a whole bunch of bullshit, a bunch of complaining, a bunch of nonsense, and that's still an edgy show. It's still a funny show, and it's still seen as parody because dumb Americans that we are, only cartoons are where we see real. We allow South Park to do it because as an idiotic country that we are, we see cartoons as safe parody. We're dummy. We're dumb.
Of course.
Yeah. We're not bright people. We think we're a bright nation, but we're not. We accept it from cartoons.
Because South Park in the end probably says a lot worse than Rush said.
Oh my
right?
God!
And they fought tooth and nail, and at this point, they're untouchable. South Park.
Yeah.
They now laugh when someone tries to go after them. Like, really?
They don't care.
We've been down this road already. You're going to lose because we're supporting the show because it brings in huge fucking ratings.
Yeah, it's a bigger show.
All right, Frank.
All right,
Frank.
Good talk as usual, guys.
Frank.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough phone call. I don't really agree with him, but fair enough. That's how he thinks. Wow.
Wowie wah wah wah.
Mm-hmm.
People, it just amazes me. I mean, and you start second guessing yourself. Like, am I wrong here? What?
No.
And
I know what you mean. Where you see, like, you try to see it from someone else's point of view.
Their point of view.
But people who get offended, we've dealt with them enough. They are most times showboating. Most times there's another motive behind the offense. They want to use this moment to it's like when a group latches onto you. It's parasitic. You want to use the moment to launch into something else. That's all it is. You want to use this moment. It's like if you're mad at your chick for something, and all of a sudden dinner's cold, and you use it to fucking get her to finally give you the blowjob you wanted, but she wouldn't give you. Well, it's a terrible example, but that's what it is. Sandra Fluke would do it for money. That was my Rush impression.
Unbelievable.
But that's how people think. And nobody ever wants to admit. Like, nobody will ever say, like, yeah, you know what? I am for free speech, kind of, but not completely. There's always a justification. Always. And that's how everybody is. And it's like, that's why you can't win arguments or debates, because everybody feels
most people like that,
justified.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it's tough to defend something you're offended by.
Dude,
it really is. I get that part of it, but you got to do it.
Ed Schultz believes what he's saying. He really absolutely. He knows. I mean, he knows he's playing a game.
Phony, man.
But I do too. But he also knows. He thinks that what he did was different than what Imus did, because he handled the apology differently and he did this differently. Instead of just, Rush. Instead of just realizing, I said something fucked up, he said something fucked up. Yeah. I survived, he should survive.
Right. But no, he's got to make it, it's different.
Yeah.
This guy should be fired, obviously, because he did, okay, the same thing I did. But.
And by the way, if the president had called and gotten involved during your story, let's see how you would have handled it.
Yeah.
That's how this story got kept going, because Obama called this woman. Mm. What is Rush supposed to do? Grovel and apologize because Obama calls her?
Right.
Which I thought was inappropriate. Why would the president of the free world waste his time with this dog shit?
It's dog shit in the end.
It's dog shit.
As far as where he sits. You know, it's been said a lot. Disagree with what he says, but defend his right to say it. That's what it's about.
Always is.
But for some reason, people don't really understand that. What?
7:20?
Yeah.
I thought it was 6:06.
That went fast.
Yeah. I know.
Yep. What did Barbara Walters say? I see you have that up on the screen.
I'm sure it was.
Sandra Fluke was on The View, right?
Yeah, no.
She's now a big star.
Oh, she made the rounds. Yeah, she's loving
an
it.
argument that she was still private.
And wasn't she, by the way, involved in some big birth control movement, and that's why she joined? I mean, I don't know if that's true, but there's something to her that's more. Boy, fucking Breitbart's dead. Rush is in trouble. Although the right's taking a few hits.
Yeah, taking some hits. Damn.
I was wondering if Barbara supported Rush or not.
Did Rush support Imus?
Huh?
Did he?
Someone wrote that he did.
Oh, okay.
I really don't know, though. It's just one guy, so I'm not even sure. One guy said that when we were playing the Imus clip, he was surprised because he said, I believe Rush supported Imus.
He might be confusing him with Hannity. Because I don't remember Rush
I'm not really
supporting
sure,
him.
to be honest with you. Maybe we could look into that.
It's like, come on, Imus, what are you doing?
Yeah, that was kind of depressing, right? People ask, like, oh, now what are you going to say? Because look what Imus said. I'm like, look, I'm going to say the exact same
Here's
thing.
what we're gonna
I'm
say.
going to tell you that I'm disappointed in Imus.
Right.
He knows this game, too. And he's been around longer than us.
And she does not want him to apologize to her person to person. She won't even probably take his call. Because she's in a point now, when the president calls you, there's nowhere to go from there. You're not going to get a better phone call. So she would almost rather be on the side that is watching Rush swing. Because I guarantee if Obama didn't call her and a guy of Rush Limbaugh's power called her and said, I'm really sorry, and blah, 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 it would mean something. But after Obama calls you, no phone call you get means anything. She doesn't even want a call from him, she said.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even going to attack the broad. I don't know anything about her.
I don't care about her either way.
I just know what Rush said was within his rights of
she should
absolutely was.
She should suck more dick. That's what I say. You don't want babies? Don't make me porf. Suck more dick, fan. Suck more dick, Inspector Gadget.
Rush has over 600 stations.
Fan.
Every state. He's got every state. And in a lot of cases, more than one fucking station. Obviously, if it's 600. Yeah. Do the math, idiot. Holy fuck, did I just say that? I guess that would average over 10 per state.
Yeah.
12 per state. 12 per state to be.
This guy's on the radio so much he would live in a little transistor or something, right?
That doesn't even make sense, Chip.
I think what Rush said is so rude and so inappropriate.
But is it grody?
It's so grody. Ugh. You don't like Valley Jim?
Hate Valley Jim. I don't protect Valley Jim's right to say anything.
You don't enjoy
where freedom of speech ends for me.
You don't enjoy Valley Jim?
Valley Jim. Oh.
I think Chip should be taken off the air. We're being honest today.
I don't think that he should have said those things. I think they were so rude. And Sandra Fluke should really be upset. I know I would.
Ugh. Please fire him.
Why? I would want some granola and just not to say grody things.
Oh, my God. Grody things. What does does that even mean in this day and age?
It's just not rad to say that stuff.
Is it not rad to say that stuff? Oh, boy.
Gag me with a spoon.
Can we eat?
Yeah, we could eat, certainly. We'll get into something different next.
The Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
This is my last broadcast as the anchor man of the CBS Evening News. For me, it's a moment for which I long have planned, but which nevertheless comes with some sadness. For almost 2 decades, after all, we've been meeting like this in the evenings, and I'll miss that. But those who have made anything of this departure, I'm afraid, have made too much. Old anchormen, you see, don't fade away. They just keep coming back for more. And that's the way it is. Friday, March 6th, 1981. I'll be away on assignment, and Dan Rather will be sitting in here for the next few years. Good night.
And that's Walter Cronkite signing off.
That's the way it was.
How many years ago?
31 years ago, right?
He signed off 31 years ago?
Yeah, 1981. Rather took over.
Oh, my God.
And then Rather had a pretty good run. He didn't... Did he do his long...
Yeah, he did a lot of years.
What, Bush's... Something with the Bush thing brought him down in, like, what, 2005, maybe?
Who, Rather?
Yeah. It was 2006, okay. Oh,
Rather,
he did 24 years.
Rather went off in 2005. 24 years with Rather. Dang. That was when the news was just kind of... I think the news always had a slant, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah. It's always had
way more
bias.
now, obviously. But, but back then, you really felt like you were just watching the news. That was it.
Yeah.
And then you could kind of form your own opinion. I kind of like how it is today. It's flawed, obviously, but I don't mind that people are fucking giving their opinions alongside the news. I don't mind it. Especially now because you could just get pure news on the internet.
It does dilute the actual news.
True.
And
true.
They know now it's, we called it newsertainment, and it's all the sponsors, and, they got to have an agenda. They've got to make it flashy to sell things. So you're really not getting the news. The good thing is there's plenty of other places to go to get news.
And then people get confused and think Rush Limbaugh is a news program.
Yeah.
When it's more entertainment than news.
Mm-hmm.
Although he's very powerful.
Yeah.
Politically, obviously. But it's an entertainment show in the end.
Entertainment show.
In the end.
That's what it is. That's when people get confused, too. It's like, it's an entertainment show. The guy's not fucking a news guy. He's talking about the news. He's using that as, the outline for his entertainment show, and I think people get it confused and think, well, a newsman can't say that. Yeah, well, no, but he's not a newsman.
Right. You didn't want to go with Cosby today, huh, there, E-Rock?
Oh, boy. Nah, the other one I was going to do was going to be Rob Reiner. We have some All in the Family clips.
Rob Reiner, 65, all right. Wow. Cosby went off the air 20 years ago.
Wow.
20 years ago.
Went off the air.
Off the air 20 years ago.
I hate being older.
It's so fucked up.
What was the theme song for Cosby? I never watched it. Like, I was not a fan of the show.
E-Rock, you got that one?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, E-Rock. You know what you were supposed to play there?
The Ropers?
Exactly. I so thought I was going to hear wah, 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 wah.
Well, let's talk about this for a second.
It's terrible.
What kind of style of music is this?
Awful. Mixed with a little horrible.
But what is it called?
Horror awful?
Yeah. Awful.
Awful.
There's a few songs like this out.
This is like jazz, scat jazz. Scat, and it is scat.
You don't like this?
And Bill Cosby doing his dumb dance.
This is Bobby McFerrin doing it, too.
It is, right?
Bobby McFerrin's a slut.
Don't worry, be
call
happy.
everyone a slut until I get recognition.
I know.
What?
Shut up.
The Cosby Show 20 years ago.
Did you like the Cosby Show?
No, I mean, I recognize it. I guess it was funny, but I didn't really care.
I like that episode where he dropped the kids off at the pool. Do you ever see that one? It's hilarious.
Fucking Anthony.
Is that it?
I like that daughter of his.
Which one?
Rudy.
Rudy.
Oh.
Yeah, well.
Fucking Lisa Bonet. I used to have a thing for Lisa Bonet. What about Lisa Bonet? And I know you don't go black.
No, she was
pretty hot, right?
Light,
Remember?
lightish, not crazy features. Big full lips.
Remember that movie she was in where she was all sweaty and naked?
Yeah. That
I don't even
one was,
remember if the movie was good, but she was ridiculously hot. Can someone help me? What was the name of that movie?
Angel Heart.
Angel Heart, right.
Angel Heart.
Yeah, rent Angel Heart if you want to see Lisa Bonet all sweaty and naked.
Right. Keisha Knight.
Yay! I like Rudy.
Keisha. Boy, did that spur a billion fucking Keishas. That was the beginning of the name Keisha.
And all the
Keisha.
And all the other ones that are close to the name Keisha.
Yeah?
Yeah. Letitia, Keisha.
Carsey Warner. It's all black people that couldn't dance. That was very funny, the opening Cosby.
Man.
You think she was the first Keisha?
Well, she really put that name in the forefront. You know?
Yeah.
Everyone wanted a little Rudy. They named it Rudy. Rudy.
Do you have the Fat Albert theme? That was a fucking good one.
Oh, God. Here. There it is. Yeah. I love this. I'm growing to really like this theme song.
What's that supposed to be? Some kind of sick joke?
Yes.
We're missing a sound clip. It's just not the same.
So, is it this right?
Yes, it is.
Every time that one
red-haired
makes me
douche
laugh.
guy.
Fucking Tool makes me laugh every time.
So,
his cunty mother shows up.
Oh, yeah. Overbearing mother. Sexuality is in question.
Oh, boy. No, it's not. We all... Oh,
so...
Isn't this great? He's pointing to a fucking tied-up man.
You got Lisa Bonet and Angel Heart all naked and shit.
I am.
We got Stink Throttle says, man, Angel Heart was a great movie.
Yeah.
Look. Come on, baby.
Some sweaty Nolan sex going on here.
Yeah, it's just...
Some Cajun sex. All sweaty.
Oh, shit. Look at Lisa Bonet.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. You wouldn't do that, Ant?
I never said that.
All right.
I'd be all over that shit.
All right. Look at this fucking scene.
Mickey Rourke difficult to work with.
Oh, boy.
Nibbling on her own fingers. She's in heat.
Yeah, she's bent over backwards. That's great.
Nothing wrong with that bent over backwards shit, huh?
No, that's good.
But sex like that does nothing for me. Like the TV sex just doesn't do it.
This is more than TV sex.
Yeah,
It's not so much TV sex as it is see her naked.
Oh, shit. Then the blood
Now
has
it gets
to ruin
all
everything.
creepy.
Why is there blood on him?
Because it's a weird movie.
Oh, is that Louis Cypher? Oh, God, I hate when he shows up with his big nails. Scratching everything.
What?
There's been instances where my beds look like that.
Oh, there's a devil boy coming.
Oh.
It's blood dripping from the
I
ceiling.
didn't know when she went to the bathroom she was pulling out the old tampon.
Where's Louis Cypher?
This movie, do you remember this movie? It is
That's
fucking
The
weird,
Shining.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like very, a lot of voodoo-y stuff, a lot of,
Ritualistic.
yeah,
De Niro
yeah.
was good in this.
Huh?
De Niro was good in this.
Oh, was he in this?
Blood everywhere.
I don't know. I don't remember this movie at all. I
He
just
played
remember her
Louis
name.
Cypher.
Yeah. What?
Right?
Did he?
Are you
I don't
talking
remember
about?
this movie.
Are you talking about Devil's Advocate?
No. That was Pacino.
I don't
Wait,
remember
De Niro's in this movie?
Yeah.
Holy fuck!
Can you click on Louis Cypher? He played Louis Cypher. He had the long fingernails and stuff, and he'd show up and do the bunch of scratching.
Oh, that's very scary.
Like a big scratching post or something.
big scratching.
Good call by Jimmy. I don't remember him in this movie.
Was there a video?
Yeah, now I
He was the
remember.
devil.
Okay,
Yeah,
now
I haven't
see a
seen the
picture.
movie in a while.
It's not on Mr. Skin, you queer. Go somewhere else. I want to see Louis Cypher being devilish.
Devilish.
I want to see him behaving devilishly, coughing everybody up all over town.
Devil may care.
Yeah, devil may care, but I sure don't give a heck.
Kind of like Michael Myers there a little bit.
That was really gross. That scene.
No. Please.
Oh my God, there was so much blood. Oh.
Here's De Niro from Angel.
He's got devil beard.
Yeah.
Oh, with the eggs. That's right.
Found himself a perfect disappearing act.
Seems so.
A little bit.
Well, you know what they say about slugs.
No, what do they say about slugs?
They always leave slime in their tracks.
Eating hard-boiled eggs.
You'll find them.
No, I won't find them.
Jesus.
Because I left out one little detail. This Dr. Fowler guy ended up dead.
Mickey Rourke is two different people.
Isn't that weird?
He's Mickey Rourke then, Mickey Rourke now.
Did you kill him?
No, I didn't kill him. But the cops might think I did. Hey, look,
His nails are great, Miss De Niro's nails.
Yeah, his big long nails.
Now I'm a murder suspect.
They look like devil nails.
Yeah.
They are devil nails.
I know that, but you didn't know that. Louis Cypher.
His breakfast style. Enough with the V8 commercials.
What?
With Jackie Chan.
Oh, yeah.
God, how long has he been here? His breakfast style.
But a white guy does that. What happens?
Please.
What happens?
It's big laughs.
It's big laughs, absolutely. Every time. Yeah, you got to think Jackie Chan doesn't talk like this anymore.
God, right?
There's no way.
It's supposed to be endearing.
Feel the power, my young friend.
That's not the veggie style one.
No.
Oh, Sam.
You
you should know from watching TV
Exactly.
which ones it is.
Are you dumb wrestling shows?
Yeah.
Cranberry juice? Wake up!
That's good morning, veggie style.
That's your morning veggie style.
Yeah.
What are you saying? God, I can't stand that.
I don't know what he's saying.
One more thing about nudes.
Nudes.
Did you see the chick from Mad Men? Her boobies are all over the internet. Christina Hendricks.
I don't know who
this?
she is.
Is that the phone hacking that went on or something?
I guess.
Madman?
Because now they're saying Olivia Munn is nude as well.
Yeah, I saw those pictures too.
But Christina Hendricks has big boobies, and there's one
well.
shot where she's nude.
Well, what have we got here?
Look at it.
Oh, hell.
Remove those stars so we
me
can
see
see
those
the
tits.
nipples, please.
Hey, Sam, could you do
doesn't know
me
how
a
to do
favor?
that.
Could you click on those fucking tits?
It really is a bad word, isn't it?
Womp,
There's no easy way to say tits.
Well, you know what it is?
There's just no easy.
Apparently her phone was hacked.
Yeah.
And somebody went on the internet and just posted a whole bunch of photos of her fucking tits.
Oh, yeah, look at those.
Those are nice.
Nice, right?
Big pink areolas.
Those.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Well.
You watch the Mad Men, don't you?
Yeah.
It's coming back in a couple weeks, right?
Yeah, I just like the nostalgic, smoking, whacking the old secretary on the ass as she walks by.
Old school shit.
Yeah, it reminds me of a better, simpler time. You know.
I think you should be able to harass your secretary. I really do.
That's what they're there for.
It's not my problem. You didn't want much for yourself.
And growing up, you just always had that impression that the secretary was sitting on the boss's lap, taking a little dictation.
Of course.
Yeah.
If you were hot, you got a job as a secretary every time.
Yeah. Come on in here.
Oh,
Gloria, bring the legal pad. Well, why don't you take a seat? Make us a drink. First thing she'd have to do is make a drink because he's got a bar set up in his fucking office. When did that stop?
I'm trying to.
When did the board of directors decide the boss can't have a bar in his fucking office?
I think when we first started radio, they still had it.
Yeah?
Yeah. I guess that's not allowed anymore.
Make you a cordial? What do you need? Make mine a double. And the secretary would mix it and sit down, clink, clink. You drink a little whiskey.
Then she would have to bend over and pick up a pencil every single time. She dropped a lot of pencils.
Why don't you sit on my lap here so I could, so you don't miss anything. Okay, Mr. Cumia. Yeah.
Do you know the twist?
I'll just suck my dick so you can get off to a good start.
Do you know the twist in Angel Heart, by the way?
I know
it. She's dead the whole movie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly.
Thought so.
Yep.
Who's dead the whole movie?
Lisa Bonet.
No, Lisa Bonet or...
Oh, Lisa Bonet's dead the whole movie. Yeah.
You sure? I thought he was dead the whole movie.
Oh, well, no. Is that true?
Yeah.
It's the daughter?
Me and Ann are fucking with you.
It's Mickey Rourke, right?
There's a daughter, daddy thing.
Oh, my God. She's Mickey Rourke's daughter.
Yeah.
And Mickey Rourke fucked the shit out of her like that.
Yeah. He found out after the fact.
I don't
he was
remember.
really bothered by that. That was the twist.
Wow, that is a twist, all
How did
right.
he die? It's been so many years since I've seen Angel Heart.
How did he die?
Yes. Where Louis Cypher came in and said, I have some eggs. The devil would like some eggs. That's how I would do it. I'm having how devilish of me.
What a great intervention was on last night.
Yeah?
Oh, my God. 20-year-old girl. Let's see. As she was growing up, her father left. So there's the daddy issue, right? Then the mother just totally goes into a state of depression, giving this girl no attention whatsoever. So now she's attention-starved with daddy issues. Then she misses her dad. She wants to get to know her father. She goes down to North Carolina or something where the father lives to meet him.
Reconnect or whatever.
Reconnect.
Yeah.
She comes back completely fucked up, won't talk about what happened. It was something horrible.
How old was she?
She was 10.
Oh, boy.
So now the father that abandoned her obviously molested her. So she comes back and just loses her mind doing drugs and shit. So there she is, 20 years old, doing heroin with some piece of shit boyfriend they always have. And then she goes, well, I'm getting ready for work. And she puts on a little dress. She gets on the phone. Oh, yeah, it's a client. And she's fucking hooking.
Where does she live?
It was everything that makes intervention great.
You were a little turned on by that.
I was so fucking plump watching this. It was perfect.
There's something about that that's kind of hot.
She was skanky, hot, fucking...
Did she look good?
Yeah, where is she?
The Huron.
Pop her up on the what, a commercial.
Did the Huron take its toll on her?
Well, yeah, but, not in a way that was too crazy.
Right.
Not too crazy.
She still had a good year or two left in her before.
She actually looked a little like that girl I had to take to the pediatrician.
Jesus.
If you recall. She kind of did look like her. Intervention. Very, very serious music. Dun, 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 dun. Was that a no? I'm looking for Courtney. Looking for fucking Courtney, Sam. Sam, I'm looking for Courtney. The fuck is wrong with you?
She's trying to find Courtney, Sam. There's a very young girl. Her name is Courtney. She was molested by her father. She's making a living selling her body on the street, Sam.
That's so perfect. He gets all upset.
Yeah.
Talks fast.
Turn the music off, please. Turn the music off. We're looking for a young girl. She was molested. She told her father he loved her. She loved him, and he went.
What happened, Sam? I saw it.
Is this it?
That was her. Well, her sister also, another feature.
Where do they
her
live?
Her older sister is marrying another woman.
Where does she
wanted
live?
her to be, I guess, Florida, maybe.
Where is this for?
Somewhere around there. That was great. The mother was driving the daughter around, trying to talk to her, and the daughter goes, "Oh, could you stop here? I got to pick up money from a friend."
Oh,
so
God.
she gets out and she gets on the phone with a client. The mother drove her to go suck dick for money.
Oh my God!
It's fantastic.
Is the car moving now?
Yes, yes. They're dragging the sister's fiance.
Oh, God.
It's the best intervention I've seen.
What did she think the camera crew was for?
For a documentary on addiction.
They still buy into that?
Some of them do. And then...
she's cute. You know how mad I'd be if she was coming to see me, and then they intervened like before my dick was taken care of?
As she's ringing your door, right?
I'd be like, what the fudge?
Yeah, she wound up not opting for the help. She went later on for like 4 days and then left treatment and went back to heroin.
That's too bad.
She loves the heroin. She said she loves it more than sex. She loves it more than anything, herself, her own body. Let's see, where is she? Come on. Right? It's Miami, Florida. That's it. Good old Miami.
My name's Courtney.
See?
Damn, she's hot.
I am 20 years old.
Yes, you are.
I live in Miami, Florida. My whole family lives here. My name is Kim.
Heroin addict, and she hooks for the money. Fantastic episode.
No disease risk either in that.
Oh, boy, she's already got fucking, what they say she had, hep. She got hep C.
I wouldn't consider anyone else
Better than
to
Coke.
be my maid of honor.
Yeah.
She is really the most important person in my life. What do you think? This one's kind of cute. You like the yellow one? I
Like
love
the
my
yellow one,
sister.
she's talking about her liver.
Oh, Pretty woman. We have shared so much together.
You're one of a
and
kind,
I
sir.
don't have that connection with anyone else.
I was gonna say that. Her feet.
Oh, Chip. See, isn't she? She looks like the girl next door kind of thing, right?
Absolutely.
She looks all nice and
Be inseparable, but now it's
she's
just
got a
hard
nice
for me
body
to
on her.
keep
That heroin
a peaceful
chic.
place, a happy place when I'm around Courtney.
Uh-oh.
Because I can see the vacancy in her eyes.
Now she's like, oh, there they show her all stoned.
Oh boy, that's how I'd like to see her.
I'm a heroin addict.
Nice lips.
When
Yeah.
I wake up in the morning, the first thing I think about is heroin. I will get my spoon.
She's really bad at it,
I'll get
too.
the bag.
She can't shoot up right.
I'll
She's
drop
really
the
bad at it, so
water.
she just got scars and
Mix it around,
bumps.
squirt
And
it up. Heroin's the best. Oh, the best.
heroin's the best.
She started at 16?
Yeah.
Jesus.
6 times a day. She's fucking shooting up.
I tell people heroin's my boyfriend.
Yeah.
She should call it horse.
If I have heroin, I don't need to have sex. I don't need a guy. I don't need anything. It's better than any feeling ever. It's better than an orgasm.
Her fingernails are terrible.
Yeah, she got heroin fingernails. They're all chewed up. Oh, could it lead to death? Who knew?
I
And
knew
here,
that.
here she's all fucked up. And there's always a
I didn't
piece of
make it.
shit
I didn't
boyfriend.
shoot myself, ever. I've been a junkie for 4 years.
You don't show his
but
face?
I just
Yeah, they
started
do.
shooting myself up like 8 months, 9 months ago.
Even now, Courtney does not know how to put it in her arm.
This might take a while. Hey, when like you're using certain spots and then it stops.
She doesn't know how to
Hate
do
that.
it, and she doesn't have any veins anyway anymore.
Her arms are awful. Bumps and blood clots and holes and blood and dried blood.
Oh, it's
Like
great.
the scariest thing for
So
me to see.
sexy.
Oh.
She's
hard to-
bleeding. Ow, ow. They're showing her shooting up, and she's just horrible at it.
She stinks at heroin use.
She's terrible.
Because of the needles, she got hepatitis C before she was 18 years old.
Nice. That's a sexy disease, right? Chronic disease. Internal
Liver
bleeding.
failure, death.
Her skin doesn't look well.
Nope.
Everything hurts her. You can't even hug her. It hurts her.
I have taken Courtney to the hospital.
Must be a horrible
so
hooker to have over.
many
I know, right? Ow, ow, ow.
Ouch, ouch, ouch,
All
ouch.
right, we'll cut it off after this part, but she's at the doctor.
Yeah.
And she's got infections on her foot.
And abscesses? Ew, let me see your
Yeah.
feet. Where's them tootsies?
Lost your little toe.
It's terrible.
It's really bad.
Ew.
Well, it's the most pain I've ever been in my entire life.
Look, Sam,
I could've
they're
lost
pulling
my
the scab
foot.
off.
Like if I had waited
Oh,
a
God.
couple more days, I would have lost it.
I hate to have a foot fetish and
I
her
think
come
the
over.
most dangerous part of her addiction
Suck on her
is the
foot.
whole
You just get a mouthful of pus.
See a whole heroin tootsies.
Yeah.
She's just such a little girl. And her life is surrounded
Well, she just
by
goes on to,
dealer.
suck
Hawkins
dick
style.
for, yeah.
Jesus.
And then they have the intervention. She just walks right the fuck out of it. Doesn't want any part of it.
So what was the update?
That she went to treatment for 11 days, maybe, I think it was.
So
and
she's
then
out there.
checked herself out, went back to heroin, and hasn't had any contact with her sister or her mother.
So
Or
now she's a
her
star in Miami.
Yeah, she's like, hey, I saw you on intervention. And she's like, oh, yeah, I was on there. And he
That's
goes,
sad,
yeah,
though.
I saw that shit.
It is sad.
'Cause it
She
really
wanted
ruined you.
nothing. She wanted nothing to do with life.
She's young though, man. She's 20. it's hard when you're shooting dope for 4 years. I'm saying that's a long time, but it's not a long time. It's not like a...
Well, you know what the sorry part is? She's going to be one ragged-ass motherfucker when she finally quits. Yeah. You know, that 20-year-old thing goes away real fast with heroin.
Yeah.
All right, we'll break.
That was a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to have to check that one out. We got the Edge coming in today.
What?
Is he still wrestling?
I know him.
Edge is not wrestling. He retired last year.
Oh, really? So why is he coming in then?
Well, he's going to be in a movie, and he's entering the Hall of Fame this year.
Where's Christian?
Fair enough.
Christian is still wrestling.
Where?
WWE.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Weren't they partners or something?
They were, but then Edge, after a few injuries, has this condition. It says it somewhere on the sheet, but he risks, the doctor said he couldn't wrestle anymore without risking permanent neck-down paralysis.
So
he decided it was a good time to throw that towel in.
But why wouldn't he wrestle and just everyone understands leave his neck alone?
Well, because sometimes...
Because it's fake, so can't they work around that if he's a big star?
Well, you could ask Edge.
I'm going to ask him that.
I don't like the fact that, by the way, the prep sheets usually have two awful things, but of course it's a wrestler, so Sam has every detail.
Right.
He drove a Blue Nova in high school.
Yes, Sam.
I got a
He's in
question.
love.
I got a question for Sam that I want answered after the break. Have we gone 100 days without a wrestler dying?
Oh.
Sam will answer that next.
Sirius XM, the Opie and Anthony Show.
I always wonder what's going on a radio show when the music is playing for a while. And then I don't have to with this show because, I'm there.
Same thing that's going on when the music's not playing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
It is odd, though, because you ever listen to a radio show and the music's going on for a little bit? You never do? And you just don't know what's going on. You're like, why is the music going on so long? What must be happening in that wacky machine that they work in?
And it's some kind of, and you tell them this.
Yeah, you're always thinking it's some kind of drama. I mean, well,
there absolutely is.
Somebody talking to the equivalent of dumb Roland.
Yeah, true. Stupid Roland.
Doppelganger Roland at some other station. Yeah, so don't sweat it, people. Nothing was happening.
When a lot of people were asking why we didn't take Jonah Hill yesterday, because we're finally putting our foot down. We like Jonah Hill. I'm a fan of Jonah Hill, but the fact is he kind of blew us off, or his people blew us off when Moneyball was out. And we have to put our foot down, and hopefully the word gets out to the publicist. You just can't do that. You can't pick and choose.
Got to call some people.
Yeah. It wouldn't have killed Jonah to do 10 minutes with us when Moneyball came out, just at the very least to say hi. And now you got, he's back with a movie like 21 Jump Street, which obviously needs way more help than a Moneyball. So hence then he comes back to us, and we can't play that game anymore, no matter who it is.
We're the shitty movie show.
Yeah.
We're the shitty movie show.
And we finally have had it.
Yeah.
If it's okay for you to come in for every movie leading up to Moneyball, and then all of a sudden it has a little Oscar buzz and whatnot, and you can't blow us off. You just can't do that.
Yeah.
He said he didn't know, but he did know because people were asking him on Twitter. You were asking him on Twitter.
I respect that he got back to me and said, look, I really didn't know whether that's true or not. At least he realized it was pretty serious to us and got back to us. But
after the show.
Yeah.
He wanted to, here's the thing, and I understand. He wanted to do Howard. Go ahead, do Howard. We don't care. We're not like that as a show. But when you want to do that and you still won't come in after, and your publicist goes, nope, this time it's a no. We got the no for weeks before. That was one. We got to do that. So you know what? I was dead set against him coming back in, and I really do like the guy. I think he's funny, and I liked him as a person.
Yep.
But as a show, you get a little tired of like being reasonable and still getting shit on.
Right.
Like, we're not a territorial radio show. We don't give a fuck. Like, Amy, we were talking to the break. Amy Schumer is a good friend. She's been doing this show for a while. She wanted to do Howard, and she called. She's like, as a friend.
No!
I said, you fucking bitch. No, she's like, there's not an issue if I do Stern. And I'm like, no, the show doesn't care. Have fun. And what does she do the next time? She comes right back here the next. Like, that's what a fucking friend of the show does.
And there's other females that, for some reason, they're scared of how Howard will handle them doing other radio shows. It's so weird to me. Lisa Lampanelli comes to mind. We know Lisa Lampanelli. We go way back with the broad.
Yeah,
for some reason, she has to show this weird loyalty to Howard Stern.
Ah, slut. Just calling everyone slut. I want to make the news.
It makes her a pussy in my eyes.
Oh.
I don't know why some people won't
She told me on the street, yeah, I would love to do your show. I ran into her once.
Mm-hmm.
And then she has to, like, show this weird loyalty to Howard. He don't give a fuck about you in the end. You should really wake up to that before it's too late.
I don't know why some people won't do it. I don't even care. You know, it's only people who have been here before and then have an issue with coming back. It's like, nah. Like Russell Brand. Like, he's another guy. I liked him when he was in studio. I thought he was a fun guest.
Right.
I thought he was open.
He was a great guest.
And I enjoyed him a lot.
Yeah.
But if you're going to come back and just do Stern and then completely blow us off, fair enough, but I never want to have him on again.
Yeah,
but it's not even a fuck you.
Yeah,
it really isn't.
He's done with this show.
I accept that.
Because eventually he will request to come back, eventually. But we had Russell Brand on when no one in America knew who the fuck this guy was.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, no one.
They were bus marketing for getting Sarah Marshall, and we had him and And you know what? Jason Segel still comes back.
Yeah, man.
He's a cool guy.
He's becoming bigger and bigger. He comes back every fucking time.
Yeah.
So I was happy to say absolutely no to him and to anyone that does that.
I would have had him on just to try to discuss how he felt. But I'm completely fine that he wasn't on yesterday.
Yeah, because it would have been, the first thing we're doing is we're going to do this first.
Right.
You know what? Knock yourself out. Enjoy.
Right.
But you get tired of your
and
show.
said it. What'd you say? I love that.
We're the shit movie show.
We're the shit movie show.
Shit movie show.
If you got a shit movie to promote, you certainly will.
Right.
We'll do our show. But if it's one that is getting a little buzz and getting really good reviews, you don't necessarily need to do Opie and Anthony. Not true for everyone, by the way, but...
No.
And a lot of this is...
but a lot of people it is absolutely true with.
And I'll tell you what could change that, and it sounds to be bitching, but if this studio is a little bit bigger, and we had cameras in here, and things that made it look like it's more of an event, people and publicists would look at this as a different radio show.
I'm sure true. Baldy will get right on that.
It's very busy. I don't think he'll be able to get right on that.
I don't understand why you don't think I'm capable of doing the job for you guys. I don't. You saw Weeze's studio.
He does these impersonations. I swear, you think it was the real people.
Thank you.
Yes, Weeze's studio is huge.
We just, me and Jimmy went up to Rochester. Jimmy had shows, by the way. We didn't even talk about it yesterday, but the shows were amazing. Jimmy,
it was a great trip.
And the fucking fans up there are rabid.
Hardcore.
They really love this show. And we went in and did some radio with Weeze.
Yeah.
And we're looking at this fucking beautiful studio, right? And I go, God, Weeze, I love your studio. He goes, I modeled it after what you guys had in New York.
Great.
Which made me even more depressed because I'm like, oh, that's right. We were the prototype for Weeze's studio.
And then we got thrown out.
And thrown into this shitty fucking studio that they don't understand why it bothers us so.
They know. They just don't give a shit.
It's all right, though, because they're going to get Opie and Anthony show channel stickers for the windows.
Yeah,
you hear about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're putting them there, eye level. So, look, who's coming down the hallway? It's old chemo head.
So wait, they are getting Opie and Anthony stickers?
Yeah, to go around the perimeter.
So, if we take pictures or video,
cool.
People know
it'll
that.
Be up there.
How about they stop committing to this room? How about they stop committing? How about, you know what we're doing?
Great idea.
We're having something installed. How about you don't drill into the cement? How about we work on a bigger room?
Moving somewhere else,
and
right.
I told these guys that the easy solution is to just blow out this wall, man.
Yeah.
This is the smallest studio we've had since I've been with you guys.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're going backwards.
Yeah.
Backwards. We've been going backwards for about 5 years now.
It's fucking...
Maybe 4.
I don't want to
4
bitch,
years
but
we've been going backwards.
It goes to that does tie in with the guest thing.
Sure. It just looks like a shitty radio show.
It just looks like one of fucking 50.
Yeah, we're just another one.
Right.
And it's not one of 50. And I tell you what, like, sometimes I doubt that. I'm like, you know what? Maybe just nobody listens. And then I do a gig like Rochester, and I see how hardcore the fans are.
Right.
And most radio shows don't get that. I mean, they really don't. They're hardcore fans. They love Stupid Chip and all the nonsense that we do. They listen. They're not just old fans from terrestrial.
Right.
They're people who listen now. Because as soon as I'll go like this, the fucking place goes crazy.
They know exactly.
I know
what
that
it is.
they're new fans.
Right.
And it's just that reaction you get from those people. You know that they're fucking the same fans we have here. So most radio shows don't get that.
Wow, Julianne Moore really does look like Sarah
Palin?
in that
Fuck
movie.
yeah, man.
They did a good job.
Got the makeup right.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Woody Harrelson's who's playing.
Look at that. That's crazy.
Woody
That looks
Harrelson.
just like her.
Yeah, they did a good job.
She's got fake teeth.
From a distance.
Oh, is that,
pretty
yeah,
good,
there's some fake, like, cheekbones.
Yeah.
Fake cheekbones, a fake clit.
They should mix this movie with Boogie Nights.
Yeah.
Or part in Boogie Nights.
Yeah, give John McCain the big cock. Let him fuck her.
I want to see if she sounded like her.
Let's hear.
I just missed it, unfortunately. All right, hey.
Ed Harris is playing McCain.
That's not bad. He looks kind of like
That is
him.
pretty good. Yeah.
You going to see this thing?
Where's it? In the special theater. Oh, it's on HBO?
Oh, it's on
well, then fuck it. Sure, I'll watch it.
We're all going to see it at the same time.
Hey, Sam.
Oh, Sam.
The question is this.
Wow.
We started this a couple years ago now?
Yeah.
2 years ago?
It's probably more like 3 years ago.
Okay, so for the past 3 years, we've been keeping track of dead wrestlers.
Yeah.
And one day, one of us said, I bet you we can't go 100 days without a wrestler dying.
100 days.
And we're 3 years into this.
That's right.
Have we finally broken the 100-day thing?
Well, it's been more than 100 days since you last asked.
That's true.
Okay.
You know.
So pick up from the last time we did this, which has probably been a while now.
I think it was around September.
Okay.
When we lost Little Tokyo.
Little Tokyo.
Nuclear accident?
No. He was a little midget wrestler.
Aww.
So
he married a girl named Bonnie.
He was 70, so it's not that bad, and died of a heart attack.
For a midget, that's 400 regular person.
That really is old for a midget.
Pretty good. But he died of a heart attack and tongue cancer.
Oh, Jesus.
Tongue cancer.
Tongue cancer.
Yeah.
It's because his head is ass height all the time.
Yeah, his tongue's always hitting the ground, picking up cigarette butts. Little twerp tongue.
Then we made it all the way 77 days.
Nice.
Oh. To November 22nd, when a guy who wrestled on the Independents as well as Japan named Bison Smith died at the age of 38 due to heart complications.
Oh, boy.
And you're not, like, reaching for wrestlers? These
No,
are
no,
guys
no, no.
that...
Sorry.
Well, how about it?
That guy just take a tumble?
Is that live?
Yeah, out in front of the Fox building, they're doing these races with Carl Lewis back and forth, and the girls are racing, and some guy was racing, this fat guy, and he fell on his face.
Fell right on his face.
Oh, I'm so happy. I wish he was really hurt.
That's right across the street from us.
Yeah.
Fraction.
He's embarrassed.
Yes, he is.
Oops, that'll be everywhere. Go ahead, Sam. Oh, there it is. The replay.
He face planted.
Oh, boy, and his hat fell off.
Wow.
Oh, my God, was that a good one? I wish he was carrying a knife.
Would have been great if his glasses broke.
So,
does he have a small mustache, too?
Yeah, should have fallen off.
Little Hitler mustache.
It looks kind of Hitlerish, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly. He was bullying a Jew when he tripped.
Is the Hitler thing coming back? The mustache, I mean?
The ideology.
Oh, I thought you meant
the ideology certainly is. Certainly is.
This is a new wrestler. Did you hear about this new wrestler?
Who?
No.
What was his first name?
Why do you ask him?
It wasn't. Well, I've heard rumors on the internet about some guy named Ace Sherbert.
Oh, Ace Sherbert.
The worst names ever for everything.
Ace Sherbert is my new wrestler. Where I'm going to walk out in my wrestling, I'm going to wear a hat. It's got 4 aces on it.
Oh,
and
that's
I'm going to
good.
be eating a bowl of sherbet. while I taunt my opponent.
That's pretty literal.
Yeah, I know.
Ace Sherbert.
And I'm going to do the scoop. It's my big move.
Oh, that's pretty good.
What does it look like?
Where you just take your arm and you go, scoop.
Well, how do you get the guy with the scoop?
Like you scoop him up.
Oh.
And you throw him down like a scoop. And the whole scoop and sherbet.
Standard slam.
Do you think the audience will like bring scoops, ice cream scoops,
of course,
and you'll hear them going click, 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 like that when they want you to do the big move?
Scoop,
scoop, scoop, scoop.
Sherbet scoop, the big sherbet scoop.
I like it.
They'll be able to sell giant foam scoops.
Yeah.
Oh, that too.
Different flavors too.
Jimmy Norton, Vince McMahon, I want to buy Scoop. I want to buy Scoop, and I'll pay anything for him.
His name is Ace Sherbert.
Ace Sherbert, whatever it is, I'm going to call him Scoop. Now, you can't use the name. I own it because I mentioned it. That's all it takes with Vince McMahon.
I'd be good on the mic, too. It was Ace Sherbert.
Oh, work the mic a little.
Yeah.
What would a promo sound like?
I hope you guys know that I'm going to mean this in spades, that I'm going to club you until you're just a pile of diamonds because I got heart.
Oh, see, all the suits. That's good.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you a raspberry, and you're going to be leaving this ring feeling like there's sour lemons on you.
The sherbet part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sherbet part.
The sherbet part.
I'm going to freeze you and scoop you.
Wow.
That's good, right?
Wow.
Why would you eat sherbet before a match?
No, you're gonna eat. I'm gonna eat it in the ring while I'm walking around with my hat,
In the
waving
ring.
at the crowd, scooping sherbet into my mouth.
How are you going to wave at the crowd if you have one hand with sherbet in the
You
other?
wave with the scoop.
I might even wrestle
between
with
bites.
the ball. Yeah.
How about this move? You pin the guy into the corner, right?
Yeah.
Then you take your sherbet and you open his mouth up. You go and you put so much in and give him the brain freeze.
That's good.
And then the guy goes like and he's getting a brain freeze and you pin him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. That was, and I'll stand up and I'll go, that was the boysenberry shuffle.
Whoa, and you do something weird with your arms there.
Yeah. Flex it. Ace Sherbet rules.
Ace Sherbet.
I could easily see somebody being blinded with sherbet being thrown in their eyes.
Absolutely, because the ref is looking the other way.
Oh, my God.
And they have a cold, delicious treat thrown in their face.
He's got that damn sherbet again.
And sometimes I'd have my pretty girl at the side of the ring with some sherbet.
Yeah.
And when I got thrown against the ring, my head would go back, and she'd scoop some sherbet into my mouth for strength.
And it would be like Popeye with the spinach.
Yeah, and then I'd ricochet back off the ring and do the old sherbet scoop.
Sherbet scoop.
I
like it.
You need a catchphrase, people are saying.
Oh, yeah.
A wrestling catchphrase.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm aces with you.
Work on it.
That's good. What would the girl's name be?
Yeah.
Elizabeth.
No, they haven't Elizabeth.
No, that's better. Mine's different.
there's a different one.
Oh, okay, a different one?
Yeah.
Matilda.
That's the name of the bulldog.
That ain't it.
Matilda's good.
No.
Pretty girl named Matilda in a house dress.
No.
House dress.
She's got like aces all over it.
Aces high.
Tape live from the all-new Sportsbook, we present the premiere showing of Aces High.
Aces
with the Sasha Semenoff Orchestra.
Oh, and the Aces, the Sam Rothstein dancers. It's great.
Mr. Rothstein is a professional gambler and the best football handicapper in America.
Yeah, that's the way.
We'll take you in
You want to do the wrestling death clock there?
Yeah, what do we got?
So you had the midget wrestler, Little Tokyo 70, heart attack, tongue cancer.
Right.
All right,
and then,
go ahead.
And then Bison Smith in November at 38 heart complications.
And people knew who Bison Smith was.
Yeah, he was very impactful to a lot of wrestlers. That's why I counted him.
Okay.
Because they worked on the indies at the same time, and he trained a lot of people.
Oh.
And then we made it 56 days to January 17th when we lost Savannah Jack, who wrestled for Bill Watts' UWF promotion, which was a...
I don't know if he's stretching the bit or not.
No.
It's his bit. He wants it to keep going.
Right.
But I got a lot of bits at this point.
If you start going to backyard wrestling, kids.
No, UWF was a Bill Watts promotion that tried to compete with WWE at one point.
And people would say, yeah, in the wrestling world, that's big.
Yeah, UWF counts.
Bill what?
And that was 56 days. That was heart disease at 63.
Mm-hmm.
And then the most recent one was on March 4th, just a couple days ago, stopping the clock at 47 days.
Oh, boy.
was former WWE superstar Doug Furnas, who they're saying died due to...
He was too hot? Overheating?
Complications of Parkinson's at 50.
I bet he wasn't stoked about that. Get it?
I wonder if he listened to Burning Embers.
Did he also have the flu? Get it? That's the pipe that comes out of the top.
I don't know I've never installed stuff.
Oh, well.
Yeah. I don't know ductwork humor. I don't get it.
Ductwork humor. Yeah, please.
His gimmick was not the furnace related.
No?
Oh, no?
I would have done that.
Yeah.
He's the guy I recognize because that's when I used to watch.
He was in a tag team.
Yeah.
Doug Furnas and Phil LaFont.
Doug Furnas.
And Phil LaFont? Was LaFont empty?
Why didn't he use Furnace if that was his name? Why'd they keep his name as Furnace then?
I don't know. He was just a guy named Doug Furnas.
Who's named Furnace? That's silly.
But I'll tell you who has camel toe.
Kenny.
Oh, God. And he's camel toe.
Holy shit. That is severe camel toe.
What are you doing?
Wow.
Kenny's camel toe is horrendous.
Right up the ball bag seam.
Each ball is residing on the opposite side of the center seam.
Yes.
That is...
Is that uncomfortable, Kenny? You usually wear very big pants.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing. So you're trying to tell me in 3 years we still haven't gone 100 days without a wrestler dying?
No, right now we're at 2.
2 days.
2 days.
So we had to start the clock again.
We had to start it one more time.
I don't think this happens in any other sport or sports entertainment.
Well,
Furnace.
Oh.
It's a tough lifestyle.
All right, there's your update on the dead wrestler clock. Wow. Hey, Pat Robertson. Don't we love Pat Robertson?
He doesn't mind. Oh.
He just get dumber and dumber.
I want to pat him.
Cracker, 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 cracker. Oh, Jimmy's smashing the crackers.
He tried to get my banana.
Yeah.
I was too quick.
Do you want these?
No.
He's very violent with our food.
No, I'm trying to be better with my eating.
He's getting those carbs away.
Your Weight Watchers thing, by the way, in Rochester completely fell apart.
It didn't.
Can you be honest with me and Kenny?
I finished under my weekly total by a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did he, Kenny?
I keep track.
He was making all sorts of deals with himself.
Yeah.
And reasoning why he needed a
carryover points.
Carryover points. He was trying to find other people's points. He was trying. I don't know. It just seems like too much work, Kenny.
Jim was very conscientious.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You think he came in under his number for the week? Yeah.
He was just getting acclimated to using the app.
Acclimated.
Yeah.
All right.
He did good for himself all weekend.
Yeah. And I say to myself, like those little ice cream bars that we love, the ones that you like that are the little...
Which ones?
They're like Skinny Cow, those type things.
I fucking like the Skinny
Cow.
Cow.
I'll go over in points at night for that. I'll go over by 4 points because I have so many for the week saved up.
Yeah.
You treat yourself, but you don't feel like you're starving.
Pat Robertson. We love this guy. He's a fucking lunatic.
Oh, yeah.
We had a bunch of tornadoes, right?
Yeah.
And Pat Robertson says more prayer could have kept the tornadoes away. Didn't we play we played a prayer video yesterday?
Oh, yeah, it did nothing.
And that lady had some deep prayer shit she was
speaking in tongues.
That's right, she was. And explains how God makes them.
What?
Yeah.
God people are really nuts.
Is it a Virgin Mary queef? Fucking asshole Pat Robertson is.
Why was he ever relevant? He's a lunatic.
Yeah.
Another guy people just buy into.
Religious people.
Here's what he had to say.
Why did God send the tornadoes?
God didn't send tornadoes. God set up a world in which certain currents interfere and interact with other currents. When you have a warm group of air coming out of the south, coming up against a cold mass that's up in the north, you'll get vortexes, and that in turn will spawn tornadoes. God doesn't send tornadoes to hurt people. He doesn't send, we call them acts of God, but they're not.
Oh, what is it?
So all I can say is that why do you build houses in a place where tornadoes are apt to happen?
He's doing bits.
Well, he's actually right.
Yeah.
God didn't send it. Why'd stop building your house there?
Yeah, he did say God didn't send the tornado, which we say the same thing.
Oh, God was busy.
And he's saying, why the fuck are you building in Tornado Alley?
Right. Can't you control what God does with prayer?
I would think so. I would think so.
Yeah.
Apt to happen.
Yeah. Well, and this year, of course, the weather patterns, the warm winter and the warm, early part of the year that we're having seems to affect all of that. But I think the bigger question for people spiritually is always not so much why did God send them, but why didn't he intervene? Don't you think people always ask that question when there's tragedy?
If enough people were praying, he would intervene. You could pray.
Oh, my God. There wasn't enough people
Not
praying.
enough prayer. See? God likes to look and say, no, you're not quite doing it. God's like those guys that go, we having a good time tonight? Yeah. I can't hear you. Are we having a good time tonight? Yeah. God's that guy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. You can't get just one person praying. He's going to be like, fuck this. Ain't worth my time.
But as he looks down from above,
yeah.
What about the people where he goes, oh, wow, those people really do believe in me. I should try to take care of them at the very least.
Oh, well.
No, it has to be the collective.
Que sera, sera.
You could pray. God, Jesus stilled the storm. You can still storms. But, the hurricane, for example, is a release mechanism that God set in to take the heat out of this world and to transfer heat around various parts of the globe. It's very necessary. The fact that people decide they want to build houses on the edge
Free
of
will
an ocean.
fucks us again. Free will fucks us again.
He's just a dope, though.
Why wouldn't
he says it's necessary, but God could change the rules at any moment.
Right.
So what? He can make it not necessary anymore with the heat thing.
Yeah, do you think God needs a hurricane to move heat around the earth?
Of course not.
I think God could just move heat around the earth.
Right.
He could do it with a giant fucking, metal monolith if he wanted to. It doesn't need to be a hurricane. How come all these things are hurtful and destructive?
Can't God
that
just
God
make it
needs
warmer?
to do? Yeah, just
Hey,
make it warmer.
It's warmer over there.
Oh, there. How did that happen? I did it.
I said so.
No rhyme or reason to it. So fuck you, science. That would be a big fuck you to science. It'd get people really, into the faith-based thing. Yeah.
What's a 5? Category 5?
It's like the finger of God.
We really need a fork and knife for that bit.
I know.
I'm thinking.
Clang.
We need that clang off a plate.
Finger of God.
I got to see that movie.
It's so bad.
Is it really douchey?
The extreme.
It's not good.
It
doesn't hold up, I guess. Huge fucking blockbuster.
I just want to see that one scene.
Yeah, the music. It's already here.
Oh, is that what it's from, that movie?
Oh, yeah. It's so bad.
You make a good point with the God thing, though. One statement by God would change everybody around and go, fuck.
Yeah.
So why is he waiting?
Wouldn't be faith.
He wants faith instead of irrefutable truth.
Maybe he should realize at this point the faith thing isn't working out as well as he would like, and maybe he needs to up his game a little bit.
If you want praise, I would make it so everybody that prays and is God-fearing,
right?
Only good things happen to them, never bad things. You would see people hop on that God bandwagon in a second. You'd be like, yeah, okay, it's been proven. I like it. Why is it they got to be faith-based? Why do we need free will?
Don't you have? He should be able to adjust the game plan.
We're too stupid. Of course we're going to fuck it up. I hate free will. I don't like my life on a track.
I like the song "Free Will" by Rush,
Nice.
though.
Well, I will choose free will.
That obvious Rush sound.
Yes.
And they're not in the Hall of Fame. Has to be mentioned every time we mention Rush.
Is it because they're Canucks?
Here's the rest of the Pat Robertson clip.
The fact that people decide they want to build houses on the edge of an ocean, it's their fault. It's not God's. It's the same thing with if you're going to build a house on the San Andreas Fault. You know
Where are we
there's going
supposed to
be a
live,
fault. You know
Pat?
that the earth is faulted. There are going to be earthquakes. No. So don't blame God for doing something foolish.
But we're talking about unpredictable tornadoes that just come down.
Where are we supposed to live, Pat? No hurricanes. Okay, so we got to take out the entire
East Coast.
at least East Coast.
Most of it anyway. Right?
Yeah. Then earthquakes, so we got to stay out of the West Coast. Tornadoes, so we got to stay out of the Midwest. What about blizzards? Deadly blizzards up in the north.
Because I was ready to say hello, Canada.
There's nowhere to live because God has this plan that fucks everything up.
He has it all covered.
Hey, God, how about you made us a little stronger? You know what? I could take an ant. I could drop an ant from fucking 10 feet. To an ant, that's 1,000,000 miles drop. And he walks away. How about you give us that kind of strength, God?
That's right. And
what
mandibles.
Happened? Yeah, and giant mandibles.
But as humans...
big mandibles.
As humans, we should have been able to figure out how to put an extra coat on ourselves.
Exoskeleton?
So we could fall.
Yeah.
How great would it be to fall out of this building every day when you have to leave, knowing you're going to be all right?
Too many people by the elevator, you're like, I'm taking the window. Right. And you just throw yourself out the window, you hit the ground, you're like, you shake
Brush yourself off and walk away.
It's like, all right.
How great that would be.
Yeah, I'm fine. I got an exoskeleton.
Would you just jump out of buildings all day long?
Be the most fun thing ever.
Oh, my God.
Fucking fire in a building, people will just, fuck it. Hey, fireman, how you doing? Yeah, we're jumping.
Here's a question for the scientists out there and the eggheads. How far does an ant have to fall where you finally kill it?
I don't think he would. I think you could drop an ant from a fucking jetliner, and I think he'll just slowly. He doesn't have enough.
Why are we studying that shit?
They're so light.
His mass to, I think, what gives him wind resistance.
Right.
I think the wind resistance slows him down so much that the weight doesn't matter, and he just. And then he's got that goddamn exoskeleton.
We should study this
Love
shit.
the exoskeleton.
How great would this be to have this power?
Yeah. Would be cool. But no, God, thanks. You make us fucking get mushed. You fall off a fucking 4-foot ladder, you break something.
So an ant,
What?
Ant can fall off a table, but they have to live in underground.
Gotta make some sacrifices.
Did you ever see the fucking anthill that got uncovered when they put cement in it?
Oh, where they put cement and then dug it up, and you see how far it went?
You see that?
No.
That is pretty cool.
Look that up on YouTube. It's cement in the anthill. They do it. I think it was an abandoned anthill, and they pour cement in it and they cut around it, like they just very carefully.
Yeah.
As he finds
See
that,
how big it is.
I won't go to his call, and we usually don't go down this road, but it's worth it today. I want to thank Jimmy. Virgin Mary Queef made me jump the curb.
Could be. Virgin Mary Queef.
Where is this anthill? Like Africa or something?
It's actually in my yard. Turn this. I think Africa.
Required is extraordinary.
You have to fast forward.
Extraordinary.
So what is this, Jimmy, again?
3 days?
They excavated, and they put in. They cement to the holes, and then cut around it.
To see how far this.
Of mechanical diggers, the scientists
diggers.
tons of earth.
Was Africa.
At last, they begin to see the structure of the city-state.
And then you can see that the giant digger has pulled out so much dirt around this anthill, and it's massive.
That's easily twice the size of the studio.
It's a city.
That's not saying it's
Yeah, that
big.
could be. Yeah, the hole is too.
Subterranean highways connecting the main chambers.
Whoa!
That's cool. Main routes
Put this on our Facebook page, Opie and Anthony, for the people.
branch and lead to many fungus gardens and rubbish pits.
In a fungus garden.
How big are the ants, though?
It's regular size ants.
They're as big as people.
Yeah.
Good ventilation and provide the shortest transport routes.
Isn't it amazing?
How do they do this?
Yeah, how do they get the cement in there?
And how do they know how to do it? How do they know to work as a collective?
Everything looks like it has been designed by an architect.
Holy
a single mind.
fuck.
Odd Vandelay.
Of course, that isn't true.
These guys are probably 12 feet underground, too.
Was created
Right?
by the
Yeah.
collective
About 12
will
feet under?
of the ant colony.
There's all these little bubbles
Superorganism.
coming off of. It looks like little tree branches with little sacs on them.
Yeah.
And that's for oxygen and storage and garbage and.
But the ants we have in America, they
The
don't
structure
build
covers
shit like
50
this, right?
square meters and goes 8 meters into the earth.
What's a meter?
In its construction,
Almost like a yard.
the colony moved 40 tons of soil. Billions of antloads of soil were brought to the surface. Each load weighed 4 times as much as the worker,
It's amazing.
and in human terms was carried a kilometer to the surface.
It's pretty cool. I'd like to break that and just kick it over.
Fucking amazing.
The equivalent of
Really
building
is.
the Great Wall of China. It is truly a wonder of the world.
So maybe the ants built the fucking pyramids then.
They know, right?
Could be. Giant ants. Oh, my God.
Giant ants, though, sure.
If I was
Ants.
there, I would just keep saying, hey, where's all the uncles? Place would be cracking up.
I wonder how much bigger ants would have to be to fuck us up to where we would just fucking not exist. Like, how much bigger? Do you think the size of a fucking cat? Think if ants were the size of cats, we would be fucking dead as a race of
I think
beings?
they could be a lot smaller than that.
Smaller, like a rat? Rat-size ants?
Like a mouse.
Because now picture the same amount of ants. Yes, same amount, as big as a rat.
No,
do you think they take us? Smaller?
Yes.
As big as
I said a mouse.
An elephant.
A mouse?
Oh.
Elephant size.
Mouse with
ants.
those,
That's crazy.
with the jaws they got.
Mandibles.
Mandibles, I say jaws.
You would think
I'm old
size
school.
of a mouse. You could still crush them.
Yeah, we're smarter than
not
they
with
are.
that fucking outer fucking
I'm
shell.
talking about you have to fight a fucking giant ant.
Yeah, you
like
can-
fist fight the motherfucker.
You're going to be able to take out a few, sure, but there you have a lot.
And they can lift 50 times their weight.
No, oh, man.
So a mouse.
can I, though.
So a mouse lifting 50 times its weight, that would be, well, I guess less than 50
But now
pounds,
his mandible can definitely inflict some harm on you. Definitely. But not a fatal or chop your fucking foot off.
Dude,
if he's the size of a mouse.
I think it's a bullet ant. If they bite you now, they do that ritual. They hurt you now.
Oh, I know. But
They can't drive tanks.
you could run away. Oh, you're saying we use our fucking
Military.
know-how.
Yeah.
All right.
No way.
Just squash those little faggots.
I'm thinking they're the size of
You might have to go
half
rat.
the size of us.
Oh,
Half the size of us. That way you could fight them like punch
Dude,
them.
they're 50 times. That means they
You
could
break your hand.
50
Yeah,
times.
one
the
punch
weight.
would take you out.
On their exoskeleton.
You'd hate it if you
And
had to touch them.
Then they'd start lifting tanks up if they were half
Yeah.
the size of us. It'd
What
be
about
fucking crazy.
What about guns? You could just start fucking shooting them.
They could invent.
Can you get it through their outer shell?
Yeah. You'd be able
sure,
to get
though?
through their exoskeleton.
They would
definitely.
invent better guns. Did you see the city they
No,
invented?
They're stupid. And they don't have thumbs.
You
No,
thought-
stop it. They could build great cities.
Yeah.
But they're not fucking pulling triggers.
You know what they're good at though? Hiding spaces.
Yeah, they could come
surprise
out of
you.
nowhere. Fuck, they could come out of your
Yes.
closet. You open your closet to get dressed in the morning, ants already made a hole in the floor.
I think you're right about the cat size. I think that's the size.
Cat size is where the tipping point is.
If an
I
ant
think.
was what?
Size of a cat.
And the question is answered by Jason, North Carolina, because this is very similar to something Ronnie B said.
Ronnie B. I love Ronnie B's animal.
Let's go to Jason, North Carolina.
Scenarios.
Jason.
Morning, boys. Yeah, on Ronnie B's line of the day, one of his most popular ones was he said, if ants were the size of ducks, we'd all be wearing chains right now.
That's true.
There
We'd
you
be
go.
slaves to the duck-size ants. So the size of a duck.
It's about the same size as a cat.
Hi, buddy.
more or
Yeah,
less.
yeah.
That's about right. I'm
Cat
thinking,
size
I'm thinking
ant.
3 or 4 pounds if they would lift 50
Man.
times their weight.
We'd be doomed.
You'd be fucked.
Fucked.
Here's another
How'd that work
fact.
out that they don't have ants that big?
We're doing fun facts
So
now.
glad.
We got a fun fact from Ryan in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Ryan?
Hey, fun fact day. If you were to take all the ants in the world and weigh them on a scale, they would weigh more than all the humans put together.
Yeah, it's crazy, though,
Shit,
because
they got the numbers.
don't have a
that
scale
possible?
that big.
No.
And then, well, not if you had E-Rock on it.
Yeah.
It's not true.
Oh, sorry.
Speaking of E-Rock, you know how we get topical? Someone wants to
What?
know why
Son of
you
a
didn't
bitch.
go with the Oreo cookie today. 100 years old.
Oh.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Did he eat the prep sheet? Give us cookies.
The Oreo cookie is 100 years old?
That's right. The one on this desk.
That's very progressive.
I would love an Oreo.
Of them back in the day.
The cookie, I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
I think Ronnie's mad at us in Alabama.
Why?
What
Ronnie, you mad at us? What do you got?
No, man, I ain't mad. I was just going to say, going back to Pat Robertson, the dude's saying a lot of the things that y'all have said, but because God was mentioned, he's an ass.
That's true.
Thank you for agreeing.
No,
What?
I mean,
Why does God take out the God-loving people along with the sinners, though?
I mean, it's just the way, I can't.
Why can't he pick and choose? He seems pretty damn powerful. Why doesn't he just take out the sinners? And then the sinners will go, oh, fuck,
Right.
there's something to this God, so we should change our ways. Why does he take out the God-loving people, too? I don't get that.
what kind of God would he be if he didn't give everybody the same opportunity?
But he's not giving. Oh, to die horribly?
Exactly.
Gee, thanks for that fucking opportunity.
How about
Jesus.
at the very least you save the baby that got thrown out of the house by the tornado? Because I
Right.
don't even think the baby has lived long enough to do any sin shit yet.
Yeah, explain that one.
Explain that, there, Pat
Explain
Robertson.
that.
Explain that.
Well, the thing is, God gets blamed for a lot of crap that just happens. Not everything is because of God.
How do you know? He's supposed to be involved in everything.
You blame the guy that is responsible for everything.
You go right to the top.
That's right.
He's the CEO.
That's true, but see, y'all keep saying, well, how come he ain't doing this? And how arrogant are people that they, he's God. What the crap does God have to prove to anybody? He's God. There's nothing else. There's nothing
But what?
God.
But he's kind of an asshole because you have the God-loving people that's not even good enough for God. When is it good enough for God?
Well, again, man, I mean, like I say, I'll go ahead and tell you, I'm a Christian.
Really?
Yes, I am.
Very surprised by that.
Oh, well, you shouldn't be.
Why do we even try to do intelligent shit on our
Holy
show?
shit, that
we should
would
just
be
be farting
fucking
all day long.
Insanely horrible.
Go ahead, Ronnie.
Yes, he's looking at Sam.
I was just saying, I'm a Christian, and
Really?
I don't have all the answers. Nobody has all the answers, man.
I do.
I want to wear it.
Sorry, I did.
I'll take that back.
See, I just, when they get all the answers, they change the questions right or wrong.
That's a good one.
More
I know.
importantly, I want to wear an ant helmet to work every day.
That would
no
be
one would
cool
fuck
as
with
shit.
you, man.
Ants are scary looking motherfuckers.
When you put them under a
Under
microscope. Holy shit! I want to come to work like that.
If that was the size of a cat, we'd be finished. And you could throw it off the roof of a building.
Is that
and it wouldn't even hurt him.
Nothing.
Is that his creepy eyes right there?
Yes.
His creepy eyes are up top.
My God.
on
Oh,
the
what
side
are
of
those
his
two
head.
things over there?
Those are antennae.
No, at the bottom though, doesn't it look like eyes?
Those are
Where?
feelers.
The fucking things that look like
Look
eyes.
at his mouth.
staring at
Imagine
you.
getting a dick sucked by
down
that thing.
here.
Whoa.
No,
Hit the
those,
fuck its mouth.
oh, he's got nostrils.
It's dimples.
Those are in those little dimples. Yeah.
These things at the end of the antennas, the fucking round thing.
Oh, those
No.
are
Look
the...
like eyes to me.
Those
No,
are the
I know they're
antenna.
not. But
That's
I'm
like a
just saying.
universal joint for his antenna.
Yeah.
So he could spin around. No, those little discs on the side of his head are his eyes.
No, I understand
his
that.
compound eyes.
But it looks scary if those two little things were his eyes.
That thing looks
Bonus
scary
eyes.
regardless. That's a monster right there.
Are those teeth?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They gotta be.
It's bad teeth.
Yeah, it's a good thing they're so
Why don't they
small.
brush their teeth?
Scary.
Their teeth look like they're rotting.
They don't make toothbrushes that small.
See some more ants. Show me some more ants.
I think we lost Alabama.
Yeah, we were.
Alabama mall.
See?
Alabama mall.
See, look at this. Look at
Oh
this
man,
ant.
it's
The ant
fucking
is
up a
raping
cricket.
the cricket.
Yeah,
And the cricket's way bigger. That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Yeah, no.
Crickets are pussies, big-eyed douche.
Yeah, crickets. We'd kick the shit out of them no matter how big they are.
Exactly. If
Yeah.
crickets were 40 tons, we could knock them out in one punch.
Exactly.
Dumb crickets.
Just making noise.
They're all soft.
Exactly, in the yard.
You could just punch him in the stomach and your fist to go
And they're
right
s-
through him.
They're so dumb. They give their position away at night.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
How about
Wonder
you
where
shut
he
up? right.
Yeah.
Just nervously rubbing his legs. He's got the Jimmy legs.
Is that where that noise comes from? The legs?
Yeah, they
rubbing?
rub their legs together and goes.
Kick him in his face.
Why doesn't our fucking legs make noise when we rub them like that?
It does. You rub
Not like
legs
that,
together. They go.
Well, why does it make that such a loud noise?
I don't know.
Why don't we study this shit?
Do they have in the hair on their legs is hollow?
Maybe there is
And that's
something
what the
with
air
the
goes
hair.
through. It's called cilia, and it's hollow, and air goes through that, and when it snaps back, it's almost like an instrument.
Jimmy sold that one, by the way.
Yes, I made it all up.
I don't think it's true, but he sold it very well.
Yeah, cilia.
I now believe that. I got all the answers about God. You want God answers today?
Yes, I do.
All right. All right. All right. God created man and gave them free will. He also created nature and gave it free will.
His pinchers are huge, that thing.
But,
That's what I'm saying.
but our point is, if you're God, can't you change that free will?
This ant's pinchers are fucking half the size of his face.
Yeah.
Half the size of his face. They're like lobster claws.
Oh man, those deadly mandibles.
Imagine them fucking biting you. Is it the bullet ant that hurts so much?
Yeah.
That's
one of them.
That'd bite you in half. Yeah.
Imagine that biting your cock. I'd hate to have my dick bitten.
Brian in Delaware. Brian?
What's up, boys?
Hi, Brian.
Yeah, God is all powerful. Well, mind you, I'm all into science, but God's all powerful where He knows if somebody's going to grow up and be a fuck up and destroy the earth, He'll rather destroy them when they're young, before all that shit will fucking happen.
So what happened with Hitler?
He fucked up with that.
God can't fuck up.
See, that's the beauty
being
of God. He never fucks up.
God never fucks up.
In the end, unless he purposely fucks up.
I guess He'll let a couple of them in for us to learn.
Learn what? We're not even around long enough to learn any real shit. By the time you go, oh, wow, I got some shit figured out, you die. And then you got to start over with a new one.
Yeah.
A new young thing.
Come on.
He's got to make it kind of interesting. He's don't want to make it too boring for us.
I'm starting to think you just die.
Yeah, you do. You lay on.
I'm starting to think you just die, and you just get shut off like a fucking computer.
Dude, you just lay there like a cunt. That's what happens to us.
And that's it.
We go bye-bye in the box.
That is it. I would love to think there's more, but I don't know.
There's not.
I don't know.
Well, maybe that baby did a little bit more damage than Hitler.
How?
Well, you don't know. God knows. We don't know. God will know.
What could a baby
God only
possibly
knows.
So
do?
God knew that thing would be Hitler, so He let it be born, and then He threw it around in some wind. Don't be a silly goose, sir. How dumb that is.
And you don't know.
Yes, you do. That's dumb. I know.
Yeah, sometimes you just know.
Yeah.
It was an asshole move if there's a God.
Yeah.
To throw the baby around in the wind, let it survive for a little while, so everyone's like, oh my God, a miracle through all this tragedy. And then God goes, nah, not really.
Yeah. Well, God could have took the pain away from him.
Huh?
God could have took the pain away from the baby.
Yeah, and God could have fucking blew the wind the other direction. The kid fell out of a cunt, got swept up in the wind, and he's dead. That's the end of it.
And what about the pain everyone felt that the baby died that might be into the God thing?
Yeah.
Explain that one.
Yeah, what about that?
Right. Quickly.
Now you got God-loving people that are now fucking very distraught over the fact that the baby died in the end.
That's right.
Well, nobody knows all the answers. Only
Yes, sir, but you have none of them.
Yeah, not a one.
You don't have any. I've never met anybody with less answers.
Yeah. I was thinking about the rape thing yesterday with Kirk
So was I.
and Rick Santorum, and I decided I want to be part of a religion that would force guilt and try to force a woman to have the baby after she's been raped.
Yeah.
That's a religion I don't want to be part of. I decided yesterday. Because that's what a lot of these people really believe.
That's why I joined Islam.
Yes.
Good for you.
Yeah, because then you could just stone them.
Dude, they're even more conservative, dude.
Oh, really?
Good for you.
Bury her up to the neck.
Little bachabazi.
Start throwing fucking rocks at her face.
But to force a woman to have the baby after she was raped and just get her with a lot of guilt, and that's part of the religion. No, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be just fucking nothing after this life. I'll be fine with that. I'll be fine with that.
Yeah.
I'll enjoy my time here, and that'll be it.
Yeah, and that's it.
Because I can't wrap my head around that.
Just have a good time right now. That's what I say.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I brought home some tapes from Brother Weeze's show.
Ah, the Nom.
A lot of good calls, though. What should we do? You want to do the Nom thing? I know why ants can't get any bigger. It's called the inverse square law.
The inverse square law of why ants can't get any bigger. It's probably something with their size would literally crush them after a while if they get too big.
I hope so.
Their own weight.
Does that happen to us too?
I think it would if we were supersized.
Iraq?
But a lot of these guys could
I don't think our structure.
But a lot of these guys get up to 700 and they're still walking around.
They're fucked up.
800.
But also they're the same size. I think if we were on this planet, same atmosphere, same gravity and everything, and you increased our size to the point where we were as big as the Empire State Building.
Nice.
I don't think our structure itself that works at this size works at that large size. I think the mass of the body would crack like the ankles.
So what happened to the
crack
dinosaurs?
your ankles. Too much weight.
What about dinosaurs?
Well, they were built different.
They walked around pretty big.
A lot of muscles on them legs.
So why don't we work
Short,
our muscles?
Little legs.
Why don't we work our muscles?
What?
What was the inverted square law?
He's on the line. Chris in Maryland.
Hey, Chris.
What's going on, boys?
Hey, man.
Hey.
Spock, explain.
Him on.
Yeah, no, the inverse square law is, you got it exactly right. Like, if ants got much bigger,
Good for you,
their legs would collapse. You know, exoskeletons only work up to a certain size, and they can't support the weight of the own structure.
Ah.
You were talking about how people the size of the Empire State Building, even before, you know, our bones would snap, you know,
Yeah,
the blood
yeah.
would never be able to make it up to our head, even with a giant heart pumping that shit around.
Yeah, we would need like a real squat, kind of thick leg, and leg bones would have to be huge. Like it would be kind of like a person would have to be on, or a being would have to be on Jupiter.
What does inverse square mean, though? I don't know what that means.
You're an inverse square.
Yeah, I'm cool and hip.
The inverse square law is it's pretty simple. It's just that, you know, you have the square of a circle. Say, you know, square of 2 is 4, square of 3 is 9, square of 4 is, you know, it increases geometrically. The same thing happens inversely proportional to the size of the animal.
Oh.
And I'm sure I'm getting half this wrong, and somebody's going to call up and bitch about it.
Nah, I like it.
Well, the
Sounds
inverse square. What happens is when you get to be a certain height, you can't get fluid up to the brain, and a lot of times the brain it'll cease to function basically because there's no way a scab can form a bit of a crustacean.
A crustacean.
And you're gonna have seepage into the bloodstream.
Seepage.
And, death would be pretty quick.
Fluids.
Fluid. They have big mandibles. And they could bite your toes.
Yeah.
I treated an ant bite one time. It bit the person. The heart just was fluttering.
Dr. Steve.
What are you going to do with that?
Well, that's pretty interesting.
We got the edge coming in, but I did bring home some Wheeze tapes that I thought you might be interested in hearing. You wanted a little taste of this, and maybe we'll do more tomorrow?
Yes.
All right. My pal, Brother Wheeze, did 3 tours of Vietnam. And he was a grunt, basically.
3 tours of the Nam.
He was in the shit. He was in the jungles. He was part of some shit without giving it away.
In the shit.
He was in the fucking shit.
In country.
So what he did, he made some tapes from the field.
Yeah.
These tapes are 45 years old. It's a young Brother Wheeze. He's probably 22-ish, early 20s, making tapes to send back home about the war. And then he's being pretty fucking honest here.
It's good they survived.
The tapes? So this first one is him talking about stacking bodies for the helicopter. Brother Wheeze from 45 years ago.
I tell you, I wanted to hear some girls over here, so all I want to do is hear some girls. But on your tapes, the one I enjoyed the best was tape of you and the guys at the Merchants. I could understand you. You were just telling me bullshit. It was great to hear from you guys. Those girls at the furnace, they ain't nothing, man. They ain't nothing. They're dime a dozen. You get anyone you want, you can leave what you want. Right? Sure. I'll give you the situation here. First of all, in the last tape, I told you that we were going to go out on the road. Well, what happened was, the next day, they took 6 of us and put us up on top of a mountain, sort of a pony team. We stayed up there for 3 days. I had a little experience up there I'll tell you about right now. It was nothing much. We were up there. First night there wasn't much, nothing much happened. It's a pretty steep mountain. We went up by helicopter, we dropped off. Didn't look like much could get up there too good. We had trip flares set around our positions and a whole bunch of claymores out. We were feeling pretty secure. And one night, about 11:30, we were up bullshitting, getting ready to sack. And all of a sudden, we were sitting in a little group, there's all 6 of us, which is wrong, but you get pretty lax around here sometimes. Next thing you know, boom, trip flare goes off. Your hat goes down to your feet. Boy, I'm telling you, we got our stuff in order, got our shit in order pretty good. About 5 minutes, 5 seconds, we blew 2 claymores on this, whatever, tripped the trip flare, and Phelps, she had 2 frags on him. Vittorio shot a frag, and I lobbed one over there. And, well, then the trip flare went out. We just hung tight for a while, waited, nothing happened. We figured nothing would come back. Claymore was out, that's about it. So we waited till morning. Morning we went down little ledge there where Trip went off and found two of those sneaky, slimy buddies of yours. And another thing, it is VC. Anyway, let me tell you what we do with these guys. Let me tell you what we do to these guys. You see, in LZ, when you hear me talking in LZ, that means landing zone for a helicopter. Sometimes you got to chop one away for it to come in. Well, that's the way we had it on top of this mountain. Sometimes an RTO, that's the guy that carries your radio, he has a little orange pad he carries, and you put this down so the helicopter can see it. Well, we took these two bodies and made a T out of them for the helicopter to come in. You know how his eyes were bulging when he landed at him.
Holy shit.
Can you understand most of it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's what, 67, 68?
45 years ago. So, a couple guys, dead. Made a T so the helicopter could land and take those guys out of there.
What year did he start radio?
I don't know, like 80, early 80s, I guess.
You know what's great perspective there? You listen to that. When that was going on, that's exactly when I was playing those drums with
really?
my brother. Yeah.
Wow.
Playing little Anthony was playing his drums and crying.
Right.
And Brother Weeze was throwing dead people around.
Yeah. You want one more clip? Because he talks about the girls. Sex and
love
freaks.
you long time.
I got a whole bunch of these. I got about 7 clips. Some of them are a lot longer than the one I just played. This one's definitely worth playing, too.
Well, what I was going to tell you. Wait, one. Well, Rich, I was going to tell you something, now I forgot. Oh, let me tell you the situation here anyway. Nothing happened the next night up there, and everything's pretty good. And, well, I'll tell you a little about the Army. The Army's always messing with you. They tell us they're going to pick us up one morning. It's raining up there. It'll be cold. Pack all our stuff in our rucksacks. Wait, never come. Stay the next night. Next morning, call us up. We're eating some morning seas. Chopper will be up there 15 to 20 minutes. You know, it was there 3 hours later. That might not see nothing to you, but it gets out of man's mind. Right now, we're down guarding. See, artillery sets up out in the field here, and we got a perimeter around it. This is sort of like a rest for us. I told you we were out in the field 4.5 months, almost 5. But we're guarding them, and it's really terrible. I ain't kidding you. I mean, there's no Charlies or nothing like that. It's just chicken shit, what we call it. We got 2-man positions. Right now I'm in a bunker. There's 4 of us in here. The ones that aren't on guard and the other ones. We're just sitting in there smoking and joking. We listen to your tapes, got a big kick on them. You got to dig these bunkers. The next day they want you to improve. All they want you to do is work. Once you get out in the field, fighting Charlie or whatever you want to call it, you calm down the line. Well, it's hard to explain to you, Rich. You see, you don't like being out there. No one likes being out there because their life's at stake, and it's really miserable. You get back at something like this. This is what the Cav is. The Cav wants you to like being out there, and they make it so miserable for us back here that we just wish we could be back out there, because out there we're on our own. We do what we want. We dress what we like. Well, we can be shabby, but back here they just stay on you all night. Caught a buddy of mine, Big Bennett. I introduced him to you in one of the last tapes. They got him sleeping 5 times on guard the other night, and I guess they busted him. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard he's got syphilis now anyway. A couple of the guys come down with the clap syphilis because we were on the green line. They got some boom boom. That's Joey Draven, the boom boom is a little code name over here for you know what. It's pretty another thing I want to tell you, I heard on the tape there, Beth was saying, you know, how you get some tail over here for $2-3. But, and they say, you know, real good, but it's not even, I'd rather not even have it at all. It's really rotten. I can't even explain it to you. These gooks are the worst. You don't want nothing to do with it. Out in the field, we can take it for nothing if we want to, but you ain't. They have black teeth. Don't laugh. That's for real. The teeth are pitch black from this stuff that they eat called beetle nut. See, I've seen. Let me tell them, fellas. Listen to this. I can tell them. Listen. We've seen. Now you can call me a liar. We've seen guys with no noses, 3-4 thumbs. They've got more thalidomide babies over here than you ever seen in your life when they grow up. Well, I'm glad I seen that guy with no nose during the day. Never seen that guy on the beach. Yeah. Yeah, I think that guy at night would have been all over.
That's fucked up, man.
You can hear it.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool to hear like words that are commonplace now because you've heard them in movies and and documentaries and whatnot. But that was the time. So he's saying, you know, Gook and Charlie and
boom
boom and stuff like
frag.
that.
Did they say frag before the first one?
Yeah.
You don't hear that much.
It's all like stuff, but that was when it was happening. That's pretty fucking cool.
Now, the gist of that track, because some of it's hard to listen to, obviously, he was complaining that, you know, he'd rather be in the woods because they leave you the fuck alone.
Yeah.
They just work you and make sure you're all clean and nice when you're not out there on patrol.
Yeah, he'd rather be out in the woods.
Be out in the woods where they leave you the fuck alone. Jeez. And then he was talking about pussy, obviously.
Yeah.
And I think you get a hooker, it sounded like, for $2 or $3.
Yeah, but you don't want to fuck
But then
them.
he said there that they could just take women if they wanted to as they're out there, but you don't want to because all their teeth are black from the beetle nut.
Beetle nut.
Supposedly the beetle nut, because I asked him about that, was something they ate all the fucking time.
There's a tumor they took out of George's head.
Jesus.
That's what they called it. It's a very rare nut.
But I guess they all were eating the beetle nut because it just gets them high. They all were just high all the fucking time, and it just makes your teeth completely black.
Yeah, it sounds great.
Yeah. And then I guess there's a lot of deformed fucking people over there.
Thalidomide babies.
It was kind of funny there because he said they saw that guy with no nose.
No
and
nose.
They were happy they saw him during the day.
Yeah, at night that would have scared them.
Oh, fuck yeah.
It's hilarious. They're fucking in Vietnam.
Right. So that's a taste.
That's pretty cool.
Was there anything else in there? Pretty much that was it, right, on that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did he take these down offline? He should have left them up.
He got a lot of complaints, I guess.
Why?
And I said, just put them back
Complaints
up.
from who?
Because he don't care.
Who would complain?
He don't care. You know, I asked him about this. I go, do you have any attachment to this experience of Vietnam? Because it's 45 years ago now. And he goes, it's like watching a movie to me. Like he doesn't feel connected to it.
Who complained?
Who the fuck would complain?
I don't know. I don't know the full story. Maybe
was it?
He said "gook." Is there some fucking?
Probably all that.
Is that it?
Oh,
Oh
it's
God!
real language
It was
from
what
the
was
time.
happening.
Right.
It's history, you dumb
Bunch of
fucks.
shit. But then again, who knows what it was?
Yeah, but
Well, just jump on it and make like that was.
Might
it
have been the
and get all
Black
mad.
Beetle Society.
we might have time for one
Beetle
more.
nut.
You want one more? Is this working? I don't even know because I know the quality isn't the greatest.
Yeah, people are having a tough time hearing it.
Fuck.
Yeah.
We cleaned it up too. Well, we were explaining it though.
Yeah.
Want to try one
Kinda
more?
hear it? Yeah. One more sounds.
All right. VC crapping in the road, food in Vietnam.
Pretty easy area down there. There's nothing to it. I don't know. I wish I knew where Max was. I know he's working at back at some base camp. I guess go for it. Look, I'd like you to tell me what outfit he's with. I'm proud he's an infantryman. It's good to know another guy's fighting over here. I see he was down the Iron Triangle. It's pretty good. Now he's down to Delta. That's right. Go for it. Good man. So, I no way I could ever see, like Joey, see, down in 173rd, that's down by Saigon. I don't know how they get over down there, but we're under surveillance every day, every night. Most of the time we're in the field harassing old Charlie, so, I mean, there's just no way I could do it. Sure like to see old Cummings. I sure like to see Max. The other thing, you tell old Bill there that I'm guaranteeing I just send him you send me his address. You listen to this now. You send me his address, and I'm going to send him a tooth and an ear. I'm guaranteeing it to the man.
Holy, you can hear that.
A tooth and an ear, huh?
What has he said so far? He's looking for some guys, Max, and
Yeah. He's looking for some of his buddies.
right.
And when he finds them, he'll send him a tooth
And
and
he
an
says,
ear.
"Give me his address. I'll send him a tooth and an ear."
Jesus.
To the man. But I'll tell you right now, how I'm going to send it. I don't know if it'll work. In sea rations, there's a little accessory pack that comes in the seas, and each accessory pack has a little thing with cigarettes, 4 cigarettes, 5 cigarettes, 2 pieces of chewing gum, chiclet type, little packets of coffee and stuff. Well, I'm going to take it's made out of tin, like tin foil, little bag is. When I get the year, I'm going to put it in there and fill it with salt and put it in an envelope and send it to him. You guys, if it gets there, I hope it gets there. If it don't, it'll be a while, though, because we're back here with this damn artillery guarding these creeps. I don't know how long we're going to be here. We're supposed to be resting. We might not go to the field for another month. I don't know if I can last it.
Jeez.
Rich, I keep clicking this thing off to think of something. It's terrible. Tell your mother, I can't tell her I don't like her cooking. I sure would appreciate some cookies. Now that I'm on the subject, stick some ravioli in there. Stick some cans, anything in cans, Rich, we eat up over here. Cause anything, you got to make it, because we can make it. Send some raviolis in the can, man. Chef Boyardee will be going crazy for a day. You'll never realize. I mean, I'm so far gone from the world now, and when I first came over here, I could think about these things, but it was so funny to me to see things that made these guys happy over here. A guy gets, you get a good can of C's and you're a happy man. You get a package from home with some pepperonis in them, and your day's been made, man. You know, back in the world, you just go up to the store and buy what you want. I can't explain it to you, Rich.
Wow.
What a lousy MRE. They have a few cigarettes, 2 pieces of chewing gum.
Yeah, a little coffee.
Sounds great.
Someone's saying you got to Google beetle nut teeth. And I think it's spelled B-E-T-E-L.
B-E-E-T, right? 2 B-E's in beetle.
No, but I think it's...
Well, I'm sure it'll
It's
pop
B-E-T-E-L.
Anyway.
Let me see, Sam.
Damn.
Look at the fucking teeth. Completely.
Wow, that's fucked up.
completely black. And supposedly it's from eating this shit.
Does it make your breath smell?
Can you imagine?
What is wrong with that bitch's teeth? Look like a chopper's got lacquer on
What
them.
the fuck is going on? Now they're red.
Because they all eat this shit and get high.
Oh,
Or
it gets
used
you
to.
high?
I don't know how many are still fucking doing it. But look at
Oh,
these fucking teeth.
man.
That's what he's talking about. That looks like some Hollywood makeup shit.
That's fucked up right there.
Show me that bitch's teeth, Sam, before I smack you.
Now you understand why they weren't taking pussy in the woods.
Imagine scraping her teeth and sniffing it.
Oh, man.
Oh, beetle tooth breath.
It's B-E-T-E-L because people are trying to find it now.
It's actually a deep, deep red, it looks like, and then it gets darker and darker.
Yeah.
And stains them completely black.
I guess it's normal over there. To them, they have good, normal teeth.
That's fucked up.
If that's the norm.
It's like meth addict teeth here, probably.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fucked up.
It's pretty interesting to hear fucking...
Yeah.
Well, what's
Yeah.
amazing to me
45
is I'm
years ago.
thinking that's 5 years before The Godfather was in theaters. Like, I'm going
That's
like...
a while ago.
That's not... There was no Dick Clark's Rockin' New Year's Eve yet. There's
There's
weird
nothing.
things that just didn't happen yet.
If it's
For Woodstock.
if it's working and if most of the people can understand this shit, I got more clips we could play tomorrow.
Yeah.
He talks about burning down a village. That's
nice.
coming up. So, like real talk from Vietnam.
Why would he take that down?
I don't
There's
remember.
nothing
I don't-
offensive.
No, it's history, really.
Kind of, yeah.
You know, he's a guy that did 3 tours. He kept signing back up.
He loved war.
And he was in the he was doing the shit. He wasn't like camped out somewhere. I mean, he was wandering the jungles like we've seen in all the fucking
Yeah,
movies.
doing the shit that's going on in the movies.
He talks about how he has 185 days left in tour, a tiger on patrol, and then burning
Fucking
down.
tiger, man. Fucking tiger, man.
Never get out of the fucking boat.
Dumb chef.
And then burning down a whole
Chef
village.
lost his head.
They actually burned down a whole village, and he talks about it.
Probably looking for Viet Cong.
Pretty fucked
Or
up.
weapons.
PC.
So,
torch this place.
We'll do more of the tapes tomorrow. When we get back, I think the Edge will be here. Is he here now?
Not yet.
Oh, well, this is where you're going to shine, Sam.
God, we could go home early.
Sam's not going to shine.
No?
No.
Why didn't you just schedule him for 10? It's perfect. You like wrestling.
really is.
He likes wrestling.
Yeah, but then he wouldn't be on your show.
But what are we going to say to him?
You approved.
Talk to him about
We approved?
Ace Sherbert.
Yeah, we'll talk about Ace Sherbert.
You could pitch your own characters,
See
you
what
know.
he thinks.
Dr. Steve saying, listening to those tapes, it sounded like they needed to send Captain Willard after him. He was sounding a little...
There's a snail on the edge of a straight razor.
Little
slithers.
Colonel Kurtz.
Yeah. Like it's my dream, it's my nightmare.
Yeah.
Getting flowed all over that razor.
And people want us to talk. Maybe we'll talk to Weeze tomorrow. They want us to talk to him about these tapes. Let me say hi to Don in Buffalo. Don?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
All right.
Yeah, I had a class for getting my boat captain certificate, and there was a dude there from Saipan, and he had the beetle nut, and he would try to share it with everybody, and he explained that it's basically their version of dip. And when I tried it, within 5 minutes, my whole mouth was completely numb. I was just like drooling out of my mouth. I couldn't take the shit.
But did you feel high?
Yeah. Does it give you a buzz?
I guess it would be for like somebody who's never smoked a cigarette or took a dip. You know, that kind of lightheaded feeling. That's about how I felt.
And how much do you have to do for your teeth to turn completely red and then black?
First time.
First time.
Boy,
Nice.
Nice. He said that he'd been doing it for years, and his teeth were getting kind of gray, like all the way up through the gums. It was getting kind of gray, but he said that a majority of his family, like, yeah, their teeth were black or they were just missing their teeth.
Damn. All right.
So, all right, boys, punch it out.
All right. I thought it was more of a drug where it got all high, but I guess it's more of a kind of
casual thing.
Kind of a cigarette / tobacco thing.
Yeah.
I think we'll talk to Adam Edge Copeland next. Does he go by Adam Copeland?
I don't know.
He's probably not allowed to use Edge because I'm sure Vince McMahon owns that name.
Well, he's still associated with WWE.
Yes.
So.
Oh, yes. All right, so he's still good.
He's promoting, by the way, he is promoting this Friday, tickets going on sale for the June 9th anti-social comedy show with David Tell, myself, Artie, and Nick DiPaolo. It's taking place June 9th at the MGM Grand Theater at Foxwoods. That will sell out. And then next Thursday through Saturday, I'll be in Orlando, Florida, and March 29th through April 1 here in New York, Carolines.
Nice. That's going to be an amazing show, Jimmy.
Let's hope so.
Oh, my God, it's going to sell out immediately.
Oh, I don't know.
Don't fuck around. Get your tickets if you want to go see that show. Okay, The Edge next.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Why this song, E-Rock?
This would be Edge's theme.
Oh, of course. I know that. We got Adam Edge Copeland. A lot of people think we got U2's The Edge coming in because I kept saying The Edge. But I try to explain to Sam, the band is called Who, but no one says The Who. I mean, no one says just Who. Oh, fuck it. I just fucked it all up. Never mind. My point, you add The to stuff when you feel like it. Well, you're supposed to say Who, but it's The Who. Everyone knows it's The Who. Adam Edge Copeland, of course, from the WWE. Going to be in the Hall of Fame, huh?
Oh, yes.
That's very cool. When is that? Saturday, March 31st, American Airlines Arena in Miami?
That's right.
So what, they wrestle as they put the guys in?
No.
What?
There's no matches. It's
Why
just-
not?
It's an induction ceremony.
Will there be
At an
many
arena?
people?
So you
they
get
sell-
all these people to come to an arena and there's no wrestling? That's crazy.
I've been to one. It's crazy. You
Well-
just go and you see the Hall of Fame induction.
Is there a ring there in the middle?
There's no ring.
What?
It's on a stage. It's an induction ceremony.
How many people will be there?
They'll fill up the arena.
There'll be 17,000 people to watch this?
Yeah.
Without any wrestling?
There's no
This
wrestling.
wrestling thing's pretty popular. Why
Yeah, I
wouldn't you
tried to
do
tell
the
you that.
induction ceremony in the actual ring? And then maybe they could like,
They don't need to.
Then you get like an old wrestler. I still have a beef with him.
Like Bob Backlund.
Yeah, you get Bob Backlund. And just, Why not?
It's a classy thing.
Why make it classy when you can make it cool?
Or Sergeant Sluffner.
Right.
It's not slough. You know that.
I want the Hall of Fame guys wrestling as they get inducted. That would be different than other sports and
They wear suits and
what's
then
not. Yeah,
some-
they can pull each other's suits off. Let me
Somebody-
get out of my suit because I have a beef with him still.
somebody comes out and inducts them. They do a speech, and then the person getting inducted gives a speech.
Who's going to induct Edge?
I don't know. Maybe Christian.
It's got to be Christian. What about Virgil? He's not doing
It's
it.
definitely not going to be Virgil.
Virgil's not going to induct anyone?
Virgil's not even in the Hall of Fame himself.
Why?
That's right.
That's dumb.
Coco Beware is.
Coco Beware. Let's say hi to
No way.
Edge.
Coco Beware is going to get in the Hall of Fame?
We're on?
Hey, I know that guy. What's up,
I
Edge?
thought we were in commercial.
What do you mean you thought we were in
I
commercial?
thought that was a commercial. Hey, man. Hey.
What's happening?
What's going on,
How you
man?
doing, man?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember watching.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We,
Some of those crazy ladder matches and shit.
We
Still
don't-
paying for him.
I don't doubt it, man.
Well, we only learned today that you had to retire because of an injury.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
sucks.
I mean, it doesn't. It doesn't.
You were done? You were ready to move on?
Yeah.
But I actually assumed it would be this WrestleMania because I had a year left of my contract, and whether it's stupid work ethic or whatever it was, I wanted to see that through.
Yeah.
We finished Mania last year, and I knew stuff was going on because my arms were trembling and stuff, and I was like
shaking and shit.
Well, I had neck surgery in 2003, so they already put a plate in there, so I knew I was on borrowed time. And what had happened was the discs had been slamming off of that plate every time for the last 8 years. You saw me landing; that's what was happening. So it got to the point where I was like, something's going on, and I couldn't hide it anymore. So they got MRIs the day after Mania and went, "You're done. Like, you don't have a choice in this. We are not allowing you. We're not clearing you to do this anymore."
What was wrong?
I have spinal stenosis is what I developed, which is a narrowing of the spinal column. So what's happened is my spinal column, even right now, because I haven't got another surgery yet, it's pinching my spinal cord. So if you look at it, it's like a straw being pinched.
So how do you fix that?
It depends. It depends. It's a learning process right now. If dentist chair, I found out, destroys me for 2 days. Just having my head back.
Oh, really?
Didn't know until I went and got my teeth cleaned.
Right.
I went, whoa, that sucks. All right. Well, I guess I'll, floss more.
Yeah.
How do you fix that though?
There's surgery, and it might be another fusion. Where they take it. I already have 2 levels fused. It would be a third, but then I've heard on that.
Are you getting shorter?
I think I already have.
Because you're a tall guy.
I think I already have.
You got some height, though.
Yeah,
you're okay if they take another inch or
I'll
two
still be
from you.
6'3".
Jesus. So are you going to go for the surgery?
Eventually I'm going to have to, I think, because I still like to mountain bike, kayaking, and I want to still do stuff.
And you were ready to leave, you think? Because you're a young guy. You're not even 40, I don't think.
No, 38. I was 37 when I retired, but I was preparing myself for it anyway. I was already getting to that point where I was like, okay, it was a 20-year career too. I started when I was 17. I started in high school, so I knew from the time I was a little kid that this is what I wanted to do. So for me, I did everything I set out to do.
Right. All right. What are you going to do next?
Well, while I was still wrestling, I shot a movie through WWE. I got a part in a TV show on Sci-Fi called Haven, and they got a DVD coming out, the documentary of the career, and they're inducting me in the Hall of Fame this year. So I'm retired, but what's cool going forward is it afforded me the luxury to pick and kind of choose. Whatever I do, I'm going to make sure it's fun.
Right. God, you had some amazing matches too.
I can look back and say I'm
that ladder
cool with
shit.
everything.
Holy fuck! Who invented the ladder shit?
Yeah, I can swear.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Should have told you that ahead of time. Who invented that ladder stuff? And then it got crazier and crazier for a while.
It got pretty stupid, and we were responsible for that. I mean, we set the bar way too high.
Right.
But we all kind of, between us and the Hardys and the Dudleys, came up with the TLC thing, and that took it to a whole it just looked like a tornado through a trailer park.
Oh, yeah.
It was by the time it was done.
What's the ladder match?
Okay, well, usually what happens is there'll be a championship, there'll be a belt hung over the ring, and you got to climb a ladder to get it. And bad things happen.
Does one person hold the ladder and support the other?
No.
Oh, no.
No, the other person tries to knock you off the ladder. I climb up a ladder now, though, and I'm just like Spider-Man.
It's always frustrated me was how long it took to get up the ladder.
Well, that's the idea,
No, I know, but the guy is literally knocked out cold outside the ring, and it's like,
get up the ladder,
just
get up the ladder.
do this already.
It's taking forever.
I tell you what, though, I change a mean light bulb now.
Right up there.
I can get up there quick.
Did you ever have a ladder match where you're thinking ahead of time, this is such not a good idea?
Oh, every time.
Really? Because the ladders got bigger, and you would tip the ladders over while the guy's on the top.
Yeah.
And you don't know where the fuck you're going to fall.
Tables, all that.
You got ladders tipped over while you're on them?
Oh, my God. Can you imagine?
Oh, wow.
Dude, seriously, you got to Google some of this.
It's crazy.
Stuff that I put my body through.
And they wouldn't just fall in the ring. The ladder would go over the ropes with the guy on it.
On the cement.
Yeah.
On the metal stairs.
There's
just
4 tables.
Yeah.
Did you guys practice how to fall?
No, you can't practice that. I mean,
really, with mats and stuff? I'm just trying to think.
No.
So you're just hoping that you're going to fall correctly every time.
You're a little bit of a physical chemist. Like, okay.
How many bones did you break?
Wow.
Well, my neck.
You broke your neck doing a ladder match?
I think just over time. Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? Over time, I think it just wore it away is what it did. But, I tore my Achilles, tore both pecs, both MCLs, fractured skull. But over time.
Right.
You know, it wasn't just like a one-time, oh, I just broke my neck.
Right.
It just wore away. And, but, yeah, I pigeonholed myself, too, is because I ended up being pretty good at these things. So I ended up in 19 of them, which is more than most.
19 ladder matches?
Yeah, 19 of those. And, like, most guys have maybe had one.
Yeah.
So.
That's fucking cool, man.
That was his thing.
I would enjoy that.
Yeah, the ladder matches were sick.
I would enjoy
watching
that.
it.
Yeah.
As long as you fell into a pool or something.
Dude, I'm on a 3-step fucking stepping stool in my closet. I'm teetering and nervous.
Watch this. This is like...
They're on the top?
Yeah.
Oh,
and
fuck.
there they go.
Right through tables.
That's not even right.
And the refs run over to help.
Yeah.
Did that one hurt?
You guys fell for
didn't do
so
that one, but
long.
I've done that. Yeah, it
Like you'd fall for like, oh look, they're still falling.
they're still falling.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
essentially you're falling from like a 2-story building.
Where's our old pal Dudley these days? We haven't seen him in years.
Bubba,
Yeah.
he's down in Orlando. He's still wrestling for TNA. I think he's doing pretty good too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to be pretty good friends with him.
He's a good
back
dude.
in the day.
Yeah. He's a good
When we
dude.
used to have all you guys on all the time. Look
This
how,
is
high,
my-
how high is that ladder?
That's a 15-footer.
Right out of the fucking ring.
That
And
really
you
is an
gotta hope you
amazing
hit the-
fucking...
And you got to hope you hit the table. The
Well,
right
yeah,
way.
and here's the thing. Hit it, slide, and now you're shooting into the crowd.
Right,
I mean,
right.
it's way too hard
So
to
once
try
you grab... see, this is just not safe. There's 4 people on the line. That's not obeying ladder safety.
You think OSHA would have a problem with that?
obeying
It's not
ladder
OSHA
safety.
code.
So now 4 guys on the ladder. Whoever just grabs the belt is the winner. Once
Yes.
you have it, or do you have to get down with it?
Yeah, once you have it.
Just grab it.
There
Grab it.
Who invented the ladder match? Did we get that out of the way?
I think, honestly, the first ladder match might have been in Stampede Wrestling out in Calgary. And I want to say it was Bret Hart and Bad News Brown.
Really?
Wow.
And I'm a bit of a historian. I think that's what it was.
You're from Canada, I believe.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, Toronto.
Did you like Bob Backlund?
No, I was never a Backlund guy. I never got with Backlund.
I didn't like him either.
Yeah, I don't.
You're obsessed with him, though.
No, but I
Jimmy.
just his name because he was
Jimmy
so
mentions him
awful
all the time.
His name he was so awful. Well, Vince, I just giving real answers to questions. I just want to go out there and work hard. Shut up.
He was howdy doody.
Yeah, he was a goody gumdrops.
Yeah. Nice guy, but
Who's inducting you into the Hall of Fame?
I want it to be Christian. And I'm going to assume that's who it is because they asked me who I wanted it to be. And I said, I mean, we grew up together. We really did. We're not brothers, but we grew up together. We did all these matches together.
Right.
Act like brothers. You know, he's a complete dick. Can't stand him, but I love him. So I think
One of
he's
those?
the guy. Yeah.
Love hates.
Well, I mean, it's all love, but we always just bust each other's chops like guys do.
Right.
They're falling on ladders from ladders.
You're still.
That must suck.
Enough
to
about
fall
the
off,
ladder.
to fall off a ladder and land on a ladder. It's like motherfucker. That hurts.
There's no good way to do it. I'll tell you that.
Have people broken bones doing this?
Oh God.
Yeah, but it's really more one of those like you just feel like hell for the next week or so.
How bad is it to get hit with a metal chair?
It sucks.
Dude, they're fucking just banging chairs into each other. Like, there's no way to do that without hurting
And
yourself.
that's not a prop chair.
And there's a guy
That's
running
a
around
real
hitting
chair.
people with the ladder in the ladder match.
We totally could have done a Home Depot commercial just to prove the strength of their stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
They really were amazing matches. Are they still doing ladder matches? I don't even know.
They are just less
crazy?
Yeah, a lot more infrequent,
Yeah.
which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who else is going into the Hall of Fame?
Is me, 4 Horsemen, Ron Simmons, who is in the APA, the Damn, and Mike Tyson is going in the celebrity wing.
Really?
Yes, which should be interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, man, I don't know what to expect. It's still kind of surreal to me. Yeah, I mean, I was still doing it last year, and not even a year later, they're putting me in, and I think I'm like the youngest person to ever go in. So it's kind of weird. Still a little surreal.
That's
and
cool, though.
Humbling.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, it's fucking
Well, you
cool.
earned it for sure, man.
It's weird swearing. Okay.
Is that Bubba Ray Dudley?
That's Devon.
That's his
No,
brother.
no, not the black guy. The white guy with him.
Yeah, that's Bubba.
It is. We met him. I remember
He used to
years
do the show.
Yeah, he came on one time.
He drove me to Long Island once in his limo.
All right.
I think he had a limo for a day and wanted to show off. He's like, "Hey, I'll drive you home. Fuck that train shit."
I think he was the first wrestler I ever met. No. When I was, I think I met magnificent one, Don Morocco. I saw
good old
the
Don.
beach bum.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was awesome.
We
He was
we're,
Intercontinental champ.
we're obsessed with Virgil on this show. too.
Virgil's an interesting cat.
We're obsessed with him because
Really?
no one gets his autograph at these
At the shows, right? Yeah.
See, Sam laughs. Sam goes to all the shows and comes back with the latest picture of Virgil just sitting there by himself.
Bless his heart.
Have you met Sam before?
Well, we just met. I've never been on the show.
Sam's an uber. Sam is probably the biggest wrestling fan. I don't know anyone bigger. I really don't. He knows everything about you guys. Yeah, are we doing well, Sam? Because I don't know.
Yeah, you're doing very well.
Is there something we're supposed to be asking?
No, I do like the concept of a ladder match had to be explained. I thought everybody was aware of what it is, but Jim.
Yes, I thought it was.
Jim never saw him.
Watching Jim go, they're falling off of ladders onto ladders.
Here's the thing.
I love how you had to stack up tables. Let's see. We're going to stack up 3 tables today.
Oh, seriously, we were like home designing scientists. It was just like, yeah.
When did you finally feel like we don't have to top ourselves anymore, or did you never feel that? You know what I mean?
I don't know if you ever feel that. I think if you always want to try and top yourself, but then you realize,
right.
Physically, there's got to be a limitation.
And was there something you really want to do that you never did?
No.
With the matches?
No, actually. I can look back at them and go, okay, that was ridiculous. That was cool. And even just from the career standpoint, it's like anything I wanted to do, I did it. So that's why having to retire was a lot easier. And plus them telling you got no choice made it easier, too.
So you were sort of ready, it sounds like.
Yeah.
You sound like you're almost relieved.
I kind of was. I was mentally preparing myself for a little bit. You know,
the road kills you guys.
That's the hard part. And it sounds like kind of rock star, different city every night, but it's tiring.
How many days a year for you in your prime?
250.
Jesus.
How do you take a chair to the head?
Jimmy with his childish
I can't get over this.
Grit your teeth.
Dude, they're leaping, even though, that they're falling, that they're professional. How the fuck do you fall on a guy's neck? Even if you fix your leg right where it doesn't hurt a lot.
You got to trust.
It still hurts a lot.
Of course it does. These fucking guys jumping up the top
try it
rope.
out, Jim?
I'd
Lay
rather
down on
not.
the floor.
No.
You want him to put you in a mover's arm?
I'd love a woman to do that. Off the top rope onto my face. We got it.
But 250 days a year.
Yeah.
And they're not putting you up in the best fucking hotels all
we're
the time.
putting ourselves up.
So it's up to you how much money you want to save.
Yeah. Yeah, and
a lot of you guys would pick the real cheap fucking accommodations.
One of the things I always told myself, it's like, man, the bed I sleep in is going to be important, and the fuel I put in my body, the food I eat, I'm going to make sure I try and do it right. So those are 2 things that I always made sure that I didn't scrimp on.
When so Mick Foley and you never stayed in the same place?
No.
Oh, yeah, you've heard?
I love him, but...
He's been on the show a lot. He's a good friend. He talks
awesome.
about how he sleeps in fans' houses and stuff just to save money.
Here's the thing. It's like I was not stupid. I didn't go out and buy Lamborghinis and Porsche. I mean, I drive a pickup truck and I drive a Jeep.
Right.
But my houses are paid for.
Right.
So it...
I could imagine some of you guys, though, checking into a real cheap hotel or motel, and the people are like, what?
Well,
I was just watching you last night. Why are you here?
Yeah, well, there's this one night we got to Detroit, and there was a blizzard, and everything was sold out, and there was 7 of us. Wow. And we went, well, I guess it's 7 of us in a room, and it's like me and Jericho and, a bunch of guys. There was actually, they had taken the air conditioning unit out of the wall, so there's a hole in the wall. And we're all in there going, man, what are we doing?
Why wouldn't you have advanced reservations?
See,
if you're going to Detroit.
so many things change.
Oh.
Or like you might not get all the way to Detroit because it's a long drive and you're just beat. So you go, okay, well, I'm going to stop in, I don't know, Ann Arbor or something or Lansing, So you never fully knew, where you're going to get to.
And a lot of you guys drove.
Yeah.
To save money, too.
Yeah. Well,
so you guys would carpool.
What they would try and do is, and what they still try and do is, like, at least book it so that it's fairly close. And it's usually not a flight every day.
But, when we were really watching in the late 90s, we just assumed you guys were on fucking private jets and 5-star hotels, eating at the best restaurants.
What does a low-level wrestler make? Like a guy who's known but not on your level, but kind of a quasi-famous guy who's just doing matches around the country?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. When I first signed with WWE, I was one of the first guys like on a developmental contract where it was like, okay, kid, we see something, but go get experience wherever you can. So I'd go to Japan and all these places and just try and keep gaining experience. And they would pay me $210 US a week because that equaled 300 Canadian.
200 a week?
A week. And then, the first contract I signed, I think, was, for 75. But that's
75,000?
Yeah, but that's your base. So if you're on every show, you destroy that.
Right.
So it's incentive based in that respect, where it's like, okay, if you do good, we'll put you on every show. You're getting paid for every show, so you're going to clear that, maybe within 3 months or something.
Why was it your responsibility to get your accommodations? I never understood that. And we've talked to so many of you guys. Why wouldn't the WWE take care of all that? Have a whole, department dedicated to making sure you guys are traveling properly.
Well, we have a travel department for the flights and everything like that. But what it did kind of do is I think it keeps you grounded. You're responsible for it. You're not on a private jet and everything's catered to you and all of those
What
things.
am I, a den mother? They could do it themselves. Oh, Vince.
Strong.
Yeah.
Vince don't play.
Well,
we'll leave the light on for you. What, do you want your mommy?
Yeah.
You need a night light?
You know what?
Sissy.
But here's the thing. It's like none of us get pampered to the point where it's like, I can only have Fiji water, please. Please, make my coffee with, Icelandic, frigid temperatured water. It's like,
No, I get it, but between what you're actually doing and what they could have done, maybe somewhere in the middle
Somewhere
is
in the
what
middle.
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
What wrestlers got the high-end treatment, though? Like the first
The Rock,
class?
probably, at the time.
If you make it to the top of the show, you're going to do okay travel-wise.
Did you, after a while, like, they fly you first and stuff?
Yeah. And if there's no first, then they buy me 2 seats, and, so it's...
You go on Vince's plane sometimes?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
when
I
did
can't
that
complain.
stop, though?
I was taken care of.
But when does that stop? Because now you get up to that point, and then one day he's got to go.
Yeah.
You might want to get a carpool going.
I think I got out before that happened.
Okay. How embarrassing would that be?
Got it on top.
You got your bags. You're assuming that you're on the plane with Vince again.
Jet. Yeah. Wait, what happened?
Not this time, pal.
Oh, there's a Greyhound waiting for you.
What's your
See you in Minnesota.
What's your favorite moment to watch wrestling-wise? Not including yourself, but like what's something that you like to watch?
Yeah, I don't know. There is so many.
Is it the Shockmaster? Because that's mine.
Shockmasters. That's what I will go for. Is the brutally bad stuff is what I want to watch. Just there's so many bad promos and clips and things like that I really do get a kick out of watching that
It's
stuff.
so bad. I still feel like it might have been done on purpose.
No,
I know. But it's,
no, or like even like last Monday with Rock and Cena, that was awkward. And you could feel how.
Why? What happened?
What happened, Sam?
Rock's out there cutting a promo, and he had some writing on his wrist, and Cena called him out on it, and you could visibly see the bristles come up, and it was really awkward. Like they don't like each other, but to me that makes for awesome TV.
Wait, do you mean he wrote down notes?
I wasn't there, but that's what he called him out on.
And what did he say to Cena?
No, Cena said, I don't have to write my stuff on my wrist, and Rock for a guy who's never off his game. He was kind of off his game after that, so it was like either he's an incredible actor, which might very well be the case.
I saw Tooth Fairy.
Hey, is this clip online?
It probably is.
Yeah.
Here's the thing too. I love both guys,
Right.
so you see it and it's like, ooh, there's some stuff going on.
Rock
there.
is wrestling.
Yeah. Wow. Exactly right. The guy doesn't need to.
Vince knows how to throw money at you. Though. Brock will probably wrestle again if his health will allow. I'm sure he will too.
Probably, and here's the thing: a lot of people get upset. Rock's come back for a match. I say, why get upset about it? It's good for business. The guy doesn't need to. And here's my thing: it's not taking a spot away from. If you're good enough, you're not going to get knocked off the show. You're going to be good enough to stay on the show, and that's up to you. And if you aren't good enough, you're going to be off. That's your fault.
Is John Cena good on the mic?
Yeah,
he's real good.
Yep.
Come on, Rock. Come on now. I got something for you. Some cold, hard cash. Get in the ring, boy. Come on.
I love the fact that Vince's music
Oh, yeah, it's got to.
Has to every
Got to
time.
complete the whole scene there.
But unless you got the walk too.
Oh, yeah,
with
yeah.
the flailing arms and the
I love when he walks out from
blazer.
back and walks down the aisle there. He's just kind of, you're right, his arms are kind of flailing.
With a tailored suit, but it's pink.
Pink. And just a huge, monstrous man underneath it.
Yeah.
And you got to
looks
respect
like a
him.
bottle of Pepto-Bismol.
You got to respect him for all the bumps he took over the years too.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm not afraid. Yeah.
Billionaire
Here's the thing,
taking
man.
bumps in the ring.
Yeah, I mean, he asks you to do something. It's like, well, he'd do it.
Yeah.
Where is this? That's
He's
the
finding it. He's finding the part where it's good. When obviously it gets real at times. Do you guys, fucking hurt him a little bit sometimes in those matches just to get back at him?
No,
just twist a little more than you need to or anything
You
like
gotta
that?
be pro.
Even in the end, when you know you have a real beef outside the ring.
Yeah, you still got to be a pro because I mean,
tough.
You can really get messed up in there.
Yeah,
so you're not, that's not something you want to do. That's that's a code that you don't break.
Mm-hmm. Here's Cena calling out Rock.
Wow!
The Rock.
This is too much fun. I was not going to miss this. I mean, you actually referred to me as Kung Pao Chicken. Kung Pao Chicken. Only The Rock could refer to me as Kung Pao Chicken. It's genius. It's absolutely brilliant because every single Chinese restaurant you go to, it's always there. It's perfect, Rock. And this is perfect Rock. The Rock comes out, does his shtick, holds the millions in the palm of his hand like only The Rock can do. But I must admit, I didn't come out here to swing from the people's strudel or whatever you call on your penis nowadays. I came out here to tell you you were right. You're right, I am that guy. I'm the guy who runs you down when you're not here. But as usual, just like everything else, you're only half right. Because I'm the guy that runs you down when you are here. You see, these people love The Rock. I was one of these people until I got to meet Dwayne Johnson. Dwayne Johnson is a self-centered, egotistical, see-through son of a bitch. That wouldn't give a rat's ass if this company closed its doors tomorrow. Now, I'll tell you something, Jack. I don't need words like respect and loyalty to trend worldwide. Just like I don't need my notes for my promo on my wrist.
Just changed.
Nice tattoo.
Oh, man.
So here's the skinny. April 1st, when the millions see John Cena versus The Rock, John Cena is going to be eyeing up Dwayne Johnson. And I don't like Dwayne Johnson. You probably make your boobs bounce. There'll be a thing on your eyebrow that looks like the people's eyebrow. But I'm going to be looking into the eyes of Dwayne Johnson and see a man afraid. Because you're going to be looking at a dude who may not have balls, but a dude who's going to beat the hell out of you at WrestleMania, Jack.
So he didn't talk anymore. Why didn't The Rock say anything?
He did after, and it was...
well, that's the part we wanted, not the 5-minute build-up.
Yeah, Sam.
Well, wouldn't we want the part where he's all like nervous now?
Sam,
because he got called out on it?
What are you doing there leaving in the parking lot? It was
Yeah.
fucking awful.
Not nervous, just a little flustered.
A little flustered.
And for Rock, he's never flustered.
Is he still good on the... Can I hear a little bit of The Rock? I don't know any...
Well, see, but this clip, he's kind of flustered in it, so you're not going to get the true
well,
Rock.
that's why I want to hear, because
Yeah.
we've all seen The Rock not flustered a million times.
Like I said, could just be a great actor.
Do they like The Rock, these people?
Yes.
Then why are they cheering for the guy talking shit to him?
A bit of both.
They like him too?
Yeah.
It's like you, John. It's like you to come out, run your mouth, and then walk away before I slap the lips off your face. And I'll tell you what, it doesn't surprise me you come out here, now you confuse the world, you don't like The Rock, you like Dwayne Johnson, hate Dwayne Johnson, what you got? Let me tell you something, John, you're back there listening right now. You're back there listening right now. Let me tell you this, John, The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. Dwayne Johnson, The Rock. That is the same man. The same man in
Doesn't
here
sound like the old
is
Rock.
the exact same man out there.
He still
The
is.
exact
just
same
here,
man.
it's like,
The exact same man, John. But the difference between me and you come out here, you run your mouth about being tough. You ain't tough. I know it and you know it. The bottom line is this. The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, the people's champ, the great one, the most electrifying man in all of entertainment. It doesn't matter, John. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters, and you're back there listening, is that what I'm going to do on the biggest stage of WrestleMania, the biggest match of all time, The Rock, all the nicknames you want to throw, Team Bring It Worldwide, we're going to kick your candy ass all over WrestleMania. If you smell
reined it back in.
He got back to it.
Yeah. It got tense.
Yeah. What was who's the best mic guy, you think? Of all time.
I say Backlund.
Backlund. Rock is up there, obviously.
Rock's definitely up there.
Stone Cold was
Austin.
amazing.
Was Hogan good or no?
Yeah, but it was a different era.
Right.
It was a different era. Yeah, era.
Who do you think, Sam?
Who else would you put in that category? You got two biggies right there.
Was Jericho good on the mic?
Yeah, Jericho's very good. And what Jericho did too is he
Shawn
like
Michaels,
reinvented himself and changed even not only how he would wrestle and how he looked, but his style.
He's
He
a
went
good talker, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good guys. Generally, the guys you see talking are good at it.
Right.
They're talking for a reason.
Sure.
And Cena's considered good?
Yeah.
How come
Yeah.
those guys don't like each other?
I don't know. I honestly don't know, but watching that, I don't think they like each other.
Do you think John Cena's like jealous because he's just coming back and making a lot of money after he's just going and doing movies?
I think that's probably a lot of guys think that way, and I don't think they look at it the way I look at it. I look at it from Vince's perspective. It's like, man, that guy doesn't got to come back. It's going to help the product and get everybody else noticed. And like I said, if you're not on the show because he bumped you off, then you're not good enough. It's your own fault.
Right. Well, we ran out of show, unfortunately.
Damn it.
Yeah.
That's very interesting because I used to watch wrestling a lot, and then I kind of stopped when I discovered sexual addiction. But I still I find this shit fascinating.
Absolutely.
CM Punk is good, right? On the mic, or is he not a good mic
no,
guy?
he's good on the mic too. Yep.
He's pretty real.
Yeah. And now with all the Twitter stuff, I find Twitter very passive aggressive though.
Oh,
It's like,
man.
I'm gonna type bad things about you. It's really just childish. and moronic.
Are you on Twitter?
No.
Oh, you're not?
No. Not
at all.
If I got a problem with
Should join
somebody,
the
I'll
fun.
tell them face to face. I'm not going to type about it.
Are you recognized everywhere?
Yep.
That's cool, right?
Yeah. And the cool thing is everybody's usually pretty cool about it. It's like, man, I saw you did it. So
That's nice.
You're on
Good
TV
feeling.
for 20 years. It's going to happen.
Right.
Yeah, for some reason our fans love to bitch at us all the time.
That's all they do.
Holy fuck. Are you really a fan? I'm confused at this point. How about a little love every once in a while? Oh, my God.
I'll give you love. I had fun.
All right, good. The Edge.
Good time.
The Edge.
Bending the rules is you played.
Oh, thanks.
I want.
Yeah, I guess I should plug.
We haven't
something,
plugged that, right?
What is Bending the Rules again? So it's out Friday limited.
Yeah, it's a movie I did for WWE Films. I shot it while I was still on contract, so it was kind of cool because it gave me some experience as to what acting kind of was. But I don't consider myself an actor by any means.
You don't want to do more acting?
I will.
Right.
But I'm not going to be one of those guys that's out pounding the pavement or anything like that. It probably sounds like a dick, but if it falls in my lap, I'll do it.
Good for you.
Was it fun?
It really is.
It's hard though.
See, here's the thing. I had fun my entire adult life wrestling. So if I do something, it's going to be fun. I don't want to do something that feels monotonous and is a job.
Hey, where's Shane?
He texts me on my birthday. Gets me every year on my birthday. What happened? Remembers every year.
You got enough.
He has a reminder probably on his
You
phone.
got enough of
Edge's birthday.
Jimmy blown up Edge's spot. he doesn't
Man,
remember.
I thought he cared for me.
What happened with Shane, man?
I don't know.
He just didn't want to be in the family business anymore?
I guess not. I honestly don't know. We never really talked about it. We'll just,
He
shit
walked
about
away.
Stuff,
There's got to be a story there that no one's willing to
I'm sure there is.
to tell.
And I'm sure he'll be the only one that knows it.
Yeah. He manages Rory McIlroy.
McIlroy, yeah, that golfer kid, right?
He's the number one in the world now, 22.
Jesus.
Second
Can you
youngest
tell I've
ever.
never
What he's
golfed?
doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Huh? He's in, he's managing.
Wow.
And one of his clients through his company is Rory McIlroy.
That's a damn good client.
Number one golfer in the
Good one
world.
to have, right?
Yeah.
But I want to know why he left the family business. We all want to know.
Tired of hearing one more time. Just jump off the top rope and hit the table. You hit that table hard. Meg, you sell that. All right, Dad. Jesus. It's just looking anything, please. Anything else.
It's one thing if your dad wants to take bumps, but to force your son to do it. Fuck.
Well, what choice do you got? It's
I
like,
know.
your dad just broke his tailbone through the table. I guess I got to.
I have to do that. Dad, not the stink face, Dad. No.
Hey, is
the stink face.
if you suck in a match, would Vince tell you? Does he tell people like you didn't do this right or you didn't do that right?
Oh, yeah, but here's the thing with Vince. I was like, man, you can't lace up my boots. You don't have an athletic bone in your body. I'm not going to take your criticism. Have you seen him walk to the ring? I've seen him wrestle. He's got guts, but he cannot wrestle. So, he'll tell you, like, he's obviously watched enough matches to know stories and what's good and what isn't.
He's entertaining as all hell.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now we're hearing that Edge has to go. So Bending the Rules out Friday, limited. We'll check that out. And then, of course, the induction in the Hall of Fame. That's cool. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
I know that's a
Appreciate it.
big deal for you guys. Saturday, March 31st at the American Airlines Arena in Miami. I'm thinking you guys should fucking wrestle a little bit as you're being inducted. What do I know?
Oh, man, if I could, I'd wear like a huge flannel lumberjack tuxedo and just grow a big, massive beard with birds nesting in it. But I'll probably have to do the GQ beard.
Yeah. All right. Adam Edge Copeland, come back and see us, all right?
Cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
And Jimmy, you're good with your plugs?
Yeah, tickets go on sale Friday morning for my gig with Artie Lang, David Tell, myself, Nick DiPaolo. That's June 9th in Foxwoods Casino, and then I'll be at Caroline's at the end of this month.
Very cool. See
Thank
you guys
you.
tomorrow.
Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Yes. After Opie and Anthony Live. How exciting was that for everybody? Edge, WWE superstar, about to be a Hall of Famer on the Opie and Anthony Show today. Very exciting, very exciting. The Hall of Fame ceremony is on March 31st. That's Saturday in the American Airlines Arena in Miami. So if you're going down to WrestleMania, or if you're in the Miami area anyway, and don't have tickets, why don't you go ahead and get yourself some tickets? Because you know what? What else are you going to do? It's going to be an exciting night. Everybody's cleaning up here. I don't know, obviously I was very excited about Edge, but at the same time, running through my mind all day ever since Ant brought it up was the battle between ants and human beings. I feel like ants the size of cats, we don't hold a chance against them. And I mean, you could take your strongest human beings, because I feel like an ant that's the size of a cat could not only hide in places, but could lift up tanks. And once you're strong enough that you can lift up a tank, you're pretty much unstoppable. And there's more ants than human beings anyway. So that right there, and you'd have the same amount of ants. They'd just be much bigger. It's not like we just say the same surface area amount of ants. No, it's the same number. Because if you're talking about surface area, you'll be fine. But that is something we discussed today. Lisa Bonet being nude, like Christina Hendricks, is something we discussed today. We talked about intervention today. It was a great show. It was a very good show. Paul, you're here. Where's Paul? There he is. Paul's coming in. You are not keeping track of these people, Eric. Paul is
I'm
actually...
in charge of Paul.
Who is?
I don't know. He's just kind of here.
Did you hear the interns talking shit about you yesterday?
No, what happened?
They were just saying... Well, I asked intern Eric who does more for the show, Paul or Sal, and he said Sal.
Okay.
What's up?
You want to think these a few minutes earlier?
Yeah. That's cool, too. We got some stuff going on here. I'm going to throw it to a bit in a minute. But, how does that make... why is that the interns are under the perception that Sal is the man? Because did you hear yesterday's show?
No.
It was great. It was great. I would recommend going to Audible and downloading it. You got to hear it.
Okay.
The whole... you probably realized it was going on behind the scenes, but the whole Club Soda Kenny versus the interns thing, and Sal not going out for food orders, and somebody going to management, and this whole thing exploded.
Really?
Into a big mess, and it was great. It was great. Sal, are you over that yet? You took it kind of hard.
No, that was I'm still fatigued from yesterday.
Are you?
Yeah.
It's a thing that happens where you then start questioning getting on a mic again, because you don't know when there's going to be another implosion.
Very, very traumatic.
How many food orders did you go on today? None, huh?
No. Let's say a couple.
You did?
Yeah.
A lot of people wanted food today?
Well, it was just the other dude came late, so...
Eric came late?
Oh, yeah, after talking shit about me yesterday.
He came late today.
You want me to count him?
Well, I didn't know Eric was coming late now. We just had a discussion with him yesterday about how he was the dumb intern, right? And now he's coming late. Paul, I'm sorry I even brought you in here into this mess, because I didn't know we were dealing with a tardy intern.
Yes.
Eric?
Yeah.
What's going on with your guys?
Well, he was texting me all morning and then sent me a link to... Yeah, I see him rolling.
There he is.
Sent me a link to...
Eric, we're talking about you being late.
Stay in here. This news piece that he was on his train, and the train broke down.
Oh,
and that
yeah,
while
right.
while he was waiting for the rescue train, the rescue train broke down.
Yeah, come on. That's a lie. Eric, we just had a discussion yesterday about you being a weaker intern, right?
Yes.
And then you show up the next day late. That's a very, if I could use an old intern's name, that's a very love buzz move.
Well, I must say,
you know what I mean?
Listen, I don't have weaknesses in my internship because I showed strength through keeping everyone calm. Our train broke down. I was on there for 3 hours.
You didn't need to keep everybody calm.
You don't intern for the MTA, though.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't need to keep anyone here calm, because I just found out you were late just now. Nobody knew you were even...
Our train, listen, it was all over the news. If you were watching the local news here, trains were canceled in New Jersey. It was chaos.
Well, I think you have something to say to Paul then, because you talked a little shit about Paul yesterday, but then you didn't say that Sal was better than Paul yesterday.
I didn't say Sal was better than Paul. You asked if I saw Sal doing more work than Paul, and that is only because I follow Sal around.
You see him doubling.
I do, yeah.
That's not doubling. That's backing up my statement.
If you follow Sal around,
sir.
how come you sat in that room behind me for the last 2.5 hours?
Well,
oh, you're not even following him well. You got some shit to work on, buddy.
Well, I'm working on something right now. You know.
What are you working on?
I'm doing some drops.
Doing some
helping
drops.
with some drops. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right?
Hopefully it's at the 36-story window. Yeah.
Damn,
Fingers
that's
crossed.
That's fucked up.
You don't think so?
That's messed up.
No. Well, my other favorite thing that we talked about yesterday was Ant's phone attachment. That Harry T. I ran into Harry T. He's a kid who interned in the same Opie and Anthony class as I. Yes! I was once an Opie and Anthony intern. A lot of you guys are looking at me like, no, that can't be true. Look at you. Yes, it's true.
Way back when in the long, long ago.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right, Saxman. Way back when. And he ended up producing Ron and Fez, and then he moved on from that job, or I don't know if he quit or got fired. I don't know what his deal was. But he ended up just pursuing comedy, and I guess now also selling 360-degree camera attachments for iPhones. I don't know where those two worlds meet, but somewhere they did. I wanted to bring everybody more on board with who Harry T was. I didn't get a chance to do that yesterday with all the malarkey that was happening, so I thought we would do that today. Eric, which Harry T gem of, I think, the two that existed did you pull out?
There's only one, actually.
There's just the one, okay.
Just the one.
Okay.
And that would be the time, and I believe it was Travis was the one who saw the computer, that Harry was caught sending his own instant feedback in to request his own material.
All right, let's hit it here on After Opie and Anthony Live.
After O&A Live.
So he's going to say even better.
That is killer, man. Is this true? Okay. It's completely confirmed, and
right, you go and do the interview.
Everyone's so excited.
Old school movie about that.
It would have been good if we were doing.
Yeah, it would have been good if you want to put up.
Well, someone has to explain. They're
Okay.
just handing this to us. Travis, you want in on this?
It's instant feedback. You know our instant feedback. It's a great little tool for the show. People are able to comment on things going on during the show without having to get through on the phone. And we read them here, and sometimes we read them on the air. They're very funny. Sometimes they're just comments to us saying they love the show, they hate the show. Sometimes they request bits, is what they do. And I was handed the O&A Show Live feedback form. Now, this is a printout of what people who go to instant feedback have to fill out. First name, last name, email address, from, and then the message. A max to 250 characters, and then send it. Boink. Well, this is from Joey, last name Gay, email address shitdick@AOL.com, from, and it says whackbag.com. And then it says, I like that Led Zeppelin tribute with Robert Kelly singing lead. Play the Rob Kelly remix with Zeppelin. And apparently, our private investigators around the studios here have found out, we observed that this was being sent from a cubicle here in the XM studios. It's coming from inside the studio. And by observing, they have found that it was indeed Harry T, the new intern, requesting his own material.
Well,
trying to request his own shit under an assumed name.
While he's interning.
What are you while you're interning, you're requesting your own stuff. Now, is this...
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm
this
confident.
is true. You're fessing up.
Yeah, it was more because towards the end someone else threw one in. Oh, you played the other Zeppelin one. I was like, let me see if we can play that one.
No, someone else that didn't write it.
And, no, they played another Zeppelin one. Some other, or
you're requesting your own material to be played.
No, yeah.
We enjoyed it, thought it was really good. Apparently it hasn't been played enough for Harry.
Well,
couldn't you have just walked in here with your terry cloth shirt and requested it? Couldn't you have just asked us?
I felt like the bit was done, so I just throw it in there just to toss it in. I also wanted to see if anyone could find out, too.
Shut up, stupid. You didn't want to see if anyone could find out.
You did not.
Really? That's why this kid flew the plane? I was just testing security.
Just seeing what the hell. The beers and everything didn't matter. But wow.
Wow.
That you know what? That kind of...
I'm getting a douche
reeks
chill.
of desperation a little bit.
Douche chill.
It does reek of desperation a bit.
I don't deny that.
We complimented you on it. It was very funny. But, you know, I don't think you can just rest on that.
No, I know. I don't expect to, but I thought I'd just try it.
I just think you kind of tossed it in there hoping we would play it and then go, oh, and by the way, that was done by Harry.
Oh, yeah, there's
intern.
no denying that.
And then Harry, great job and stuff. So you're not even denying any of that?
No. I got caught. That's it.
You got caught.
Yeah, I'm going to plead guilty. And
I like the Zeppelin tribute with Robert Kelly singing lead. Play that Kelly
the
remix.
Robert Kelly remix.
And even put W/Zeppelin.
Right.
You know, like a regular Joe.
Yeah. And Joey Gay shit dick?
Well, Joey Gay's an actual, a real guy I know.
Yes.
Is he really?
He's a comedian, yeah. His name is Joey Gay.
Joey Gay.
But it did theoretically get me in here. So I can't say that it did not work completely.
Well, taking a shit on the desk would have gotten you in here, too. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean it was a bright move.
And from Whackbag.
Well, it's automatic.
That would help.
No, it's just automatic. If you don't put something in there, it just says from Whack. Like I went through Whackbag. Yeah. Like that's why a lot of the posts say.
Is that a default kind of thing that just pops in there?
Martini Steve in studio to help us out here.
Steve.
Yeah.
Is this on? Yeah. Okay. It looks
Who's
like they
calling me?
copied the code and put it on their own website. That didn't come from OpieandAnthony.com.
Oh, it didn't.
No.
No, I went through Whackbag. That's the only way I knew.
Oh, you did.
Yeah.
You do know the interns are not allowed to go onto Whackbag.
Yes.
Yeah, hi, Pete. I'm on the radio. How are you?
No posting allowed.
I don't post at all.
Oh,
I was just looking for the instant feedback. I didn't know how to find it.
Things like posting on Whackbag for interns. Things like even IMing other people.
No, I'm
sending
not a
private messages
poster.
to other people through Whackbag. None of that is really accepted.
I'm not a big internet poster.
Dude, did you get this one here? Play some cuts from Yellow Discipline. It was from EAB.com. I wonder what that is. You can't request your own stuff under an assumed name.
This is very uncomfortable.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
It would have been, if you would have signed it, from Harry.
Our intern requesting his own material from a cubicle out there.
Oh, it's creepy.
Wow, that is really creepy.
Really
That's a
is
good
creepy.
word for it. Creepy. Oh.
What are you doing, Travis?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Checking some feedback.
Jesus, Travis, what are you doing? Oh, you're not here?
Everyone's
Travis
waving.
is not here.
Everyone's waving off the plane.
No, we gotta make believe he's not here.
It's a different.
Now that we just
it's a
acknowledged that
different
he's here, but
Travis.
now we have to make believe he's not here.
Wait, what
different.
Was, what
Jesus.
was 5'11" infant saying? What were you saying?
Nothing. I didn't see. I'm not 5'11".
How tall are you?
6'2".
You're not 6'2".
Don't even start that shit
You're
with
not
me.
6'2".
This has been an ongoing thing with Steve and I. There was back in the day before we got Club Soda Kenny and Master Poe. You know, Anthony and I were doing this popular radio show, and we felt like we needed security at times. And Martini Steve was doing production and stuff. And before his stomach stapling, he was what, 400 pounds?
400 pounds, yeah.
400 pons, and he looked like he was 6'2", 6'3". Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he gets the stomach staple surgery, and he loses 150 pounds, something like that. He's down under 3, way under 3.
Yeah, 270.
And he also decided to stop wearing his platform shoes, Anthony, that made him 6'2".
Mm-hmm.
The guy's not even taller than me.
Well, I'm a little bit taller than you.
Back in the day, we felt like we were being protected by this monster. It turns out you were wearing platform shoes that gave you 3 inches.
Well, I used to wear...
Still, no one would screw with him.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly consider myself meek at the moment. I mean...
Do you think you could kick Steve's ass?
No, of course not.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's all about looking intimidating. And, all of a sudden he drops down 3 inches and drops 150 pounds. He's not as intimidating as he used to be.
Maybe there was like a 1/4 inch of fat on the bottom of my feet.
Fat feet.
Yeah. But for many years, I'm just assuming that Steve was that much taller than me. And one day we're walking on the sidewalk. I'm like, what the fuck? You're as tall as I am.
I just can't believe
like
how
5'11",
offended
6
you
foot.
are. I wasn't consciously duping you about my height. I thought that's how
you were
tall
duping. I could get old tapes where we used to ask you how tall you were, and you're like, 6'2", 6'3".
I think whatever. If I'm not, I'm not.
He's a liar. Everything he wears on fire.
That's
all right. Well, here's Harry T's remix.
Oh, you playing it?
Yeah, we'll play it.
I got another request here.
Oh, yeah?
It says, hey, those Pat O'Brien remixes were so good, especially the Terry Schiavo one and the 2 Norton ones. And it's from Not Danny or Not Than.
From Not New York City.
Yeah. Harry T. Okay, well, this one's going out to Joey Gay.
Right. Well,
who
Harry
requested this.
You accomplished your
You accomplished
your
it
mission.
by just losing respect and dignity.
But now we're all going to look at you a little differently.
Yeah.
Thinking, oh, God, there goes the creepy guy.
The creepy guy that requests his own material. His own 1 bit.
Wait, Norton wants to do it in here.
Where's Jimmy?
I broke my knee, man. Fuck. I broke my knee, man. I broke my fucking knee, dude. I broke it, dude. I felt the crack. Fuck. I broke my leg. I broke it. Hold my hand, man. I gotta squeeze something.
Somehow it's just not as funny anymore.
I know, it stinks now.
Someone's got to dial this number for me.
All right, Tony, go ahead.
Hey, punish that motherfucker. Make him read from Rent Boys.
Do we still have Rent Boys
We
around?
certainly do.
All right, get Rent Boys. And let's go to Super Golfer from Whackbag. Super Golfer.
Hiya, boys.
Hey.
I want to know, is that intern, is he wearing an eye patch?
An eye patch.
Yeah, we got.
Wow, you're going way back.
We might have to tell the eye patch story again. We get creepy interns from time to time.
The eye patch guy.
Well, there was Luca that we nicknamed her Luca because she came in with black eyes and stuff. And
she was always beat up.
And then one day she just never showed up again. We still have no idea what ever happened to her.
Just disappeared.
And then there was the eye patch kid who missed a few days' work and then came in with this crazy story.
Brian, his name was?
He was in an accident or something?
Yeah. He came in late and he was wearing an eye patch. And we asked him what happened. He said he got into an accident. And as we questioned him, his story fell apart, much like the owl-eyed runaway bride story. It just crumbled under questioning. He said he was on a motorcycle.
Well, the motorcycle hit the car?
Yeah, the motorcycle hit his car, and the glass from the passenger window broke, and some went in his eye. And we're talking about how did the window break if the motorcycle hit the door, and then he said, well, the guy kind of fell off the bike and his head hit the
I don't remember
but
exactly.
nothing
But he was
nothing
trying to
went
claim
together.
he had glass in his eye and then he had kind of like abrasions around his eye.
Yeah, and then we finally got him to take the patch off. He kept saying, no, my doctor said, no, don't take it off.
Probably one of the most uncomfortable moments in Opie and Anthony history.
He took it off to reveal absolutely nothing was wrong with his eye or anything. And then he's still trying to lie.
He's still
saying
working
that
it
was
like, no,
getting
right here, look,
right
see,
here,
right,
you see.
right here, there's...
And the redness went away, but I still can't quite see it. And he was just lying through his teeth.
Just like the investigators with the runaway bride.
Yeah.
We're like, Brian, there was no accident, right?
No accident. None, right?
And we actually fired him on the spot because it was like way too creepy.
Yeah.
That's different. What this guy did was like,
Harry
Harry's
he's
fine.
whatever.
He'll stay here, but we'll look at him now a little different.
The Brian guy was creepy though because it was after he missed a couple days of work or whatever.
Yeah.
The eye patch and
Harry's just a jizz bag.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Let's meet AJ Poopy Shits.
Poopy Shits. Here we go.
Oh no.
Hi, I'm AJ Poopy Shits. I love chicks and I love tits. It's my favorite part of chicks. That's why I love the Opie and Anthony Show and their Wow sticker promotion. You just log on to the website, get yourself a sticker, throw it on the back of your hoopty, and you get to see some great chicks and their tits. Who could ask for more? Certainly not me. I'm all man, and if there's one thing that men like, it's chicks. Sometimes at home, I'll stand in front of the mirror, totally buck naked, and tuck my dick in between my legs. Pretend I'm a chick with great tits. Toodles.
All right. The first observation of many.
Yeah.
You do that
There's a few
way
there.
too good.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Look,
Yeah.
he's crying. He's tearing up. Just hearing your work on the air like that must be an emotional
It's two
moment.
countries.
It's two countries.
I don't like AJ Poopy Shits.
Neither do I. That's
Love him!
Yeah. The voice, you do it very well. So well that it's disturbing.
Yeah.
It's kind of disturbing. And then the imagery that came to mind with the nudity and the tucking was again very sexy.
I can't take full credit for the writing, but I will take partial credit.
Oh, okay.
I think we need more AJ Poopy Shits promos.
And the music in the background was very good. It was.
You should do like a chick report.
Oh,
You're like the expert chick guy.
Yeah.
All right.
That'd be good. Something maybe like you're on location at spring break.
Well, just like maybe
looking at the hot chicks.
maybe just talking about like the hot chicks in pop culture. Just like you write up a whole thing.
Oh yeah,
What you
yeah.
find, what chicks you find hot and why?
Like a celebrities,
Celebrities, yeah.
Yeah.
All the hot movie chicks or TV or something like that.
Well, that would just be a joy to do.
What
a smart ass.
I guess you could intro like Morning Zoo Bit of the Day and talk about how hot Britney Spears is because you're all about the chicks with tits. And that's your catchphrase, by the way. Don't forget.
Chicks with tits?
Yeah, you could have used that a little more in your promo. I was feeling like you got a catchphrase now. That you like chicks and their tits. Okay. Was that the line?
I think so.
Yeah.
All right, stop talking like salmon, and now let's say hi to AJ Poopy Shits.
Hey guys, what's up? This is AJ Poopy Shits. I'm here on the O&A show, just having a great time with the guys. We're here to talk about Britney Spears.
Whoa, what do you mean you're having a great time with the guys? That sounds a little weird, AJ
No,
Poopy
just
Shits.
guys being guys, talking about chicks and their tits.
He does. I knew he would look exactly like this when he did it. I'm just watching him on the camera so I don't throw him off.
I don't want to throw you off. I want this to work, so I'm turned around. Ant's kind of looking through the Pal Talk camera.
I just am here. We want to talk about Britney Spears and her fabulous tits, her gazungas, and just how great they've been looking lately. And hopefully this morning zoo bit of the day will be all about tits, because that's all I'm into.
You like the tits, right?
I friggin' love them.
But she's not really that hot, AJ Poopy Shits. Back in the day she was, but
Yeah, you
now
seem
that's-
not to really know who's
Yeah.
hot and.
Yeah, you don't understand when someone. You can't just say Britney Spears is hot. You got to understand that maybe her hot days are long.
Come on,
long
dude.
gone.
Chicks are chicks, and tits are tits. I mean, get
He
real.
just loves tits.
Well, he's got to keep the catchphrase on. But don't you think her tits are saggy by now, AJ Poopy Shits?
I guess they're a little saggy. I mean, they could be better.
Yeah.
But they're certainly better than, like, something on a guy or something.
And you don't like guys, right?
Oh, no. I mean, guys being guys and stuff is cool, but chicks is where it's at for me.
Married man, Mr. Poopy Shits.
I'm playing the field right now, actually.
Okay, playing the field.
Just trying to get as many chicks as I can right now.
Yeah.
It's been going pretty well.
Yeah?
Great.
Why don't you tell us about the last time you had sex with a woman?
Oh, my God. It was great. It was this chick. She was so hot. She had, like, blonde hair and these great tits. And I just got to play with them and maybe, like, tweak their nipples a little and just do all these great things to her. And she was so into me.
Sounding a little too much like Sam. I'm not looking at you.
Well,
AJ Poopy Shits, what's happening to you?
I don't know who Sam is. This is AJ. And
Wow, you really sold it that time. I don't know who Sam is.
Do you like anal with these girls?
Oh, I'll do anything with a chick.
That's a chick.
What's your favorite part of a chick?
Oh, it's the tits. Come on.
He's kind of dancing to the music a little bit.
All right, AJ Poopy Shit. So explain this bit, the Morning Zoo bit of the day with this hot Britney Spears.
Well, I guess this bit is about... This is Britney Spears, that piece of ass that she is, doing a commercial for Campbell's Chunky Soup.
Chunky Soup, really?
Yeah, it's like a parody, but I don't know why we have to sit here and talking about soup and Britney Spears. Let's get to the tits.
All right, let's get to the tits.
Good Campbell's possibility. Hey y'all, it's Britney Spears for Chunky Soup. They say chunky fills you up right. And that's good, because lately I've been filled up all wrong. By that K-Fab f***ing son of a mother I hate that bitch. Him, he's such a piece of white trash. So anyway, Chunky Soup has a couple vitamins and minerals. I'm not even sure what they are, but then again, so does this cigarette. Something else that tastes like cigarettes. My ex-husband K-Fab, that mother. What a low life, leaving his children for me to take care of, and I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm on hooked on drugs and drinking alcohol and walk with no shoes on. Wow. Chunky Soup. My kids love it when they're drinking. What are they drinking? Bourbon. I told you nothing but Cristal. My kids are better than that, you little sons of a bitches.
Chunky Soup fills your dumpy white trash ass up right.
So you can go and strut yourself out in public, y'all. Oh, I don't have panties on. Good Campbell's possibilities.
Oh.
Does anybody remember laughing?
Shame, 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 shame on you, goddamn rich cunt.
That's terrific. That's terrific. Wow. And that's being played on a lot of stations, huh? Oh, sorry.
That's good, huh?
Can you dig that? I knew that you could.
Yeah, I knew that you could.
AJ Poopy Shits, what'd you think of that?
Well, I mean, it was not funny. The song was all right that they were playing in the background. But just, I mean, my favorite part about that, the only really redeeming quality, is you get to picture Britney Spears. You know what I mean?
And what would you picture about Britney?
Oh, just everything. Her curves, like, that comes right up to her tits. I just,
of course.
I just love those. Don't you guys?
You know,
oh, yeah.
Hey, we love tits, but AJ Poopy Shits, you say that you love tits so much, it's a little suspicious because if a person didn't know much about women, they probably would go for the obvious, which would be that they love tits.
Well,
what else do you like on a woman besides the tits?
Well, I like a woman with, like, a nice ass or something like that. Good thighs, pretty hair. Like a nice mascara or something like that to bring out their features.
Mascara.
Do you like their shoes?
Oh God! If a woman is wearing awful shoes, they just have no shot with AJ. I will tell you that right now.
All right, AJ, let me let you in on something.
Yeah.
Men.
Yeah.
You know, men.
Like us.
Like most of us.
Yeah.
We don't look at the shoes.
Really?
Nope.
You guys are missing out on a lot. I mean,
I think chicks with tits buy
Yeah.
shoes to show off to other chicks.
Yeah. Well, that's
They're not doing
what
it for
I've
the
heard.
men. Because men in general do not look at the feet unless you have like a foot fetish or something.
Well, yeah, that's what I have. A foot fetish. For chicks.
Right.
That's why I'm looking at the shoes and stuff, because I have a foot fetish. I love women's feet in a sexual, heterosexual way.
Sexual, heterosexual way.
Well,
I gotcha.
Now, AJ Poopy Shits, it seems like you've banged a lot of broads.
Oh, tons.
Where's the G spot?
Oh, it's right around the pussy. Like, right.
It's right around the pussy.
Right, like, under it.
Okay.
What do you mean under it?
It's really hard to describe. And I think, like, a lot of chicks, if you've been with as many chicks as me, you know that it might vary from chick to chick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's right around the pussy area.
Mm-hmm.
Right around.
I mean, dude, if you don't know where the G spot is, then maybe you haven't been with a lot of chicks.
Oh,
and that's, to me, that's suspicious.
But I asked you first.
I know, but what I'm saying is it's suspicious that you don't know where it is. I know where it is.
All right, then tell us.
I told you, it's right around that area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but where?
Like right around where the pussy and the clit is.
Give some advice to the guys out there. How do they find the G spot on a woman?
Well,
and how do they work that G spot?
AJ's having a little trouble with the G spot because Sam doesn't know where it is.
I don't know who Sam is.
People are saying, including T Plev from Staten Island, that Poopy Shits, you like very large clits. That you like extremely large clits.
Oh, sure. The bigger the better, because there's just more to love that way on a chick.
What's the biggest clit you've been with?
Probably 8 inches, I guess. I mean, when you've been with as many chicks, I'm saying that they will vary in size, and I know that sounds uncommon or whatever, but they can get that big really easily, especially when they're turned on.
Yeah. Well, people are also saying that you like chicks and their dicks.
Dude, that's crazy, because chicks don't even have dicks. That's guys you're thinking of. And I don't like guys in that way.
No.
Ugh.
Convince us you don't like guys.
How do I even need to convince you? We're just guys being guys and talking about chicks. I mean, that's all the convincing you need. I like tits on chicks. What else would I even be talking about? That is so gay that you guys want to even talk about this.
Whoa. Hey, throwing that gay word around.
Well, we're guys. We can throw around words like gay and tits.
But they don't really. But they don't go along with each other.
No, not
gay
really.
And tits,
I know. They're total opposites. One is definitely not even close to the other, and I like tits.
All right. Enough about the tits.
Oh, he likes tits.
Do you like tits or do you love them?
I love them.
Yeah. What do you do with a tit?
Oh, I'll like kind of massage it and caress it first, and then start to kiss it and suckle on it.
Yeah.
And then that really is something that gets them so turned on.
Yeah.
And then I'll show them my stuff, and then put that near their tits.
And they eat that up, huh?
Oh, they sure do. Yeah. I mean,
hey, AJ Poopy Shits, what's your favorite sexual position?
Well, definitely.
I mean, it's just a bunch of guys talking, guy stuff here.
Yeah,
right?
we're just talking about chicks, having sex with chicks. I like doggy style. I definitely from behind.
Why would you like it from behind in particular?
Because
nothing wrong with that.
No, because that way you could reach around and grab some tits while you're going for it. That's what I really am into.
Sure likes those tits.
Who doesn't?
But it also, when you...
What guy who doesn't, right?
That's what I'm saying, except one of those guys.
Well, yeah.
But when you're doing a doggy style, it's also a way to cover up a lot of things that you might find icky.
Like what? Like tits? I love them.
Tits, pussy.
No, I grab all that stuff when I'm doing a doggy style. I just reach around and grab all that stuff.
You just grab all of it.
All of it. I just love it.
Yeah?
All the chick stuff.
Just the chick stuff, right?
Your voice, I gotta tell you, sounds a little effeminate.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like, it sounds like a feminine voice. Like, if you were a guy that was feminine, you would talk like that.
But, dude, let me tell you this. If you can trick a chick into thinking that you're sensitive or something like that, not that I am, but if they think you are, they will let you see their tits so much easier.
Really?
It's the best.
That's all it takes, huh?
If you can trick a chick into thinking that you really care or whatever,
right?
And she'll think you're sensitive,
so
she'll let you see her tits.
So you don't try to get into their pants; you try to see their tits.
I'm saying The
Yeah.
tits are the first thing.
Yeah.
And then you can get into their pants later, but definitely in the same night.
Yeah. But
Same night.
That's what I do, because I'm a roller.
Do you ever reach into a girl's pants and say to yourself, wow, there's something missing here?
Like what?
Oh, I don't know. You know.
I've never said that unless they don't have underpants on or something.
You never reached around and went, whoa, something's missing here. You know what I mean?
I don't think so. Not unless if they're not wearing underpants, I'll say wear your underpants. But other than that, totally not.
You're like, ew, icky. It's smooth down here.
What do you mean? Of course. Well, yeah, I guess I do like a little more hair there.
Oh,
that's my personal preference.
You like the hair around the what?
Around the labia, and the pussy.
Oh, so you know those areas.
Yeah.
And you don't like hair around the asshole, right?
Oh, no way. That is gross. But why would a chick even grow hair there is what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't know. Why don't you tell me, AJ, poopy shits?
Well, I don't know what kind of chicks you've been with, but the chicks I've been with are totally not in that league.
No, huh?
No way.
And you like big tits?
Oh, I especially like big tits, but like all tits I really love. I mean, to me, tits are one of the most fabulous things on this earth.
Right. And where do you go to pick up your broads?
Oh, I'll go to like the tavern or whatever.
The tavern?
Yeah, you know.
Tavern?
Like a sports bar?
Yeah, sports bar. I'll go to ESPN Zone.
Yeah. Because you like sports because you're a man's man, right?
Yeah. Any
sports, beer, and tits.
Totally. You are reading my mind.
Boy, I'm with you,
Reading his
AJ.
mind. I like a place that has like lots of different types of beers.
Yeah.
And then lots of different TV screens with different sporting matches on every one.
And you like football, right?
I love football.
What do you like about football?
Oh, just the guys passing around the pigskin like a couple of men do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just because they're just guys being guys, and plus you get to see all the chicks that are so into them, which is good.
Are you a fan of the wide receivers or the tight ends?
I guess I prefer the tight ends as far as football players go.
That old gag.
That old gag indeed.
What do you guys mean?
You don't know the first thing about football. We've talked to someone that sort of sounds like you about football, and that person didn't know shit about it.
Well,
and if we're going to be guys just hanging around talking about football and tits, you should know a little more about football.
This is my first appearance on this show, and I know football and I know tits.
All right, how many yards does it take for a first down in football?
Oh, I don't pay attention to all that mumbo-jumbo technical stuff. Leave that for the bookworms, you know what I mean?
Well, what do you like about football, then?
Just get to see... one thing that I like about football is the friggin' cheerleaders.
Yeah?
And they have short skirts on, and the only thing better than their pom-poms is their tits. And sometimes if I'm just hanging out with the guys, I'll say, check out the pom-poms on her, if you know what I mean.
And you mean by pom-poms, of course, you
I mean, I'm talking about tits.
Right.
It's just like a jokey thing we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Opie and Anthony Show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A Show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Faz are next.
Hey!